Chief Content Officer here. This is, for those of you who've been joining us or haven't been joining us, for all of our wonderful virtual attendees around the country. The fifth time we are here during Super Bowl week. We started about 5 years ago, exactly. And we've been building our presence leading into Super Bowl week, talking about all things sports marketing, Super Bowl advertising, entertainment, cultural relevance, media, lots of other fantastic discussions. Over the last few days, we've heard from a who's who of senior marketing executives from everywhere from AB InBev to the NFL CMO and everyone in between. It's been a fantastic couple days, and we are excited to end our 3-day series on a really powerful note. We have some phenomenal speakers that you'll be hearing from this afternoon, including Todd Kaplan, who's the VP of Marketing at Pepsi, overseeing their halftime show, and Justin Toman, Pepsi's head of sports marketing. We've got speakers like the CMOs of LegalZoom and Chipotle, Yvonne Kinzer from Avocados from Mexico, and just a phenomenal group all day long of wonderful speakers. And of course, we have a pretty sweet VIP experience this evening. So we're really excited to have you joining us. I'm sorry for everyone tuning in on Zoom. You can't have dinner with us tonight, but we hope to see you in person. And again, thank you everybody for all of your support throughout the week. Thank you to our friends at 72 and Sunny and Stagwell and to the Porch Experience Center and all of our wonderful partners. It's been great being here with you guys. And with that, I'm going to introduce our very first session today. We have a wonderful trio. We have Matthew Coleman, Director of Media and Sponsorships and Digital Marketing at State Farm. Matt is another member of our Sports Marketing Upfronts Committee. You heard yesterday from Matt Davis at AB InBev. You heard from Rashawn Johnson at United Airlines. You're going to hear, like I said, from Justin Toman, all wonderful members of our sports committee. So we're thrilled to have Matthew with us today. We've got Carlo Cavallone. I tried. Partner and co-chief creative officer at 72 and Sunny, and our wonderful moderator, Andre Maglica. All right. At the RVP of Client Partnerships at GSTV. So let's give a warm round of applause for our opening session. Let's get higher. Mike, it's you guys.
Awesome. Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I'm thrilled to be here. It's 80 degrees. We're in LA. The Rams are in the Super Bowl. Things are looking really good. But appreciate everybody joining us. I'm really excited to be joined by Matt and Carlo today to talk about sports marketing in general. Obviously, we're all excited about the Super Bowl. We're going to unpack what State Farm is doing this year. We're going to talk about the great work that 72 and Sunny has done with the league as well. But before we get started, I thought it would be great for both Matt and Carlo to get a little bit more color about the roles that you guys play within the organizations and kind of how that all transcends what we're talking about today.
Great. So, hey, good morning, everybody. I'll go ahead and kick this off, Carlo, and we'll kick it over to you. So I'm responsible for media sponsorships and digital marketing at State Farm. So from a media standpoint, that is all of our branding and acquisition media. So when you guys are reading about numerator data that suggests that State Farm is one of the highest spenders or top 10 spender, regardless of category, that's the responsibility that I have. Also responsible for sponsorship. So that includes our team deals, our league deals, as well as our venue deals. And also responsible for digital marketing, primarily getting us stood up on various platforms, whether it's TikTok, Snap, or anything else. And then there's a performance marketing component of that I'm responsible for too. So, lots to keep you busy.
And my role is co-chief creative officer. It means like I oversee creative work across the different offices of the company in North America and Europe as well. I've been with the company for about 12 years. And my experience has been, across a lot of different clients, but a lot of sports clients and a lot of clients that are endemic to sport, but also are part of sport events like the Super Bowl, being endemic to sports. So I have a long experience around large events and working on brands that contribute to the entertainment and the event.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's what's so cool because, again, this week is all about the NFL. It's all about the Super Bowl. Everybody's excited about that and talking about that. But both your organizations have rich histories in sports in general, beyond just the NFL. So, Matt, I'd love to start with you just to talk a little bit more about State Farm's history in sports marketing, because obviously, yes, this is NFL week. There's a lot of great stuff happening. You have a rich history with organizations like the NBA. You have the All-Star Weekend coming up next weekend, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff going on there, and you guys have a really deep history there. Would love to learn a little bit more about the genesis of that and kind of how that has transformed over the years and kind of brought you to where you are today.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Andre. Yeah, State Farm, as you said, has been involved in sports for quite some time now. So, from a football standpoint, we're not the official marketing partner in the NFL, but we are in the NBA. But that said, we try to leverage the NFL environment as best we can. So we have, two great athletes, right, in Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes, that have been great for us in terms of brand notoriety and building, awareness and consideration. So very excited about the partnership that we have with those guys. And I mentioned, our partnership deals that we have in venues. One of those is with State Farm Stadium out in Phoenix with Cardinals. So we had a chance to do some really cool things with those guys there, and it's been great for our brand. You mentioned the NBA. We're official marketing partner for the NBA, so we have everything that comes with it, right? So there's access to VIP. There's the signage that you guys see on the stanchions whenever you see anybody dunk the basketball. It's all of those types of things. But then, along with that, you have All-Star Weekend, which is next weekend. And so, I think people probably primarily know us for our relationship with the NBA proper. But we also have really strong relationships with the WNBA, the G League. And so we just think of it as the entire NBA family, and we try to build on our relationship there. So Major League Baseball, we're involved in baseball, NCAA sports as well. So we have, like you said, a deep history when it comes to sports. And I think it's one of the last bastions of of live, like engaging live entertainment. And so that's where consumers are, and that's where we want to be. So I think you're going to see us there for a while.
Yeah, and it's cool too, because when you think about sports, the beauty of them is they're live, they're relevant right now in the moment. But as a brand marketer, it takes a lot of consideration in that strategy, right? So there's the pre, during, post, right? Things are going to happen. Your athletes may do things that surprise you in a good way or not so good way. So I'd be curious just to get a few more thoughts just on that strategy, right? When you're thinking about, here's the stuff we know we can control in the beginning, the things we think will happen, but then the things actually happen, and how do you kind of game plan for that, and then pivot towards what may come after?
Yeah, I think a really good example of that was week 9. So every year we are pulling for the State Farm Bowl, right? So that's Aaron Rodgers playing Patrick Mahomes at, in the Super Bowl. Like we pull for that every year. We actually make plans for that every year. Hasn't quite worked out for us, but no, it's something that we think about a lot. And so for us, we're always wanting to make sure that whenever our guys are playing each other, that we have a presence there, a significant presence there. So this year, both the Packers and the Chiefs played week 9. And so we had the State Farm football fine, right? So you had an opportunity to go out, find footballs, almost like a Pokemon Go kind of way, right? So you can go out and find footballs, and then you can exchange those for merch, right? Whether it was physical merch or actual NFTs, and there were a number of other virtual options that people had. And so, to your point about not, having plans and maybe those plans not going as you intended, Aaron didn't play in that game, right? And so everything that we did leading up to that game, when we were going to feature Aaron and Patrick, we had to pivot because Aaron wasn't, going to be playing, during week 9. So you had to make those types of adjustments, and so just dealing with sports in general and maybe athletes more specifically, it can be a bit of a challenge because a lot of those things are outside of your control, which is why we are so grateful to have a brand ambassador in Jake, that has been a boon for us in terms of the way that he's engaged others and how people are receiving him. So we're going to continue to have relationships with athletes. I think there's a lot of value in doing that. But I think what you're going to see from us moving forward is maybe just lean into Jake a little bit more than we have.
Awesome. Yeah, and we're going to get into Jake later. The Jake story is still fascinating me, and I'd love to unpack that further. But before we do so, Carlo, you too have a rich history at 72 and Sunny with the NFL, particularly with last year's Super Bowl with the NFL plus live film execution. So I'd love if you can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, no, as Matt was saying, I think sports marketing keeps you on your toes, because when you deal with live events, it's a different thing. And I think it's how you working with athletes is a mix of proactive and reactive. And with the NFL, I think in the last couple of years, actually, we've done some incredible pre-game performances. Both we had films that ended up being a live experience on the field, and both those campaigns were incredibly orchestrated, and there are so many things you need to consider. But in general, I think, again, as Matt was saying, working with live events, working with athletes, working with tournaments requires so much attention and so much preparation, because you need to be prepared for what you want to do and what you don't want to do. So you might lose an athlete along the way. Things can change. We also have a 72 Sunny long history with Nike first and Adidas doing workout campaigns, and you have teams getting eliminated. So your program changes, and the next day you have to come up with something new. And I think it's an amazing exercise, and I think the best brands are ready. Get ready for events and prepare just like the teams themselves. When you go into a Super Bowl or a workout, it's just like an athletic performance for marketing. So it's exciting because everything can go well, and sometimes things can go wrong.
Yeah, it's true, and that's what makes it fun and interesting, and probably a little bit stressful at times. But the importance of athletes and just personas for brands in general, it's clearly something that's not going away anytime soon. In fact, all we see is whether it be on the sports side, brands leaning into them more heavily, but also now these personas that are being created outside of their brand personas in general that kind of work to humanize the brand. And now we kind of transition a little bit into Jake just because it's so interesting. But you know, State Farm obviously competes in a highly competitive industry, right? There's personas across multiple of your largest competitors. But Jake is like this cultural phenomenon right now. It feels like the moment of Jake is like now. It's kind of all happening. So everything from SNL appearances to, you know, we'll talk about the TikTok Super Bowl challenge later. But the most interesting part about that is that you're not as dependent on the athletic performance of the athletes that you sponsor on field. This is somebody who can kind of build up and kind of control the narrative in a way. So, you know, I'd love to hear just a bit more about Jake, kind of how he came to be, what he's done for State Farm, particularly on the cultural side, because Jake is just as relevant. Yeah, he's now integrated within a lot of what you do in sports, but that's almost secondary to what he's done for the brand culturally. So I just love to listen more about that.
Yeah, you bet. So I forget who I was talking to last night about this, but people love Jake. I think part of it is that Kevin, his name is Kevin Mullins, right? Kevin's just a really nice guy. Like, I mean, he's a genuinely good dude. So it starts with that, right? So for us, we have a number of distinct brand assets that we leverage at any given time, right? It's the ovals, it's the jingle, it's the red shirt with the khaki pants. But another distinct brand asset is Jake. So we did our Jake State Farm ad years ago, right? And we said, hey, you know what? There's a lot of equity in that character. And so we decided to cast for that character because the original Jake he's a claim rep, right? He works in the contact center. He's not an actor, right? So it'd be difficult for somebody like that to really take that role and make it what Jake has. So when we cast for the role, there were a number of people who actually not interviewed for it, but auditioned for it. And Jake he jumped off the screen, right? And we were also looking for some diversity in terms of who's representing our brand. And aside from what we saw in Jake in terms of how he carries himself, we thought that he was going to be a really good draw in terms of engaging people, right? Because of the type of personality that he has. And so we've been able to place Jake in a number of environments, whether it's on television where you probably see him the most, but for any of you gamers out there, he's in 2K, he's in NBA 2K. He's I think the first non-playable character, at least in our category for sure. You can actually go to the NBA Village and you can buy State Farm merch from him. I mean, so we're putting him in a number of places. He's actually a gamer himself. And so there's some things that we're doing with him that are native to him. And he's just such a versatile talent to work with. And to your point, he's been excellent for our brand, right? Because people can relate to him, right? So there are things that he does and says that just feel natural. It doesn't feel forced. And people can engage with him in real ways. If you ever have an opportunity to see this guy in real life and meet him and shake his hand, I mean, you'll see the type of personality that he has. So what you guys are seeing, whether it's on social or it's on television, it's genuine. And so we're feeling really good about what Jake's done for us, and I'm really excited that he's a part of the team.
Yeah, and it really is that authenticity, I think, that does shine through. And again, we'll talk about it more with the Super Bowl stuff, but just the conversation that Jake alone generates for the brand is super compelling. And Carlo, you guys also have a great example at 72 and Sunny with the World Cup a few years back, just dealing with flexibility in working with athletes. So it would be great if you could elaborate a little bit more just on that experience.
Yeah, I think, Jake, actually, people were freaking out when they found him on NBA 2K. It was an amazing integration. But in general, using Jake has been very smart because, again, you don't depend on athlete results or team results anymore. And I think you contribute to the game and contribute with, you come in from a different side, but you're still authentic. You're still part of it, which I think it's a very good learning in sports marketing. And Adidas, for example, is a brand we worked for them for a few years. And what they did is they brought a lot of different athletes and non-athletes to sport. So, like for example, a couple of years ago, well, no more, 4 years ago, for the World Cup, we created this campaign where you had footballers, people from the NBA, the NFL, musicians, all in the same story. And I think through an algorithm that I don't know how to explain, we created an enormous number of versions of the commercial that would play at different stages. So the work wasn't dependent on the success of the outfit, but it was self-standing. And again, Adidas managed, and we worked on that a lot to also elevate known athletes into the sports world, which I think is what State Farm is doing with Jake. So bringing another element to sport helps really, because, you know, athletes are also overexposed. Athletes have, you know, a lot of things to do. And it's sometimes good to create other property, your own properties to be in the world and do it authentically. I think what State Farm is doing really well also is that most of what they do is connected to the sport, so they found their role. And I think, you know, Adidas again is a sport endemic brand, but I think amplifying what they do in sport was the right thing to bring in more to the table.
Yeah. Particularly because you only have so much time. You have a finite amount of time with those athletes to get all these things done. Your pre, during, and post. You may have a 2-week window or potentially less, right? So yeah, it's just a fascinating topic, and again, the innovation that we talked about there is just really cool, and I think it kind of brings us to kind of where we are today. You know, 2022 Super Bowl last year was State Farm's inaugural Super Bowl broadcast spot. This year, taking a wildly different approach with the TikTok challenge, and I'm excited to learn more about how we can all engage with it. But Matt, I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about kind of how that came to be. And you know, with Jake, I was surprised to learn too his social following, how big that is, without any paid support. So it kind of runs into why this TikTok challenge is so relevant and timely. So thoughts on that to elaborate? I'm sure we'd all love to hear about it.
Yeah, so yeah, you mentioned the Super Bowl last year, right? So that was our first Super Bowl spot. And guys, we called lightning in the ball last year. So we had a great idea with Drake from State Farm. Drake did it. We didn't know that Drake was going to do it. And no, but he signed, Paul Rudd signed up, right? So you don't want to forget Paul. He's the sexiest man alive. Is that true? Okay, sorry. But it was a great concept, and it was intuitive to everyone that heard the pitch, including our chief marketing officer and the chief executive officer. It was a no-brainer, right? And so for us, so based on Ad Meter, I think we were the highest ranked first-time advertiser ever. On Twitter, we saw huge spikes in mentions on Twitter, not only the day of, but that trailed at least for the following week. We were really excited about that. But I think one of the things we were most excited about was the spike in quote volume that we saw, right? So we're in the business to drive quotes, right? Because quotes result in more folks that we're taking care of. And so we saw a spike in quotes as well. And so all signs pointed to it being a wildly successful event for us. The other thing, though, is that we wanted to use the Super Bowl last year as a platform to really introduce Jake to the U.S. So Jake had maybe been with us for maybe just over a year at the time. And there are a number of things that we've been doing with him, primarily in linear, and really just starting to get into digital. And so, yeah, we said, hey, we want to do this spot and want to use this as a way for people to really see Jake and really get to know him a little bit better. And that happened, right? So in terms of his other social accounts, we saw a huge spike in terms of followers on his other accounts. And even here recently with TikTok, we just got on TikTok here in mid-November. And Jake's following, I think he's over 250,000 followers on TikTok right now. And that's, to your point, it's all organic, right? So you know, once we get a chance to put some paid behind it, I think it's just going to take off, like, because people just love Jake and some of the things that he does out there. So yeah, but if you think about this year, we want to do something a little bit different, right? So last year was about introducing Jake to the US. this year was about giving people an opportunity to engage with the character that they've come to know, and in some cases y'all love. I have the comments. People are really into this guy. And so yeah, people want to engage with them. And so yeah, we have the TikTok challenge, right? So if you go to hashtag Team State Farm on TikTok, you can do a duet. You can submit your duet with Jake, and they're going to be judged, right? The top 3 folks that make it will then have an opportunity to be judged again. And then the winner of that is going to have an opportunity to do a commercial spot with Jake later this year. So, so there for folks who are out there that are really into Jake, right? I didn't mean it that way. That really like, you know, Jake and what he represents. It's going to give them a really cool opportunity to do a spot with him, right? And so we're really excited about that. And so there's a lot of things that we're doing kind of around the Super Bowl relative to that. So, you know, you mentioned we don't have a spot this year, but, you know, we're amplifying the hashtag Team State Farm through a variety of channels, including some influencers, some that are native to our environment, others who aren't necessarily native to our environment. And so, yeah, we're really excited about, you know, what we're doing this year on TikTok, and we'll be really interested to see how, you know, how the campaign performs relative to the projections that we have.
Yeah, which again is cool. It's a trend that we're starting to see happen. There's only a finite amount of spots in the game, right? There's only going to be X amount of brands that have the opportunity to do that. But when you're looking for the younger audience where they're spending time, things like TikTok, things like Twitter, things like Snap, etc., I feel like we're going to start to see more of these. And the creativity, the reason to engage is going to have to be that much more compelling. And that's where I think you guys really knocked out of the park with this. And speaking of TikTok, Carlo, it's not Super Bowl related, but with the Olympics, the work you had done with Xfinity and Comcast, I think is equally as compelling and drove, you know, billions of views. So it would be really cool to understand a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think, you know, as Matt was saying, I think it's fundamental now to, you know, go on different channels and try different things. You know, a lot of brands are trying, and a lot of brands are exploring, and I think we're, of course, at the beginning of it. And I think the brands that, you know, have more success, I feel are the brands that, you know, have maybe a presence, you know, on television, and you know, and then bounce people off to, you know, like there's a lot of different ways to get to it, and I think it's we're all trying to get to the best formula. But yeah, Comcast was a really interesting experiment for us, because we, you know, they're of course the official broadcaster of the Olympics, so they have an institutional role, but I think we also wanted to explore and experiment on new platforms. So for the Summer Olympics, we launched this film that was based on Bugler's Anthem, which is the song that opens the Olympics broadcast. And the commercial was really fun and catchy. And then on TikTok, we launched a challenge where we invited regular people, everybody, and a number of influencers to reinterpret the song in their own way. And it started like an experiment, see what happens, and it ended up being incredibly popular, a lot more popular than the film, I have to say, because it ended up having 4 billion views, this challenge, which is one of those crazy numbers that you can put at the end of case studies. But you know, when you think about it, like, oh, 4 billion is. Anyways, it's been a great experiment for Comcast, and this is to say, you know, also brands that have more of an institutional role have to try and have to expand, you know, because you know, now around the Super Bowl, a lot of brands are trying to hijack attention from the brands who are investing in the Super Bowl. I think it's good for, I would say, every brand to try to expand the vision beyond traditional media, and in the case of Comcast, was really successful.
That's so cool. And again, I love how you talk about the traditional institution that people may have preconceived notions about, whether they're positive or negative, but reinventing themselves and giving the younger audience a reason to engage in different ways. That's what stood out with both of those examples, and leveraging TikTok in such a cool way to do that. Well, that wraps the majority of our content for the day and everything we wanted to talk about. Curious if there's any audience or virtual questions at this time. Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name's Ashley Pearson. I work for Hellman. I work in media strategy. I have a question. I would equate what you guys do, marketing around Super Bowl with an actress doing a gown for the Oscars. There's a tremendous amount of pressure to get it right because the whole world is watching. How early did you start your process of, if you know you're going to do Super Bowl, how early do you start the process of figuring out what you want to do and what you're going to do and how you're going to make it relevant and funny, and how much pressure is there on that?
Yeah, actually, so I'll take a crack at these from our side. So last year was our first year, and we waited way too late to get started on this thing. So just in talking with other brands, I think they tend to start thinking about it some a year in advance, right? Because especially some of the folks that are, or some of the brands that are engaged on a more regular basis. I think for us, I think we made the call during the season. And that's not what you want, right? That is for us, it was way too late. And so that's one of the lessons learned that we took away from last year, is that if you're going to do this, you have to get well out in front of the actual event, just given all of the moving parts. Like Drake signed his contract on set. So you don't want that, right? You don't want that. So yeah, definitely want to make sure that you're getting out in front of the event as far as you can. I can tell you that for us for next year, we're already thinking about the Super Bowl, right? So the Super Bowl is going to be, it's going to be in Phoenix at State Farm Stadium, right? So lots of potential synergies there for us. We're big into football. And so we're already thinking about it. We don't have a concept or anything like that just yet. But yeah, we're already starting to think about it. So at least based on our experience from last year, definitely need to get out further ahead of the Super Bowl than an in-season decision. And based on that, at least in part, we're starting to think about that now for next year.
Thanks a lot.
Hey Matt, Glenn, you guys have such a great job with the sport partnerships, the athlete partnerships. I mean, all the sports. It seems like good. Are there any e-sport athletes you're talking to now, or any programs? Is that something you guys are working on yet?
Not an e-sport athlete, but we've been in gaming since 2018 in one way or another, right? And we are bullish on gaming. I think one of the challenges with gaming is that they're just different flavors, right? So there's casual gaming, there's competitive gaming, and even with casual gaming, there are consoles, there are PC players, there are mobile users, right? So for us, we're giving a lot of thought into, what does a gaming strategy look like for us? We're getting a lot of outreach from leagues, from firms who are representing players and teams, because they've seen us in that space and they've seen us be active. But right now, we don't really have plans to partner with an esports athlete, but we'll see.
Yeah, hey, my name's Alex Grant. I work for a company called Rock the Bells, which is really focused on elevating hip hop sport from roots to modern day. One of the things I heard, this is from Matt, I heard you talk a lot about your sponsorships. One of the things you didn't mention is Overtime Elite. And I'm curious about how you're looking at both the expansion and NIL, and if that's part of that, or sort of what you're thinking about and where that came from. As I think about that consumer, when I think about financial services and having talked to you guys in the past, that isn't necessarily part of the set.
No, thanks for that. And by the way, cool name. Second of all, thanks for the plug, because I was supposed to talk about that. So he's not a plan. Right. Okay, yeah, no, so Overtime Elite. So yeah, they've been around here for a little bit, but they've just really solidified what they're doing with high school athletes here within the last year or so. And yeah, we are a partner with those guys. We made the decision to partner with them prior to NIL really taking off, right? So it was a bit of a leap of faith for us. But there were a couple of things that in play for us. So one is that we want to make sure that we're reaching millennial and Gen Z consumers. You can certainly do that through the NBA and the various relationships that we have with the leagues. But if you look at the Overtime Elite audience, they skew much younger. and they're following these kids that could eventually make it to the NBA, right? And so we have an opportunity to establish a relationship with Overtime Elite and potentially with some of these athletes who are eventually going to make it as as pros. It's a good fit for us. And what those guys have been doing down there is great. Like they just had their King of the Court one-on-one tournament and ton of buzz on social relevant to that. So yeah, we're very excited about our relationship with Overtime, and yeah, looking forward to building on it.
I think we got time for one last question.
This might sound ridiculous, but have you guys ever discussed productizing the browser page? Like, you know how it's progressive, or somebody says, fewer accidents or the rate goes down or something like that. Never had those conversations because the browser rate is so out there. You ever thought about productizing the thing? Just curious.
Short answer is no. But we hear that a lot though. Like it's Rogers rate is Patrick Price, Burrow bundle. Not signaling anything, but we saw that on Twitter last week, right? So short answer is no, but we do get that buzz a lot, and we know that plays well in social, and that kind of happens organically, and we love it and we enjoy it. But in terms of going to an agent's office and saying, hey, I want the Patrick Price, and it's some sort of package that you get, no, we're not doing that.
All right, this is great, guys. Thank you so much. I wish we could. That was phenomenal. Like I said, we got a wonderful rest of the day, but I'd like to bring up our guest MC. We have Renee. You heard from Renee yesterday. I think she was up here with Fernando, and she's going to join us and take us through the rest of the morning. Let's give a warm welcome.
I'm supposed to be there at 9, but a New Yorker is Uber in LA is like a whole other thing. I tried to do that from
Are you?
but thank you so much
We
for
work with
welcoming
customers.
David.
Yeah, we consider a lot of stuff to deal with, SOV, clean room and all that.
So really excited to be here with everyone here again today. Packed lineup of really great speakers, which we're excited to bring to the stage. So up next for us, it's my pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Pablo Provincial, VP Media and Data at AB InBev, who is joined by our moderator, Edwin Nguyen, Senior Director of Product Marketing at iSpot.tv. Pablo and Edwin will be discussing how data and creativity fuels Anheuser-Busch consumer-centric media strategy at the Super Bowl. Welcome to the stage, guys.
So hi, everyone, and I really want to thank Brand Innovators for putting on this event. Has been really good. I've been watching all the days, and the information has been really great. So again, my name is Edwin Nguyen, so I'm the Senior Director of Product Management at iSpot TV, and we make a platform that helps brands and networks and agencies measure TV and program ratings. And with me is Paolo Provinciale. First time in public, but we're going to talk a little bit about all the different things that influence what happens in sports marketing with Anheuser-Busch. So, Paulo, really the first question, I'll hand you the mic. A little bit of background about you and your background, but what you're doing in Anheuser-Busch.
Sure. We were sharing the mic. This is we're becoming very friendly. As everyone said, Paulo Provinciale, I'm the head of media for the US Anheuser-Busch, and I have many two responsibilities. One is obviously stewarding all the advertising that the company across their portfolio of brands in the US, and the other one is also the collection, enrichment, and activation of data for the purpose of planning, targeting, and measurement of everything that we do. To describe better what I've been focusing on and what I do is better zoom out for a second, think about how AD shares a vision. We all share a vision in terms of leading the future growth, both for the category and the industry, right? And we do believe that in order to do that, we have to be consumer-centric in everything that we do. And therefore, in the context of media and what I work with my team is thinking about how consumer trends have changed, how media consumption has changed, and therefore how do we adapt to that, right? So we know, for example, that 41% of US households are not reachable by linear TV nowadays. audience, right? So you need to start thinking about how do you reach them. Or we know that 21 to 35-year-old now prefer watching the highlights rather than the full game, and therefore thinking about how do I start a conversation with those, with those people, those audiences. Or e-commerce now is a huge thing, also based on the fact that we're all wearing masks in the past 2 years. So thinking about how do you get involved in this new purchasing decision, right? And so me and my team have been focusing on a few things. For example, thinking about a holistic media strategy that spans across digital and linear. Thinking about how we are part of, as we said, the social conversation, not just what happens on the live broadcast and on the field, right? When we talk about big sporting events, we're thinking about how do we show up in e-commerce and shopper media that is now growing at an exponential rate. And thinking about how we measure our efforts, not just using the established way of doing, measurement, but also new ways of measuring. And a lot of work has been done around consumer attention, for example, that we do. And everything that we work on throughout the year comes to an apex during Super Bowl, and that's the reason why it's such a big week for us. And very, very glad to be here with you today.
It was kind of funny. I was thinking this is probably the closest I've sat next to a person who's not my family without masks. So I think we're all here to talk really about sports and Super Bowl. How has Anheuser-Busch kind of adjusted to the new normal, or hopefully we'll end, but the new normal that we have, especially at the peak of the pandemic in 2020, 2021? You had sports, but there were threats of cancellation of the season. There were games that were being moved. There were fans, there were no fans, there were bubbles, there were no bubbles. Everything was just so dynamic. How did you guys adjust to that? And what tools did you use to kind of stay on top of being with sports, but adjusting to all the changes that were happening, that could be happening almost daily?
Right, absolutely. So thinking back about the past 2 years, I always think of the phrase, plans are useless, but planning is everything, right? and I think that that's how we lived in the past 2 years. Because as you said, everything could have changed in the last, a week before, a day before, games could have been canceled or season could have been moved. And so it was always about being very agile in everything we do, and being not too tied to the plans that you set out to do. But I think that the key of being successful in this agility and showing up always in the right way is thinking about how you can always be relevant and resonant with the audience. And so relevant is the classic thing of advertising, right message, right person, right time. But in a world where everything moves and everything shifts, now you have to be very close to your broadcasting partners and say, okay, things are changing. How do we address this? Or even your social partners, because when things change, the conversation happens online, on social and digital, right? And so think about how do I enter that conversation in the right way, in the right moment. And the way you do that is really thinking about how you can show up with credibility, right? And make sure that your message can be perceived as authentic. And actually, you have a place where you can have that conversation. And in order to do that, we flex the power of our in all our brands, right? So the way we show up is different. Budweiser has always been championing the American spirit. And this means that, even in the past, last year, after 37 years, Budweiser was not in Super Bowl, right? And that's a very powerful message, but it comes to the credibility. Then when you show up, you actually have, something to say that is appealing, right? Bud Light has always been celebrating fandom and fans and bringing the joy and the fun to everything they do. The gesture kind of archetype, if you will. And therefore, it shows up in the conversation when appropriate in a way that actually brings you that joy and that relief and makes everything more fun. Michelob Ultra, a brand that stands for keeping a balanced lifestyle. Think about the past 2 years where, keeping a balanced lifestyle wasn't very, easy. So, has activated in many different ways to actually bring the message that it's only worth it if you enjoy. So, when events were virtual, we showed up during the past NBA season in the virtual screen, and we activated in a very fun way. And now that we're again in person, we're going to activate it in a very fun way during the Super Bowl. So it's about relevance and resonance, and don't be attach to your plan for being agile.
Yeah, that's really interesting. If it's being authentic and being agile, that's something that, is so difficult when you really are trying to land on message. So we're here really talking about the Super Bowl, thinking about it. Anheuser-Busch is just so tied to the Super Bowl. I mean, I can't think of a Super Bowl except last year without the Glasgow ad. I know yesterday we showed the ad. That was a great ad, I have to say. It's actually a very popular ad in our iSpot Super Bowl ad center. People are already excited about it coming back. But in terms of the Super Bowl, how do you use a big tentpole event like that to really drive your marketing and your brand through the year? How do you really leverage that?
Yeah, that's that's a very big question, and obviously being such a large advertiser in the Super Bowl, it comes with a big degree of responsibility, right? And so we think about first and foremost how showing up in the Super Bowl for our brands aligns to our commercial strategy. So it can be a new message for an established brand. It can be a new product extension for an established brand, or a whole new brand. This work happens, months and months in advance. So many people will say they coordinated their past Super Bowl in season, and that's it's wild. But obviously, we also show up with many ads, many brands. This year, to give you a reference, we're going to be showing up with 6 ads on the national broadcast and our 3 ads on the regional broadcast. And this is exactly the thinking that we have, just saying what are the brands that at this point in time can leverage the national presence, and then use that as a kickoff point throughout the year, and building an awareness for that new message or that new product or that new brand in a way that actually carries through throughout the year, right? Or at the regional level, we think about, okay, what are the DMAs, the regions, the city, the states where actually that brand is very meaningful to that audience, and therefore we can actually show up in the right way. So it's definitely a strategic conversation, and it's a big investment, big responsibility. But we are trying to be as methodical as we can in terms of approaching it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we had heard a little discussion of the 6 different brands. I wasn't aware of some of them. Sweetwater was really a new one. So you use the Super Bowl to kind of kick off your year. How do you then kind of keep that momentum going? So it doesn't just drop off and people sit there and say, well, we see you once a year. How do you keep the momentum going, especially other ways with digital and other interactions that you have beyond just traditional Super Bowl advertising?
Yeah, that's also a big consideration, right? Like the rule that we try to apply is that cannot be a flash in the pan, right? It cannot be just one thing that you show up with the day and then you're done. And in order to do this, we have 2 approaches. One is the way we activate the Super Bowl, the in-broadcast kind of activation, just to pick up the advert. And it's a rallying cry for all the company and all the different functions, right? So if you think about what we're going to be doing this year with some of our brands, everyone is going to have an experiential element to it. It's going to have a digital and social element to it. It's going to have a customer data capture, loyalty, and engagement to it, and therefore allows you not just to have that single spot, but actually have an ecosystem of elements that come together so that you can actually carry this message forward. To give you an example, Bud Light with its new product, Bud Light Next, has recently dropped an NFT, and the consumers that are gonna buy the NFT are gonna get access to those experiences and the brand in a way that you wouldn't otherwise. Ultra has a very strong theme on the bowling alley in their spot with a lot of celebrities. I don't know if you've seen it, but they have access to the merch drop, which is very popular in the sneaker world. And Ultra, for example, has done sneaker-like drops in the past in the NBA season, and now it's doing it for NFL. So there is always a component that it doesn't start or end in the game, but it's always beyond the game. We have retail activations with our retail partners that carries through in the point of purchase, e-commerce partners, same exact thing. So it's a whole ecosystem endeavor. And the second thing to remember is that the fact that you see a brand like Water you were mentioning, Super Bowl, allows you to kickstart the awareness at a national level. So that allows you to carry through the message and the conversation with your audience. So you build that awareness, you build a memory structure, and then at that point you can be as easy as a tweet, a social post, or a 6-second bumper for example, to keep that memory structure alive and to keep that conversation rather than just having, continuously your present. So it's a 360 approach, and it's really a cross-team effort across multiple teams in the organization, from the marketing side and sales side, and really kicks off the year for us for a year now.
Yeah, I've already seen some of the things that you're talking about. So I was looking up I was actually looking up the next launch, because that was very interesting, and saw that NFT. I know we've had a number of different discussions, and we'll transition to a topic I know that you're pretty passionate about. There's a lot of discussions right now about how you measure the impact of your audiences, the impact of your advertising, your brand, a discussion about alternative currencies. I know at iSpot, we started working with NBCU just recently. We're testing out the Olympics, and we're also testing out the Super Bowl, with different measurements. What's your kind of view of the alternative currencies and what's driving and what's important to you?
Sure. So I think that we are at a point in our industry that alternative currencies really become, a hot topic. And I'm a big believer that we need to evolve past, what we have used in the past, and we use this historical moment, right, in the industry and in society in order to do that step forward. We have talked with, obviously, with iSpot, with NBC, and many other partners, in thinking about how do we think about new currency, and the industry is doing a little bit of a soul searching at this point, because we have to find what is going to be a reliable currency to trade. These only linear TV, I think it's a $71 billion business in the United States, right? So there is a lot of money at play here. And there are two fundamental elements that I believe are a requirement for a new currency, which needs to be representative of the people and the audience that you're going after, and trustworthy, right? And I think that started a crisis that we are in terms of historical currencies. And the way forward, I think there are only two ways forward. One is a currency that is a true representative of business impact, and therefore I put my money in what's the outcome there. And the other one, it can be a true representation of consumer behavior, and therefore understanding how consumers behave and what they do, and therefore understanding what people get rewarded on. I'm a big believer, as you said, of the latter, and therefore following consumer and everything they do. I think that the whole industry should rally behind the most scarce resource that we have in advertising, which is consumer attention. And if we zero in on that and we find a good way of measuring that, then it's going to be, an unlock for everyone, and everyone is on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know that's why we use measurements, but a lot of the other work that we do is trying to do things like attention or attribution. What's the role of attention going to play for alternative currency? What does that really mean? And what about is it only high attention? What exactly are we kind of thinking about? How do you want to see the benefits of it?
Yeah, so attention is something that we talk about a lot, right? And this is the reason why we're referring to the Super Bowl. And we talk so much about Super Bowl. Super Bowl gathers so much attention. It's probably the only programming where actually people tune in, not just for the game, but also for the ads, which is wild to think about it, right? But attention is actually it's a representation of consumer behavior, and I think that if we can align the whole industry and align the incentives of the whole industry to actually do something that is good for consumers, at the end of the day, it's going to come back to everyone, people, right? Advertisers, measurement partners, sell side, and all those kind of things. Attention can be divided in two ways. Attention is having an attentive environment where people advertise. Super Bowl is a perfect example of that, right? People tune in and then watch the ad. And I think that the sell side, in my opinion, should be held accountable, but also for the ability of having high attentive environments, because that is what kind of like a platform where the brands can express themselves. But the duty is also on the brand side, because they need to be able to actually have content that captures people's attention and retains people's attention in order to drive it. I personally am not a big fan of the idea that sometimes as we push in the industry of saying, okay, the sell side should also be responsible for the outcome, because there are so many variables that influence the success of my campaign and my product positioning, pricing, competitive moves, and all the other things that I don't think it's a fair thing to say is sometimes should be responsible for my ROI, but it should definitely be able to advertise in a high attentive environment and understanding what is the right price for that environment.
you kind of bring it up, and I think about my family. We love watching the Super Bowl. I love the game. I love the ads. My wife doesn't like the game at all. Will watch the ads, and then my kids are in between. But they have certain different attentions. Are there different attention expectations for audiences?
That's also a really good question. And it ties into almost 2 years of research that we've done on this topic at AD. I'm actually one of the founding members of what's called the Attention Council, which is a group of measurement companies, scholars, brands to figure out how to best measure attention, optimize for attention, right, and customer attention, because that's, as I was saying before, one of the scarcest resources in the industry. And one of the biggest questions that we had from the get-go was, is attention a binary thing? Is it, I have attention or I don't have your attention? Right? And actually, after a bunch of research, help from world-renowned PhDs, we found out that actually attention is on a scale. And again, as I was saying before, it's not a matter of saying I buy only attentive thing, but it's what is the right price for the right level of attention. And so our attention is on the scale. And what we've done actually in the past 2 years is at AV, we have been transacting on attention. And therefore we have been saying, there's this high attentive environment that deserves a premium in the pricing that we pay for them. And there's low attentive environment, but with the right price, with the right CPM, it might make sense for our strategy. And therefore combining the two. Actually, going even further, we started with some of our network partners to have them guarantee us on attention. It's like, I want these many attentive GRPs as part of our buy, right? And so it's a mind shift, and it's definitely something that changes the way that we transact in the industry and the currency. But to answer more directly your question in terms of audiences, right? There are so many. I wouldn't say that there is a specific audience that is more attentive than the other. Obviously, there is a combination of mediums of what you're trying to do or your brand and all these kind of things. Because we need to remember that attention is only the first step in building a memory structure that builds a brand equity that drives sales, right? And therefore, there are so many elements of this journey that you have to be careful. So we analyze everything from pod positioning to unit length to all these kind of things, and it's the mix of all of them. Where we can all agree on is that once you provide that attentive environment at the right price, then you can actually move everyone forward with the right level of incentives.
So as we go along, we get attention, we have that attention, and we drive impact. How do you go ahead and measure the impact or use the data that you get in terms of how do you think your brands are landing or creative landing? I know at iSpot we have a tool called Ace Metrics, and as Bush is a customer where we test out the ads and you see how they land and how people feel about it. And we tested out, like 60% of the Super Bowl ads already. But you get all this data. It's great. It says people love it, they don't love it, or they have an emotion impact. How do you use that data then to actually change your creative and change how you go ahead and apply your brand?
Yeah, it's undeniable that a lot of what we see during Super Bowl is almost art, right? It's creativity, it's purest, but like creativity with a methodical approach, right? I'm a big believer of the fact that data drives insight, and insights has to drive creativity, right? You cannot just do creativity for creativity's sake. That's art, and it has its place, but we also are in the business of driving a business forward, right? And therefore, thinking about, okay, what do I know about my audience, the audience that want to, and how can I find that, that opportunity to influence them or starting the conversation with them in a way that actually is going to resonate with them? That is the key. So we do a lot of work in leading up to Super Bowl or any other kind of creative or campaign that we do. Because as we said, we have a lot invested. It's a long process, and therefore we want to be as methodical as we possibly can. And we are methodical in the sense that we have pre-testing and we have, war rooms. I have a whole team in New York now that is monitoring every tweet and everything that is going on with our spots and our ads and our campaigns and all these kind of things. And then we do post-mortems and all these kind of things. But as much as you want to be methodical and data-driven, building a brand and brand advertising really has its limitations the way you measure. And we're getting better at measuring, but has its limitations. And therefore, at some point, it becomes a work of intuition and experience. And this is where I'm very privileged of working with a super kind group of people at Anheuser-Busch that is probably one of the best, brand advertisers in the world. And that's where the intuition makes the difference when you've done all the data is there. And this is what we try to bring forward in an event like Super Bowl.
So I think we're gonna wrap up here. I have one last question, and since Anheuser-Busch is such an iconic Super Bowl advertiser, are there certain points that you would give to a company or a brand out there that is either considering whether or not to advertise in the Super Bowl or not advertise in the Super Bowl, or maybe just how much to do so? And, what do you think about what's driving you? Because I know last year, all the commercial time went to COVID, and then you decided to come back this year. How do you make decisions in terms of how much or when to invest, and how do you best leverage things like the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's also a very important question. And obviously, you don't have to go every year with 6 ads or 4 minutes in national broadcast. And last year we pulled back with an iconic brand like Budweiser. I can't give you away all the secrets because it's all the job security. I mean, my knowledge, but I give you a little bit. So first and foremost, I don't think that you can ever look at an event like Super Bowl in isolation. It's a point, as I was saying before, it's people theater, but it's so much more around it, right? And looking at Super Bowl in isolation is like, geek out a little bit from my performance marketing background, is like looking just at branded keywords, right? You miss the bigger picture. It's everything that goes into that. So you need to be methodical in figuring out how you actually leverage this tentpole event in order to lead up to it, and everything that happens later, and how that bumping awareness, that bumping visibility actually is helping you with all the other efforts that you have. Here is a product life cycle consideration, what we were talking about before, in terms of saying, is this the right moment for our brand? And a conversation that we often have with our products is, this is a new product. It might not have the distribution that we need when the whole nation, starts finding out about it, right? So that's another thing. And there are other things that you can consider. You need to consider how you leverage all the different tactics to engage your audiences. That we're saying about the loyalty programs that we set up, it is a merch drop and an NFT drop or whatever you want, and figuring out ways to engage your audience. So it's a multifaceted decision to be made. You need to look at your media to production ratio, very simply, right? And all these kind of things. So I would say that you need to make it part of a broader plan, company plan, and not just a part of just one activation. The other thing I would say though is that for smaller brands, and I often have conversations with brands that maybe cannot afford to be in the Super Bowl, right, or at this level, and thinking about what is the opportunity that you have in showing up in other places where your audience is very passionate about, and maybe there's an opportunity that is not as developed as football. We were talking in the previous calendar, we're talking about gaming. That could be a perfect example in some instances, right? But a good thing that happens at Super Bowl and with sports in general is that every person, the audience, every fan is so passionate about it that when you insert yourself and your brand in it, then it allows you to create a connection that sometimes is stronger than other things that you do in that. So that is probably one of the big advantages to it.
Okay, I think that's it. Do we have any time or?
No, I think we're looking to a question or two.
Yeah, are there any questions or the work in the center back?
I have a question. So yesterday we heard from several on your team, Zania and others, and I think one of her lines was build synergy, not silos. So I'm curious, and it's a perfect segue from your last question about passion and sports, and how do you interact with the connections team? And so much of what you do is scale and national media, yet passion for a sport, in my opinion, resides most locally, with that local or favorite team. And then, obviously passion correlates great with, as you said, the chance for attention. So can you speak more for that?
Absolutely, and thank you for the great question. So actually, I see in Zania's team, we're part of Connections. So, and this is actually a little bit of the secret weapon of our team, because I sit alongside, Matt, who leads sponsorship, and Ronnie, who leads experiential. And so the thing is that in everything we do, in everything we activate, there is, that 360 approach of thinking, okay, how do I leverage my sponsorship assets, my IPs, in order to activate? How do I have media bringing those assets and that IP at, a national scale or the regional scale? And just to give you a little bit more visibility into how we're structured, my team is actually made of a national team and a regional team that are integrated, right? And therefore we are able to leverage every plan that is executed at the national level, also to have the translation of it at a local level in a way that is tailored to that region, that DMA, that audience, and that is very, very important. But the same way, we do it the other way around. There are programs at a regional level, they are very successful, and at that point, we scale them at a national level. So I think that we do absolutely lead to this principle of synergy and not silos, and this is how we're coming together from very integrated brand teams and integrated brands, obviously, that activate keeping consumers and consumer passions at the center of it.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, this next presenter, her brand, her product here to the hearts of my family writ large. Avocados from Mexico has become synonymous with creativity during the Super Bowl. Of course, the brand's media investment is measured far beyond the audience that enjoy the ad spot themselves. Let's welcome Iman Kisler, marketing and innovation from Avocado Mexico, as she shares insights and innovation strategies and practices that have kept the brand an advertising champion of everything for 6 years.
You know, I had a presentation, I have a day that I want you guys to stay engaged and excited, and I figured out that if I start like, next slide, then it's gonna break the energy. So I know my story, so I'm going to deliver it to you without a debt, in 15 minutes. So if anything, it's gonna show my capacity to synthesize information, because this is the 7 years of Super Bowl story of Avocados from Mexico. So I started in the company in 2014, and I don't come from the fresh product category at all. I have been in American Airlines, Magnetic Zone, international advertising agencies, Lintas, Hater Clothing, etc. And the president of the Avocado from Mexico was putting together his executive team. They called me, I came and I asked, why me? I have no experience in the category. And he told me that, hey, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone that has no experience in the category, but is very creative, innovative, and make me do what nobody else has done. And that conversation became kind of a mantra and the foundation of Avocado from Mexico marketing. That is what I'm doing right now. And I'm telling you this story because 3 years after the organization, the marketing organization in Dallas, Texas, was created, Adweek published an article 3 years later only about Avocado from Mexico. By the way, a brand that is not supposed to be a brand, because we live in a brandless category. But we started very early on building the brand. So Adweek published an article that says Avocado from Mexico boasts one of the most impressive races to prominence in the current marketing industry, or in modern marketing industry. I'm trying to remember from my top of my head. And that was a moment of pride. First of all, because we were noticed, but we were noticed in such a way. 2021, Avocado from Mexico became among the most innovative companies in the world in the Fast Company list, but even better, top 1 most innovative brand in the branding category. And again, we were not even supposed to be a brand. And if you see the brands that came behind us in that list of top 10, the second one was TikTok. Of course, that was 2021. I don't know if we will be. But the second one was TikTok, that is creating the social media culture. And the third one was Impossible Food, that is reinventing the way we eat meat. So for Avocado from Mexico to be top 1 was an incredible accomplishment. But let me tell you something. I think that race to prominence that Adweek was talking about, what started with our first Super Bowl spot campaign that was launched in 2015. my first assignment, actually, I started leading digital marketing for the organization. I started in September, the Super Bowl was in February, and my first assignment was create a Super Bowl digital campaign, whatever that meant. So I did. We ended up this year as the top second best performing campaign after Procter & Gamble. And since then, we have had a wonderful story. The top one or top two digital campaign for the Super Bowl for 6 consecutive years. And if you're following the news, last night, the Drum published a story that I posted in my LinkedIn profile that says that Meta, avocado from Mexico, actually they say avocado from Mexico first, avocado from Mexico and Meta are driving the social media conversation for the Super Bowl. That's huge. We could put our entire company in one little room in Meta. So for us to be in the same stage, in the same headline, is a huge accomplishment. But the reason why we have been able to be in that position is because from the beginning, we have the mindset of connectivity. And it's something that we're seeing in the industry today. The most progressive marketers are moving away from the Super Bowl as a creative showcase for TV and are connecting. And the more you connect, the best performance you have in your campaign. Just to show that level of connectivity that the industry is talking about right now, but we started in 2015. I'm going to show you one video. It's the case story of our Super Bowl 2018. We killed it. We were the most mentioned brand, the most shared logo. We dominated the conversation. And this case story in 2 minutes will tell you what I can tell you in 2 hours. So let's watch the video.
Close your eyes. Imagine a perfect world that seals the bad out and keeps the good in. That's what we did here at Avocados from Mexico. Pretty unbelievable, right? We created Guac World. In Guac World's digital platform, users were free to roam around 6 magnificent locations and 14 perfectly crafted experiences. From Avocado Land's photo enhancers to Tabasco flavor towns recipe creators. Brand ambassadors recruited new members to guacworld.com, causing our loyal following to grow exponentially. We also combined the selfie and the emoji for the first time ever with emojis. These and other traffic providers resulted in over 46 million video views and 1.7 million page views. While the Guac World movement was taking off, the moment of truth occurred during the big game. People inside the stadium had access to our Snapchat geo-filters, while we interacted with brands and users on social media in real time. Avocados from Mexico had the most shared logo on both Instagram and Twitter. Guac World was the most mentioned hashtag, and guac was the most used word across all big game conversation. We came out of the big game on top of the world. Avocados from Mexico was the #1 brand in MillerCoors Digital Bowl report, saw an increase in purchase consideration for a 2nd year in a row, gained 4.5 billion impressions, and claimed their crown as the most talked about brand of the game for the 2nd year in a row. Even after the big game had ended, our following continued to grow.
I don't know if you realize this, you said avocados 10 times. 11 times.
In the end, the members of Guac World lived happily ever after, knowing that once again, a little green fruit took on the big brands. Avocados from Mexico.
So we started with the Super Bowl in 2015. Again, very connected campaign. We took a break last year, 2020, and it was not because of the pandemic. It was because one thing that we fear as we grow out of that startup stage, because we were created in 2014 as a marketing group, is that we fear that at some point we're going to be thinking, let's keep doing this just because that's the way we have been doing it. So we took a step back and just reassess, why are we doing this? What do we want to do with this? And where do we want to move it just to continue to be innovative? And I remember that before the Super Bowl last year, we had a digital campaign, but we didn't have the spot. I was listening to a podcast, a marketing podcast, and they were saying that, you know, they were discussing how there's still in 2021, there's that lack of connectivity across, you know, the different media and platforms and channels for the Super Bowl. But still in 2021, it continues to be a creative showcase when users and consumers really have their cell phone in their hands, ready to do something, to take an action. And then they say that someday one brand is going to change the rules of the game by connecting everything around in a more purposefully way toward sales or performance. I remember I was walking, you know, remember that we were all like working from home, and I was working around a lake. I saw a lot while I was working. And I remember texting my CEO and I say, listen to this podcast, that has to be us. So I have a year to think about this. And we came back to this Super Bowl with a revolutionary marketing approach. I didn't invent it, but it's a few people in the industry that's most progressive were already talking about. And I informed myself and educated myself. And we were ready to launch a Super Bowl campaign with a new approach that we're calling, and everybody else that talks about it, brand performance, which is the combination of brand and performance. Because right now, we need to take that, the most valuable piece, marketing, I would say marketing asset, which is a Super Bowl spot, and just put it to use. Let's connect it to the storefronts with the multiple retail platforms. One bold prediction that I have is that in the future, in the near future, the brands are going to be built in the retail ecosystems. We saw those ecosystems, how they went from one vertical to one platform and now to one ecosystem. So what we're doing this year, all our branded assets are shoppable. Even our Super Bowl that is online has a QR code in the end card that takes you to a storefront. We partner with Meatmac, the e-commerce accelerator, and our entire campaign is shoppable. We have we're blending digital words and physical work. We have an activation in New York City with 20 TikTok influencers just creating content. That content is going to have a link to the storefront. So a lot of things going on, and hopefully I'm going to have the opportunity to show you the case story once we have it. But just to close this, I'm going to leave you with our Super Bowl spot for this year. Is rooted in an insight that avocados are so good for you, so good for your health, such a good flavor that even the most chaotic situations, when you add avocados, they get better. And this is in a tailgate in a Roman Coliseum that there was a chaos. Avocados came into the picture, everything is great.
I think that that's very true, and I wish I was in Blackboard right now. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's super.
I was on time.
Well, it's tough, because we go for 3 months in an ox cut with our kids to watch you get destroyed.
Yeah, we made a great time.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know avocados from Mexico.
You want some? Let's kick this party up a bit. They also taste great on salads. Yeah, Caesar, we got it.
Sorry, that was way better than my introduction. So we are super excited. Welcome to the stage to join you, Esther McGuire, SVP of Marketing at GOL.
Did anyone want any guacamole or with avocado. So for 2 lucky contestants at the Q&A, we do have some avocados from Mexico that we really want to ensure that we're getting our fill. And it was perfectly right for Super Bowl or the game. Legal Eagle said they game, they are happy. But this is really exciting to be able to sit here with you, Yvonne. 7 years is such an amazing accomplishment, and everything that you've seen from the case study is really fantastic. I love Barksdaleism. It's the CEO of NFP, and he says, if we have data, let's look at the data. If all we have are opinions, let's go with mine. And so I really love this like brand performance and this profession of being really innovative, but also showing it through like quantifiable metrics. What does that mean? Showing the value. You have a lot of people that when you talk about the forum of a big game and what that means about massive audience reach and how exciting that is for people. And some people might say, you know, that old quote, it's like, I know 100% of my advertising is here, but I only know 50% works. I just don't know which half. We're really looking at when they say spray and pray, which isn't the most quantifiable or scientific method. It's really exciting to see a case study that actually has these values and metrics. And so I just really wanted to talk about, at first, you had mentioned the concept of brand performance, and it's really exciting when we see the innovation that's come from the campaign and what's inspired. Can you expand more on brand performance and what that means?
Sure. Two things that are important here, and I'm going to refer to the Drum article. It's a really, really good one, and Avocado from Mexico took like half of the real estate, even though Meta was also in the headline. But it was telling that's expected. That's what happened. Meta is expected for them to dominate the conversation, and the authors say what is unexpected is that Avocado from Mexico, and they really got under the hook of our campaign based on what they wrote is. They are doing this, they are doing that, they are manufacturing that opportunity to try conversation. So, and one thing that they point out that very, very smart whoever did this analysis, because we, you say, you know, it's a huge audience, but we're very intentional about who we reach. Yes, we're reaching everybody with the Super Bowl spot, but that's what digital is all about. And if you look at the numbers, Avocado from Mexico is the only brand in the Super Bowl that is has a participation on social media. The ratio is 75% female, and no other brand. The other brands are like the other way around. And so that's first is intentional. I say this to show that our metrics are very intentional. We are performance obsessed, a performance obsessed organization. We built a platform to track every single thing that we do across the entire organization. Every person in the organization has no less than 50 different goals that we track every single month. And at the end, well, it's performance-based metrics. So like we were talking earlier, we were the brand, the top 1 brand for 3 consecutive years in the variation of purchase consideration 1 month after the Super Bowl. The poll YouGov, they surveyed 4,500 consumers every day for a whole month, starting before the Super Bowl and going after the Super Bowl. And then they published the results. What brands are top in purchase consideration 1 month after the Super Bowl? And Avocados from Mexico had been number 1. All the other brands, even the big ones, below us. And we're talking about a variation of 15%, 12%, say 6% was the lowest. So when we talk about brand performance, going to your question is, we think how many metrics this campaign will support, and then we build the avenues and the tactics to get to those metrics. If it supports 20 metrics and we have to build local activations, digital, pay search, all the channels of digital, will do it. So that I think that connectivity and the looking at the metrics as a matrix set instead of an individual isolated metric is the kind of what is around brand performance.
Thank you. And because it's very important to get the data right. So 7 years alone, brand preference you mentioned increased from 20 to 60%. And it was the #1 brand among all Super Bowl advertisers in terms of purchase consideration for 3 years in a row. And so that really is what's wonderful is the focus of the testament on what you've done for advertising. So you're talking about brand performance. And I really, as you were speaking of the metrics that you want to build a creative around, I think that really looks at various creative that you've executed upon. You have, how and what advice can you give others for determining what the creatives are, what they represent, versus the defining of what that performance metric is.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because there's a kind of that debate in the industry, what drives what? Is creative drive media or media drives creative? I'm more the creative type, and I believe that media should drive creative because media is what is going to carry your metric, your performance metric, your business metric. So once we determine what is the business metric and the performance metric, we then define what is the type of creative, the asset, the visual, the narrative, the headline of the creative that is going to carry that metric or capture that metric. So, and we tested and we A/B test and we tested what will be the best performance creative for each specific metric. So this is very, very, very important. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of having those aligned. What is that we want the media to do, and what is going to be the creative that will allow the media to do what we would want from it.
I wanted to just bring up again, I thought it was so impressive when you said the number of employees that work for Avocados in Mexico, and you see the massive scale that's here. And we talk a lot in advertising industry in general, but even communication interfaces. And so we talk a lot about silos, and there is very distinct pieces of the creative type versus the metrics or the performance or the ranking. It's beautifully talked about here with passion, innovation, but even thinking of Avocados. And so really looking at how Avocados in Mexico has made it a testament to say we want to blur the lines between the two and to just be very in tune with each side of the department and what you're doing. Do you have any advice for what you've done and your passion behind making sure that the creative ties all the way to the end and having that full circle touch point?
Yeah, I love that question too because it's difficult, it's not easy, and it's something that we're doing right now as we speak. Not only the creative and the media, you have to bring your shopper team, you have to bring which is 100% of performance group, you have to bring all together. So how we're doing, I started as leading the digital practice for the organization. I was then promoted as a VP of marketing, and I have now digital and brand, media and data and analytics under my group. So it was a great opportunity then to bring more integration. So tomorrow, we're actually in the middle of our planning meeting on top of the Super Bowl campaign. And tomorrow we have an all-day meeting with, there's about 40 people in one meeting. Complicated, but we thought that it was necessary to bring shopper and the agencies. We have 11 advertising agencies in the company. So bringing a representation of each agency, so we start thinking about what are the opportunities for the next fiscal year. But when we think about the opportunities, the way I describe it to my team is it's not that we're going to get into the shopper team to tell them what to do, but we need to have the same route, and then everybody will build their branches. That route is what we're attempting to build tomorrow in the complex meeting. And then when you build the branches, is everything aligned? And believe me, an advice is a lot easier to align before than to try to align later on when everybody already started doing. A lot of Frankensteins are out there because of this.
Amazing, and I'm really proud of us because we are so good on time. We have 1 minute, so we could open up for Q&A for there is Avocados on the line.
Now it's time to prove the power of avocados.
I love avocados. I was curious about the addition of the shopper QR codes and integrating that into applications content that you have out there and what that user experience you can expect that to look like.
Yeah, so we started actually experimenting with that during the year. We have bins with product in the grocery stores, and we place a QR code in those bins. In our Super Bowl campaign, actually, we have bins in the grocery stores, and those QR codes are leading shoppers to one specific room in our Super Bowl digital platform. We built a house, we call it the House of Goodness. And one of the rooms of that house is the kitchen. The kitchen is the performance area because they can buy avocados, look for a recipe. So it's tactics that are down the funnel, and the connectivity with in-store and digital is very seamless. Everything, we don't have, we market as a CPG, and that has been our philosophy from the beginning. But we don't have the most important element of a CPG brand, which is the package. And because of that, then we created our own package. The shopper team created a branded bag that have 5 avocados in, and we can partner with Susan B. Komen, we brand this. So we do a lot of creative things with that bag. QR codes were in that bag. And that was just a testing. We were testing the waters. This year we're going to come with a much more cohesive and broad application coming from the shopper assets.
Can you talk a little bit more about the influence strategy?
I love every question that you guys are asking, so I'm very excited about it. We started working with influencers at day one. And what it amazes me is how influencer marketing has changed radically from 2015, when you have an influencers and you told them, this is what I want you to say, and my logo has to be there, and this is the type of font that you're going to use. Influencers and the media and the culture that TikTok has created rebelled against that. They say orders no more. I do my thing, I own my space, I own my platform, and I'm the one who set the rules. And brands have to relinquish creative freedom. So what we're doing right now is that we have 20 TikTok influencers. We give them a space, a physical space with we do a lot of quirky things. So we launch a fashion collection, a fashion clothing collection as a creative asset to communicate the message of our campaign, always good. And we set a space in New York, and we manufactured the collection that until then was only digital. And we get them to the influencers, just try it on, do your thing. Honestly, I mean, I started, I'm a Gen X, say that here. So when I saw that, I say, oh, I don't know. I asked my agency guy, are you sure this is going to work like that? Why are we having only one kind of canvas for them to say? I mean, literally, my creative director put his 9-year-old daughter to explain what is the dynamic of that challenge. And I say, okay, it makes sense, it makes total sense. So yeah, we have a challenge, and then we have a challenge. The influencers are taking an avocado, changing their clothes with the goodness clothes with the color of our brand. That was important to the moral color, and then everything is good. Remember that the dynamic of our campaign. I was amazed how that was caught on fire on TikTok in hours. So now what the audiences are doing is just taking those videos, and doing a duet with those influencers. And of course, they have to buy avocados to be able to do the duet. So it's all over TikTok now, and it's growing on me, honestly. It's amazing what I'm seeing now. Yeah.
9-year-olds.
Have you got your own TikTok yet?
Yeah. I have a TikTok. I have 2 posts. And I'm not sure that I want to promote my account because I think that my sons say, Mom, no. Those are not cool. Right.
You talk about the brand performance and all of the different metrics. Can you talk a little bit about your measurement, your data architecture, and your measurement strategy? I mean,
yes,
a little bit more, and how in your team, like how many people are on the team?
Yeah, so the things that the way that we do things in Avocado from Mexico, I started. So it's an exploration trip. So I started actually building our first party data in 2016 when nobody even we didn't even think that the cookies, the third-party cookies were going to disappear. But then when things started growing, now my team is bigger. I have one person that is amazing. He's a genius and he has the type of profile that is really good at analytics and data. So we transferred the whole thing over him. And he really have done an amazing job because now absolutely everything we do is like heavily tagged. We don't only tag the basics, but we tag events. Actually, our website was so tagged that the development team was worried that it's going to make it slower. But then I have my analytics and data team say, no, we need that data. And we have a CDP that is capturing all that behavioral data, training the machine. We have a partnership with TikTok, e-commerce accelerator. We're tagging their landing pages also to get that data. TikTok has a partnership with LiveRamp also, and they are we're capturing demographic and psychographic data. I know that there's I mean, like I say, the ecosystem last time that I saw had 7,000 partners. I have a great conversation with you guys last week about the amazing capabilities. I immediately called my team, hey, let's make an appointment for a demo. So everything that will make us smarter about the data that we're capturing and the way that we can use that data is we just take it. And it's a race against the time because later is too late.
I think it's time for one more, but mine's really quick. Giovanni, if you're watching this, did you see how much Yvonne loves you? And
I forgot that we were live. Right, that was not a trigger from me, Giovanni.
Hi, I saw that you partnered with Tabasco. Is there a reason you chose that as opposed to other hot sauces or being brand agnostic?
So partnerships are a big thing for us, especially on the shopper side. They always are building partnership, and that year, 2018, they had a partnership in store. Usually we translate the in-store partnerships into the digital space. They had a partnership with Tabasco, and I say, hey, the creative idea was perfect for a partnership because it was a town, guacamole town, and say, hey, we build you some, we have some real estate for you. We can build you something in your digital platform, and they loved it and came over, shared the cost of their piece, and we launched together. So, and I think that was in 2018. I think that today's partnerships are gaining more momentum because it's amazing what you can do with partners, like you guys, and partners like other brands. I think that the strength of the future of marketing is in partnerships.
Right. Thank you.
Very good end.
Thank you so much. This was fantastic.
First of all, there's plenty of open seats still available, and we need to keep that stability clear in the back. So please, if everybody who's standing in the back can come fill in, there's a lot of open seats. I had a college professor who actually did studies on this. He called it an allergy to the front row, and why people psychologically avoid sitting in front. But I promise the speakers will not bite you. You're going to be okay. So let's everybody come join the front. Thank you so much. And then I have one other announcement. So there's 4 audience members today. If you own and parked in the lot and you have a blue Jeep, a white BMW, a gray Tesla, or a black BMW SUV. Well, they just need you to move it because it's blocking. Okay, so that's, I don't know which was yours, but if you have a blue Jeep, a white BMW, a gray Tesla, or a big black SUV, they need you to move it for the cars. Awesome. And again, there's plenty of open seats, so you don't need to stand. And now it's back to you. I'm going to keep the show rolling. This is not fun time. Go.
Well, thank you guys so much for those who moved up and joined me up front. I appreciate it. Obviously, Esther and Yvonne crushed it as we knew they would. Great conversation and really fun, positive energy to keep us going through the day. We are getting there. So speaking of positivity, in this next conversation, we'll be diving into the 450s, work developing allyship between brands and members of the NBA. And they're focused on creating great content that brings players' life and their true passions forward, and the causes that they support. Please help me and welcome to the stage, Keisha Wright, VP Integrated Marketing, Inc. 450, and our moderator, Celeste Hubbard-Bren, President of Avocados Studios.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I did decide that we should just sit on the sides of our pictures to make sure that it was all straight. Each of us are, but my name is Celeste Hubbard-Bren. As mentioned, I'm the president of Avocados Studios. If you haven't heard of Avocados Studios, we are a member of the 72 and Sunny family. You probably haven't heard about them at all this week. So I'm also a member of the Stagwell Network. So I am happily one of the leaders of our studio, in which we really focus on sport and branded content. And that's exactly what we're going to talk to you all about today. I have the pleasure of being here with Miss Keisha Wright. And Keisha, one thing I just love to start, I'd really love to understand how people have gotten to where they are today. We'll get into what you're doing at Think 450 and what that's all about, but how did you get here?
It's a very long story, so I'll make it short. My career is going to be Twinko, for lack of a better analogy. I started my undergrad, well, I finished my undergrad at Stanford University. When I got to Stanford, I thought I would be a doctor, so I was pre-med, despite the fact that I absolutely hate chemistry, I hate needles, I hate blood, I don't know what I was thinking. I loved kids and I wanted to work with kids. I was being a pediatrician. I graduated from Stanford. I worked in education for about 10 years. And when I worked in education, I developed a media literacy curriculum. And that's when I started really loving media and entertainment. So I grew up in LA. I now live in Brooklyn. When I moved to New York, I said, I'm going to transition my career to entertainment and sports. I didn't play any sports. I did play on point and play. I made my middle school basketball team, but I never. So I started working at Nickelodeon in the Consumer Insights group, and I have a passion for insights, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then I went from Nickelodeon to Teen People. I love youth culture, and then from Teen People to the NBA, from the NBA to the Nets, and from the Nets now to the PA. So I worked with all sides of basketball. So that's crazy.
That's been an amazing career, and I did not attend Stanford University, but if I could do it all over, I'm sure I would try, and I'm sure they would think twice. So tell us a little bit about Think 450 and what you all do. We had the opportunity to meet one another about 2 months ago. Thank you, Damien. It feels like we've become fast friends, and I love when my clients become friends. So for me, hearing about Think 450 was a new entity and aspect of the NBA, and it's just a really massive opportunity to tell stories with some of your players. So tell me about what that process is like.
So Think 450 is a really nascent organization. It's the partnership and innovation engine of the National Basketball Players Association, the NBPA. We were started in 2017 with the most recent collective bargaining agreement when the players took back the rights to their collective name, image, and likeness. And so Think 450 exists to help them manage and maximize those rights through licensing, that's product licensing, through grassroots basketball activities. And then my group is the branded content, I don't like to call it that, but partnerships through content and experiential activation. We create content mainly in two buckets. So the first is more long form storytelling, where we partner with players to tell stories of transition. We currently have a doc, the Vince Carter doc, which is on Crackle. We also have How the Sound doc on Amazon. And then my team, we create more short form content where we're pairing players with brands and creating experiences.
And we're going to talk a little bit later about what it takes or what one should expect as a brand when working with Think 450. But there is this nuance, you know, you are a part of the NBA Players Association, which is therefore attached to the NBA. But I'd love to hear from you what it means, so some of the benefits of specifically working with Think 450 versus broader partnerships with the NBA.
A lot of people, even sometimes NBA partners, get a little bit confused about the difference between working with the PA and working with the NBA. So when you work with the NBA, you of course get access to logo band and all of the team IP. And that includes all of their events. When you work with us, you get access to the players to either activate on an individual or group basis. And so since it is sort of a player's league, you know, the players are the storyline. A lot of people say, you know, it's a league for scale, and they definitely provide scale. You can work with the teams to get that local relevance, and you can work with players to get storytelling. I think you can work with players to get all of those things. Our players have reached more than 600 consumers collectively across social. Because they work in different team markets, you can get that local relevance, and of course the storytelling.
I think the storytelling is, of course, what really allows for deeper engagement with our audiences, especially as fans of these individual players. Everyone's a fan typically of teams. You have a favorite team generally, but I think we all have our favorite players. So as a brand, when you get to intimately, you know, work with them to develop a message that's also authentic to them, it creates those deeper connections. And I know we're really excited to be a partner with you in developing those stories and those content, some of which are coming soon. But we do have some work that we can show with everyone from the reel. Anything to set it up?
Yep. Oh, not that one.
So we saw some really great examples of the brands that you've worked with in the past, and we'll dig into some of those case studies for sure. But before we do that, I'd love to better understand the nature of how you work with the players. I believe you call it the 23-12 effect.
Okay. So we have 3 principles that guide the work that we do with our players and our partners. The first one is literally underneath Think 450. So we think really holistically about all 450 players that are in the league. And how many people got that? 30 teams, 15 players on a roster, 450 players. Simple math, so that I was good at college. So we think, a brand might come to us and they typically, I think someone said today, athletes are really oversaturated. I think it's only a few that you see all the time. And so brands will come to us and they'll say, we want to work with player XYZ. And we say, well, why don't you tell us a little bit more about why you want to work with that player? Like, give us a profile of a player that you want to work with. Because with our legendary intelligence video that we might be able to come back to you with 10 additional players who might have an audience that has a stronger affinity for whatever the topic is, might have deeper engagement, and we'll give you choices because we know all 450 really well. And that leads me to the second principle, and it's all about player intelligence. So we're constantly growing our database of player intelligence. And so we do that through a couple of different touch points. So our player engagement team, they're embedded with our players. They go to the team meetings. When we were in the bubble, our player engagement team was in the bubble for 3 months or however long that was. And then our media team, they use media days to ask very specific questions of guys on an individual basis. So we get to understand what they're thinking individually, whereas player engagement gets to understand things more broadly. And then we have a survey called the 450 IP. It's our insights profile, 7-question proprietary survey. And we ask all players to fill that out when they're coming in, usually when they're rookies. And then we have our foundation. So that's on the PA side. And our foundation has tons of information about what players are interested in investing on a from a community point of view. So we use all of that intelligence. And when a brand comes to us and gives us a profile of a player we want to work with, we kind of scrape, we have a CRM system and we do our research and provide you back with 10 players, for example, that you can choose from. So that's think 450, thinking holistically, leading with insights, and then the third, the 2312 effect. So the 2312 effect is, we like to say, there's 48 minutes on the court. Our players only have 23 hours and 12 minutes of other things that they do. And that provides really, really fertile ground for really rich storytelling because of all their various passions. And so we use those 3 sort of principles inform our entire approach to partnership, which we call brand allyship. And so with brand allyship, we try and base all partnerships on some point of connection with a brand. And so we look at a shared value, a shared mission, a shared belief, a shared affinity, and then we use that as a foundation for partnership. And we try and flip sort of the traditional model of sports marketing, whereas, and I think a lot of the speakers have been talking about this, where you kind of have to relinquish a little control. You come to us and consider us as your business creative agency and partner. Bring us a challenge, and don't necessarily bring us a message that you want our players to say. Don't tell us where you want the logo to be, but let us go to our guys and say, here's something where you share a point of connection. What would you want to do with this? And we challenge the brands to use their resources, their distribution channels, to amplify the player's voice, rather than having the players sort of parrot back the brand message. Let's create a new message together that's really authentic to the player and authentic to their community.
Yeah, you touched on so many, I think, brilliant aspects in terms of how you engage with the brands and make the connection with the players more deeply, more intentionally, right? And I love that you guys are doing that from the get-go with the players too, when you can evolve and grow with them as their interests evolve and grow. And then the other thing, y'all are very familiar with what was the bubble. If you recall, it was not very easy to get into the bubble. But you guys had some folks in there and you were able to engage with the players on the ground during what was for everyone an extremely tumultuous few months and years and more. So there was quite a few projects that came out of that time for you all, and ones that were specifically developed on insights that you found with the players at that time. Can you share a little bit about the one with Michelob Ultra?
So this is where I think when we started thinking about brand allyship, so the guys decided when they were going to return to play that they wanted to use the opportunity to really pull it and advance the fight for social justice and racial equality. And so Michelob Ultra, who's a partner of the NBA, a partner of the NBPA, came to us and said, how can we support the guys and what they want to do? And this is such a simple and elegant example of brand allyship. And we said, well, you guys have this asset, this nationally televised courtside signage, and our guys really want to get out the vote. It's the most important thing they think that people can do is to change the structures that govern us. And so what if we use your courtside signage to amplify their voice? And if you'll recall, Michelob Ultra had courtside signage that just said vote. And that is, they had an asset, they lent it to our guys, and they amplified their voices. So that's one example, and it's simple and elegant. There was another partner that we worked with in the bubble, Dubman Plus Care. They came to us after the murder of George Floyd, and they said they had an idea for something that they wanted to do. And we listened and said, you know, we know it's on the mind of our guys, and what they really want to do is to affect long-term change. And the idea that Doug had was a great idea, but it was sort of a little bit more short-term. And so we shared some insight that we had about what our guys were thinking about. And together we came up with this Commit to Care Now, Commit to Care about racial equity now. And it was all about the shared point of connection that we identified was, you know, Dubman Plus Care is all about showing the way that men care. And our guys care very passionately about a lot of things. They care about their families, their spouses, their communities. And so how can we tell stories that show all of the ways that these Black men care and care deeply about things in order to change the way that the world perceives them, and then hopefully change the way that the world treats them as a result. And so we had set up a studio in the bubble, thinking that guys would want to film content. You know, they were going to be there sequestered forever. And so we set up a studio, not knowing that we were going to use it this way. So we had a shooter on the ground, and we drafted 11 guys. One of them was Chris Paul, our president at the time. And we just did these straight to camera, unscripted interviews. They're black and white, they're very beautiful. And we just had the guys talk about all the things they care about. And then we used that content across all of those channels. So we created a microsite together where we asked people to take a pledge to commit to care about racial equity. They could sign a petition about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We created short form social across all of the guys' 11 channels. We created a national 30-second TVC. So another really good example of brand allyship where Doug had all these channels, they had all of this media and all of these resources, but they amplified our players' message through that point of connection. So that's also a really good example coming out of the bubble. And then can I share a more recent example? Or we should share before we share the Doug spot. We'll share it first and then I'll share the results. They were really strong.
A lot of stereotypes around Black men created by false media narratives. They're shown as thugs, gangsters. It's an unfair judgment. Black men care about Black women. Black men care about their families. Black men care about this world. Dub Men Plus Care and the MBPA are partnering to change the way the world sees and treats Black men. Join us at committocarenow.com.
That work won several awards, so very proud of that. We had over 100,000 visits to the website of people taking the pledge. Right after the campaign, I think a year ago now, we had over 3 million views of all the videos, so it did really well. 100% positive image unheard of, I think. So really proud of that work. And then finally, a more recent example, we've been working with, we just finished a campaign with Champion Athletic Wear, and they came to us with a very broad sort of challenge. They have their Be Your Own Champion messaging. And for them, Be Your Own Champion is more than about winning a trophy. It's about playing with integrity, playing for the love of the game, and inspiring others. And so they said, how can we sort of tell that story through the voice of the player? And we know from our guys, you know, they love to give back to the communities that raised them. And there's these community champions. I know now because I'm a mom of an AU kid, my son. And you know, travel a lot. You know, there's our spots that we go to. There, you know, he'll go. He forgot his Gatorade. He'll go to that bodega or whatever, and they'll give it to him, and I pay later. You know, there's all these people in the community who support that journey. And so, how can we tell that story? So we ended up working with James Wiseman, who plays for the Kings, and I'm sorry, the Warriors. And we wanted to go, we went to Nashville and we interviewed his middle school coach, his high school coach, and his sister. And they told the story about all the things that they knew about James and how they had supported him on his journey to the NBA. And then we went and shot him up in San Francisco, talking about how they had supported him. We brought an artist from Memphis with us to both Nashville to Memphis, and then we also brought that artist to San Francisco, and that artist turned James' story into a mural, which then became a capsule collection that Champion put out in November. And then as a sort of full circle moment, that capsule collection then informed a community grant program where we gave 5 grants of $10,000 each to community champions that had been nominated by fans. So that's another example of, the player told his story. He sort of amplified and celebrated his community, and then we were able to give back to community again.
One thing in particular that I'm hearing also is just the varying channels and ways that you can bring these opportunities to life, to tell these stories, to highlight various initiatives, and to allow opportunity for players and grants to operate in the same space of similar values. So anything from murals or capsule collections, TVC, all of the above. And speaking of media channels, we all know content is king. We're all absorbing it 24 hours a day almost. But we've been talking about metaverse. Have you guys heard about that? Metaverse, it's the future. But some of us are still, we're trying to figure out what's going on right now. And I know all of y'all haven't figured out TikTok. So I'd love to hear maybe some examples of work done in the TikTok space. Feel free to take out your notepads.
Or don't, because I don't always get it either. We like I said, we're a recent organization, and although we love TikTok, and I'm definitely not in the TikTok era, I'm trying to get in there. But we did our first TikTok campaign last August. We worked with QuickBooks. I think there was a clip in our video, and they had a small business challenge, and we drafted 11 guys again to support their small business challenge. We called it Back Small Biz. And 11 guys posted about their 4 favorite small businesses. 2 of the guys, Trey Young and Kyle Kuzma, they are big on TikTok. They have, I think, collectively 1.5 million followers. And so TikTok used them as influencers to support their branded hashtag challenge. They have branded filter. And their videos, I think they got 500,000 views. But the overall campaign that QuickBooks did, I think, generated over 1 million user videos of doing that challenge. See, I don't even know the terminology. But because of that, we have decided, and one of the things that we are constantly looking for is alternate distribution channels, because we typically rely on our guys' social media. We'll put paid behind it. But now we're thinking about how can we partner with TikTok to continue to use these branded hashtag challenges as a way to extend the distribution that we do that.
And so we all know we have to exist in content world, virtually, socially, but it doesn't leave real life out of the opportunity. What are you guys doing to maybe be hybrid, or to, again, continue to reach people on the most intimate levels possible?
So I think I've heard it here several times today. I think I heard it yesterday. I think Fernando said your brand can't exist in one lane. You have to exist in multiple lanes. And even though we're a new brand, the PA was very much not a consumer-facing brand 2 years ago. It was just for the players. But now we've become a more consumer-facing brand. And so I think someone else said you have to show up in unexpected ways. And so this past November, we launched something called MBPA 450 Kids. And we took over a digital double-decker bus in New York City, one of those great tour guide buses. We totally wrapped it, and we created 14 days of content for the digital screen. And every day for 14 days, we stopped at a new location throughout New York City, and we revealed a new gift that fans could win that was either curated by one of our players or one of our partners. And so we had the opportunity to play 2K with Josh Giddey, a meet and greet with Mikhail Walker-Alexander. Jaylen Brown has his juice collection. We gave away a full closet full of apparel. And so we had all these fun things. Our partners were Mountain Dew, Black and Bold, who was an NBA partner. They sampled coffee. So at the top of the bus, we had a DJ booth and sampling bar. We had we gave away sweets from Black-owned companies, and everywhere we pulled up, we had a party. When we were outside of the Apollo Theater, the bus was literally rocking. Fans doing the wobble. It was such a good time. And so over the course of the 14 days, we connected with more than 2,000 people live, but then we extended that reach through the content that we posted on social and digital channels. So that's one way that we're trying to show up in multiple lanes. And we continue to do that. We're launching tent poles. We'll have our next live tent pole in Las Vegas, and it's called PlayerCon. It's basically our version of ComplexCon, but all collaborations with our players and fashion brands around sneakers, NFTs, entertainment. And so I think the way that we're approaching events is, I talked about scale earlier. We kind of want to have a more curated experience where you feel lucky if you get to come to one of our events. So we're not going to be selling tickets. It's going to be a drop. And if you're lucky enough to get one of those tickets, you'll experience a very curated event.
Okay, so I need to know what the drops are. And second of all, I just love to hear where you think the future of branded content is and what that space looks like specific to Think 450.
So the metaverse for sure. Well, first of all, I think we'll continue to be hybrid. We know that millennials and Gen Z love experiences, so we want to continue to create experiences for them to come together. But we also want to make those give them access digitally, because that extends the reach, especially when we're going to have curated sort of smallish events. I think we definitely are exploring the metaverse. So last year, during our players summer meeting, we played around with a virtual reality gifting suite where our players could shop different brand partners and then get that merch shipped directly to them. And that received really good feedback from our players and our members. So I think we're thinking about ways to extend that for consumers as well. And I think PlayerCon will have some sort of metaverse extension or experience associated with it. And then NFTs. I don't know if you guys saw what Coachella did with their NFT tickets. Did you see this? They have 10 keys. If you're lucky enough to bid on one of these 10 keys, you get a trailer for 10 friends with a chef.
That's,
so I think
that's how I do.
That's how you roll. Yeah, I wish. So I think we're looking at exploring something like that with our PlayerCon ticketing strategy. And are there tickets that get you like really super exclusive access and an experience that you can't have any other way? So like everybody else, we're trying to figure out metaverse and all those things.
And so many of us are here this week, leading into the weekend for mostly brand innovators, but there's a football game going on as well. But you have a pretty intense and large event of your own coming up next week, the NBA All-Star game. Anything we should look forward to that you may be activating, or how are you guys approaching it this year?
So we had, I think I mentioned that we were launching our own events this year. So we have 3 that we're launching. PlayerCon, which I talked about, will happen in July in Vegas. 450 Gives is our holiday event. And we had planned to launch the Players House, which gives fans an opportunity to basically live a day in the life of a player. We decided to not launch Players House in Cleveland, just due to COVID. We didn't want to launch a tentpole event in an unknown sort of atmosphere. So look for that next year in Indianapolis. The Players House will come to life. But we are welcoming and having a really nice welcome dinner for our new executive director Tamika. Our executive committee will come together and then we'll have a reception. So we're going to keep it small and safe in Cleveland, but I will be there. So I hope to see some of you guys as well. If you're there, let me know.
I just imagine the Players House for me to step into the view of an NBA player. Am I going to have platform? You know, something that gets me to my 7 foot. Exactly. Well, okay, just to wrap it up, for all of you out there that are curious and wondering how best to engage with the 450, what advice would you give them?
Good question. And I think I'll sort of echo the things that we've heard from other speakers this weekend or this week. I think you need to we do our best work when you bring a business challenge rather than a fully baked campaign. It doesn't work as well with insert player X here. It works better when we build together. I think Adrienne from Google said that. She said, we don't want, your idea to be a reveal. We want to build it with you. And you should consider Think 450 and our guys as your creative agency. And working with content partners like Ketchup, we can totally be that creative agency and come up with a solution together with you. We have a great example of that. We can't share the brand, but we have a partner, a prospective partner, who came to us with a business challenge. They have a product related to the game that is somewhat controversial. And so they want to know how can we talk about this product, get people excited about this product without talking about that controversial part of this product. And I'll leave you to guess what it could be. And so we got on a phone call with the Hedger team, and we brought some player insights to them, and using those player insights, they came back to us with some amazing ideas that we shared with the client, and the client is very excited about this new way to tell the story about this product that they have. So that's where we do our best work, like bring us a business challenge. And I think, again, to quote Fernando, he said, you have to be, well, I'm going to paraphrase, be comfortable with discomfort. If you're going to relinquish the reins of your brand a little bit, you have to be flexible, you have to be comfortable with discomfort. And so I say we do our best work in that space as well. Sometimes we have conversations with brands, and when we share insights, they're like, oh, I didn't know that. And it's okay if you don't know something, that's what we're here for. And I think those are the things, be comfortable, be flexible, and be curious.
I'd love to hear from your perspective. You're talking a lot about community work, and obviously all the college kids are looking up the players, and March Madness being around the corner. There's a lot of questions about what's going to happen with, what they're able to do and whatnot. But I'd love to hear, you guys are setting the standard for all the players, how you're talking to the younger generation and inspiring them and sort of linking it. I know there's a lot of questions and uncertainty as well, and opportunity as well.
Yeah, I think about this a lot. As I said, I have a young athlete at home, and trying to build up Instagram so we can take advantage of this. What I will say, what I will say, it's very different. Our guys have a union that represents them, and our mission is to protect, support, and amplify. The college kids don't necessarily have that, and so I think the best way, this is just my own personal advice. It's to do things you're passionate about, and to work with companies that you feel good about, because I feel like right now with the college NIL, it's the wild, wild west, and in order to stay safe is just to do things that are authentic to you. And I feel like that's where guys see the best value, and where they're able to amplify their voices and the things that they're most passionate about. And because the kids don't necessarily have a union, that they should stay safe. By doing things that they are passionate about, and not just jumping at every opportunity because it knocks on your door.
And how has open doors and some of those? Last year, so I'd love to hear what that drove for a lot of the players.
Yeah, we worked with Open Doors. I think one of the biggest benefits for us working with Open Doors is just the player intel. Like I said, we like to lead with insights, and so knowing what our players' audiences are most passionate about, the brands that they're most passionate about, helps us align those affinities. And so I really like Open Doors, and I think if some of the college kids are signing up with Open Doors, or even the colleges themselves are working with Open Doors. Does everybody know what Open Doors is? Okay, then I think that's definitely a great way to go. I'm glad that you brought that up, because that was a partnership that I really appreciate.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how Facebook is partnering with the WNBA, if at all?
Yes, so we definitely partner with the WNBA. We will have partners that come to us and say that they want to involve a WNBA player in a campaign that we're working on. So, for example, with the 450 Gives campaign, one of our partners, Merrill, wanted to work with a WNBA player in addition to having an NBA player create content for them. And so although we don't represent the WNBA players, we have a close relationship with them. And so we'll reach out to their PA and ask them, similar to the way that we look for our players, you know, here's the profile of player that we're looking for. Is there someone that you would recommend we work with? We also worked with the W for Mountain Dew. We created some content for them last year around playoffs and All-Star, and they wanted to do that campaign with the W as well. And so we were able to use that, work with our counterparts at the WNBA to bring the WNBA players into our content as well. So we do work with them closely.
All right, well, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. One for sure. Now let's open the stage. John Buchanan, CMO, Legal News, and Elaine Cox, Executive Creative Director of 72 and Study. We're here to talk about and your personal professional dreams that intersect with marketing. Without further ado, enjoy.
Somebody who loves using their hands when they walk. This is going to be really fun.
Bring a special person, John. Well, I'm very excited to be speaking with my good friend John again here. Has a lot of really great experience when it comes to athletes and also regular people like you and I. Everyone is generally familiar with the idea of believing yourself, but the ability to take action is everything. And in the midst of player empowerment, sports, the rise of the gig economy, people needing to take their own livelihood into their own hands, left and right, great resignation, this topic is more relevant now than ever. So you have a unique perspective as you've worked for the NFL. You currently work at Zoom partnering with the NBA. So you've got a lot of magic rumbling in that brain of yours. What can the person sitting on their couch hearing up in the future learn from today's athletes?
It's a fun question to start with. Thanks, Elaine. Man, that's something you could riff on for like hours. I think to just really bubble it down, I would say there's 4 things that I've learned having a chance to work with a lot of amazing athletes as well as leaders. And the 4 things are: number 1, passion. These players show up each and every day believing in the sport that they're playing. They have a passion for it. They're willing to give it their all each and every day, whether it's on or off the court. And what's really fun for me as a dad who's got 2 kids that are athletes, I get to see that passion come through, not just from them, but in other students or other players that I get to be around when I'm on the field. So number 1 for me is they bring a level of passion to the craft, a level of passion to the commitment that they're willing to do for their sport, for their teammates. It's like unparalleled. Number 2, there's a level of grit and determination that they have that is just, it's incredible to watch. The ability for them to be able to work the extra hours, put in the extra time in order to make sure that they are protected, they're building on their craft each and every day. Most people don't realize how much work goes into an athlete and what they do each and every day. We see them on the court, they put some glamour and all of that, but the hours and the blood, sweat, and tears that occurs prior to that is really where the excellence of their work comes to life. There's a great quote out there called that says, embrace the misery of greatness. And I think that athletes who are great at what they do, that personifies who they are. They understand how hard it is. They understand it takes grit, it takes determination, and they're willing to embrace that form of misery to achieve that greatness. Number 3, they're all learners. They want to get better each and every day at their craft. They have a passion for it, they have grit for it, and then they want to be learners. The best in the business consistently ask, what can I do better? They're always asking, who can I work with to be a better teammate, to be a better leader, to be a better quarterback, a better point guard. They're always looking for ways to learn, to improve, to get better. And I think that's one of the most fundamentally important things in life is be that learner. Be somebody who's willing in your own craft, whether you're a creator or you're a marketer,
find ways to continue to learn, find ways to continue to get better each and every day at your craft, and believe that you're never done. There is no peak. The great ones truly and fundamentally believe that. I think the last thing I'd say is, and I think this is more important now than ever before, we just had a question around the NIL and what's going to happen in the college athletic space with brands and name and image and likeness. For me is all of these athletes today understand that their responsibility of playing the sport is bigger than that now. That they have a responsibility through their platform, through their social media outlets, through the ways that children and young adults watch and admire them. They have a responsibility to give back. They have a responsibility to do something with that platform that's for the greater good of just themselves or the sport. And to me, that's why the power of sports and being here this week in Los Angeles in the Super Bowl, it's such an emotionally powerful place to be because you get to see and work with people that are not only great at their craft, but are great at making the world around them that much better. I think it's a very powerful thing, and bringing that back to like Legals and what we do as it relates to being able to provide dreams to come true for individuals who want to become small business owners. You can be the same thing. You may be a small business in a small community. Use that small business to be a platform for good and changing the community for the people around you. I think that's what people can learn from watching these athletes today. It's about passion, grit, and constantly being a learner and realize that your voice and your responsibility is bigger than yourself. And when you recognize that and embrace it, you feel good.
Or learning to not talk with your hands.
Hey, that was pretty good.
That was great. That was great.
You guys are gonna have to pass the microphone back and forth though, because there are some people watching you streaming. We're gonna miss your voice.
Well, so that leads into our next question, which is thinking about athletes and leagues as a whole. What have you learned about the power of sports in the marketplace to help move a message and their ability to help brands and causes?
First, I think number one, it's the scale of sports today. We just think about sports on a global scale, whether it's football in most of the world, cricket in many parts of the world, American football here in the US. The power of sports today from a scale standpoint, and what that scale provides you as a platform, is unparalleled. You're able to connect with so many people because of the power of those platforms around the world. And going back to my earlier point about that idea of just the power of voice and the power of individuals or athletes having a responsibility for greater good. When you work in the sports business, particularly around leagues, you get to work with great players who want to participate in that conversation that you're trying to drive. A great example of that for us is back in October, we announced Fast Break for Small Business, which was a multi-year NBA deal where we're giving $6 million in grants and services to underserved and underrepresented communities in order to help their dreams come true by being able to start and run their own businesses. And it's been amazing working with the NBA and the WNBA and the G League because of the scale that they provide us from a global perspective, but then access to incredible athletes that we get to work with to drive that message through their own authentic voices. And so for us, whether it's Chris Middleton or it's Neka from the Los Angeles Sparks or CJ McCollum, Chris Middleton, Jaylen Brown, all of these players have raised their hands saying, hey, we want to participate in that conversation with you because we know how important it is to be able to help give people a chance to see their dreams come true by becoming that entrepreneur, by helping to build their community. And they get to tell their version of that story and why it's so important to them. So you get to do that in the sports space. And I don't think there's another category that represents that same kind of connection when you're able to do it at scale.
We're friends, it's okay, it's not weird. Well, so that was very deeply personal, wonderful. What about when it comes to an entire category? How can you use marketing to develop a category versus drafting on the point?
Yeah, you're asking that question because Legals can kind of create its own category. And so obviously we have in our mind, we have a big responsibility around that. And that is to help continue to drive that category, to help participate in the conversation around that category. And so the way I think about it is sort of three things. Number one, when you are a brand defining a category, you have to realize that what you are doing is bigger than your brand and bigger than your product. You fundamentally believe that the category that you're trying to build helps people. It solves problems for people. It makes people's lives better or easier. Then you have a responsibility as one of the first movers of a brand in that space to make sure you are educating and teaching people that this is a category that can solve those problems. This is a category that can allow your life to be better. And so you almost have to elevate your messaging to be about something bigger than just the brand or the product, by educating people on just how important this particular category that you're trying to drive. And then take that down to, from a brand perspective, this is how we're going to help you solve that problem. This is the mission we have. These are the values that we have. And then take it down to the product level and say, okay, with this category that we want to define, with a brand that represents these things, here's how our particular product is going to help you solve that problem. Here's how this product is going to help make your life better. And I think as a brand who has first mover advantage or is defining that category, don't look at it as just the product you're trying to market or a brand you're trying to build. Look at it as a responsibility to try to educate the world that there is something out there that is better than the current problems, and that you can actually solve those problems through this new category.
Interesting that using the term education, because you worked for a lot of fun, useful brands, Adobe, EA, the NFL, and now you're legal stuff is complicated and difficult to understand. Yes, it can be very overwhelming. Yeah. So, obviously those other brands, people expected to be like entertained and it was fun and it wasn't so heavy, but now you have to talk to people about legal stuff and educate them without it feeling educational. So how do you do that?
Wow. No, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to keeping it simple. If you create a message through your advertising and through your messaging where you keep the message simple, this is the problem we're trying to solve for you, and this is how we're going to solve it for you, and you do it in a way that's authentic and it's casual and it's connecting from a human perspective in the way that you're trying to deliver that message. What happens is two things occur. Number one, people start to gain confidence that they can do this. They realize, like, wait a minute, is it really that easy to start my own business? Is it really that easy to be able to be successful as an entrepreneur? And look, LegalZoom certainly is representing through their advertising and messaging that it is possible, that I actually have the ability to do this. I have the confidence to do this. So you have a responsibility by keeping that message simple and clear, that while a category like ours, that can be complicated, it can be overwhelming, it can be scary in some ways. If you're able to keep your message simple, you're able to really clearly articulate, this is the problem we're solving, here's how we're going to solve it for you. Provide people that confidence to take that leap. And then through the advertising, as well as other content that you create, you can help educate them on that confidence exists now. I'm now educated on what I need to go do, or I don't want to take that leap. And then from an advertising perspective, hopefully what you do through that messaging of keeping it simple is that the creative you're actually putting market, it's enjoyable, it's fun, and it's breakthrough to give people that confidence that they can make that leap and do it. And it doesn't hurt to work with great people like you to go and make it happen.
Well, so obviously I think the group is sensing there's a lot of passion behind what you're saying. Do you have a personal connection to all this subject matter?
Yeah, I think I've never had more fun in my life professionally. And I say that at the bottom of my heart. And to your point, I've worked with incredible brands, like from the NFL to Yahoo to Adobe to EA. But for this one, I think my connection to this brand, what we're trying to do each and every day, it reaches on such a personal level, and there's such passion for me. And it really stems from two things. One, I grew up in the military, so I lived all over the place. And so as I traveled around the US or in Asia and other places, you just quickly see the disparity and the inequities that exist in the world today, and there's just something fundamentally wrong with that. And I fundamentally believe as a human being, if we can actually elevate all tides, if we can elevate the world around us to be a better place, to allow opportunities and equality to exist, that everyone wins. The world around us becomes a better place. And unfortunately, right now, there's a lot of systemic issues that don't make that happen. And then part of my life, I was raised by a stepdad who happened to be a lawyer and a small business owner, and he owned his own law firm. And so I got to watch how hard it was to actually run a small business, but then also watch how there are serious systemic environmental challenges around the legal and financial systems today. And we got to figure out how to fix that. And I believe we are a brand that's trying to do that. I believe we are a brand that's going to, through our mission of democratizing law and creating equitable access to all, have a chance to actually make that happen. And if we do that, then the world around us becomes a better place. And we get to work with great sports brands like the NBA, WNBA, G League to be able to do those things to get that message out.
It's clearly meant to be for you too. arrive at that. So we started this conversation on the topic of really being committed to yourself and personal agencies. What words or advice do you have for people who are thinking about or should be thinking about starting a business right now?
Go for it. Like, no, I mean, I think, like, go for it. I mean, it goes back to the conversation we started with, right? If you have a passion for something, if you believe in something, whether it's a product you're thinking about, whether it's a business plan that you believe in, or whether it's a hobby where you're as a side hustle creating a craft that turns into something excellent, go for it. Now, there's no better time in the world to be able to take that leap to go do something. You've got tools available to you. There are now brands and resources out there to be able to help you take that leap. And I think if you can take that leap in a way where you feel educated, you feel confident, you've got a passion for what you do, go for it. And there's just so many opportunities for people because of the world that we are in, being globally connected, being digitally connected, that you can create, whether it's a full-time job as an entrepreneur, a side hustle, someone who wants to give back through their own experiences of being a consultant. There's just no better time in the world today to be able to go do those things. In part because I think the world needs it. And if you believe in what you want to do, and you have a passion for it, there's no better way to live your life than doing that thing you care so much about.
I'm gonna start my own business now.
Sorry, guys.
I'm starting my own business in 10 minutes.
In 10 months.
Okay, fine. I'll give you a countdown. But you have worked for so many interesting brands. What lessons have you learned from them that you're carrying through into this role?
I'm gonna flip that on you a little bit, I think, actually. We talked about the brand, so amazing places to work with the NFL and Adobe and the EA and other places. Honestly, those brands are amazing, but what made those places great and how much I learned from those places weren't the brands, the people that were a part of those brands. I take NFL as an example. I think Tim Ellis was one of the keynotes here. I got to learn from Tim. I got to learn from being out with guys like Ian Trombetta and Peter O'Reilly and so many people at the NFL. That there is a platform there that is so powerful. When you connect it with great creative to build that brand voice and to build that brand message, incredible things can happen. To work with great people at Adobe and EA, where you have such digitally connected products, where each and every day you can see how your customers are engaging with your product, how to make it better each and every day, and then take those insights to be able to then optimize your messages so people learn about how great that entertainment experience can be if you're in video gaming, or how great that experience can be with Creative Cloud inside Adobe by building beautiful assets. It was the people in those companies that gave me that learning and insight. And all the way back to being at Hot Wheels at Mattel years and years and years ago, and working for guys like Doug Wadley or Jeff Walker, who taught me the power of detail and just don't let little things become big things, and ensure that you have attention to detail to your work, your craft, to be able to work through those things, to be able to create really good things. And so I feel blessed that I got to work with these great brands, but more importantly, I got to work with just incredible people who made those brands not only great, but also gave me a chance to be able to take all of those learnings and insights, hopefully apply it to something here and what we're trying to do.
Don't let little things become big things, especially if you're making Hot Wheels.
Yes.
And finally, we know we can't succeed in this world alone. Any advice on the importance of building relationships or partnerships?
My secretary guy was the law firm and has a small business. He had this saying, life is not a dress rehearsal. You only live it once. So make each and every day count, make each and every relationship count. And I think there's just something so fundamentally true about realizing that in this world that we live in, where it's global and it's digital, and you actually can work in companies that you never physically meet someone. At the end of the day, what makes life great are the people that you get to spend time with each and every day. Whether it's personally with friends and family, or professionally with people like you and what we get to do. Embrace that, appreciate that. And my hope is that if you do that, and you treat people the way you want to be treated, and you treat people in a way that they will then realize what you're trying to do as a relationship with them, they'll pay it forward, and you'll pay it forward, and the world becomes a better place. And so I try to do that. I kind of elaborate is such an emotional thing for me, but I just realize that life is about relationships and the people around you, and just appreciate that, respect that, and good things will happen in your life. As a side note, Elaine and I have known each other for years. We've never worked together. And here we are, serendipitously working on a creative platform together and sitting here having this great conversation about the Super Bowl. It's because of relationships that you and I built years ago that happens. And I just hope people really remember that. Don't lose how important that is in life.
Do we have any questions?
Your story really resonated with me. I'm 98 about graduated UCLA law, so. Thesis on the NIL.
Yes.
It's a big opportunity for a company like yours. You talk about education, someone needs to really step in, so school by school, athletes are doing their thing, there's, the federal, sort of ball is up in Mayhem, and there's a big case next year with House, that's going to be in a whole new set, March Madness is around the corner, what's going to happen with that. So I'd love to hear, I'd love to hear how you're going to take a stance, because I think it's something that, is a priority, and, someone that uses a legal perspective as well as a mission across the country to really set the standard. So on, educational benefits versus pay to play, super important to really get it straight and empower young athletes.
It is such a great question. Keisha nailed it, by the way, in the previous conversation. The NIL right now is about Wild West. And that's a problem. It's a problem because so many of these student athletes who have a chance to be able to actually build a brand, be able to develop their brand, develop a business around their brand, to be able to participate in the opportunity of being able to financially take care of themselves or their family through their name and image and likeness. It's such a wild west, however, on how to go do that. And I fundamentally believe one of the single most important things that can happen right now in the NIL space is educating. Educating the student athlete on what it means to be able to protect your name, image, and likeness. I can tell you, I love UCLA, but I'm a USC Trojan.
I know. I
work with I know the football program and I know players there. And it's fascinating.
To them too, so I'm already in with UCLA, so you can help me.
But here's the thing. It is such a wild west that so many of these student athletes are jumping into it believing that, hey, this is awesome. I get to make money now on something that I'm passionate about, I care about, but it's on me, it's my brand and image. But nobody's educating them on how to do that. No one's educating them on the financial responsibilities of that. And I kid you not, what's happening is some of these kids are getting deals done, making money, and then they get a check from the IRS, they taxable income, and they're like, wait, what is this? I'm 18 years old, I got this thing called the IRS. What is that? And I worry that there are so many people wanting to connect a brand to a player, wanting boosters to support a university to get a player to come so they get money from it, that nobody's actually solving the problem right now, and that's educating the student athlete on how they can do this in a way that successfully allows them to build their brand, but protects them from the downside that can occur if you don't take care of yourself. And to your point, I believe we as a brand have a responsibility to do that. And I'm working on a plan to figure out how to go do that.
Great talking, great on taking care of each other. That's all we can do. So we appreciate your time. So up next, we want to welcome to the stage Avocados and Chief Marketing Officer, Director of Consumer Discovery, and our moderator, Greg Archibald, SVP, North American Media in Moby. Pat and Greg will be providing a snapshot into the role of a global CMO's responsibility for scaling a streaming service in a highly competitive environment while navigating the challenges of a global pandemic and a shifting digital landscape. Thank you guys so much and welcome to the stage.
Who actually came up?
I feel good about it. Okay.
So I want to start by thanking you. You got me out of my you got me to actually put on some regular clothes and get in front of people. So this is good. We're passing we get through these portions. I'm super excited. So Pato, thank you for joining me and Brandon and your crew. It's exciting to see you again. Like full disclosure, we go back in ways you've gotten better looking.
I've gotten board right now and started to fall out, which is, that's fine. Okay, but maybe we start with the basics. Like, let's talk about your journey. You spent quite a bit of time at Yahoo. You went from Yahoo to Farmers, you went to the competitive Premier, Steelhouse for a while, then went to Hulu and had a number of very important roles there. Most recently, doing Discovery. Love to understand that journey, like how you approached it when you were over that time. Did you see yourself eventually where you sit today? We are too.
This is very COVID friendly. This is great. Exactly what I wanted to get the root of your spit. So, thanks for having me. To answer your question, it was not deliberate at all. And I think part of it is just honestly being lucky and having been in the right places at the right time. I was at Yahoo for a long time, and then I went to insurance, and it was like, right? And the honest truth is, like, I don't really know, other than I wanted to try a different industry and focus on digital sales, which was for farmers. I think that's kind of getting up there. So that after I went to the ad tech firm and the Hulu opportunity presented itself, I never even considered going to the entertainment industry. It was never a thought. But there was a set of skills that I had around customer acquisition that Hulu happened to need, and so that was the match. So when I got there, I then had a chance to do a little bit more and work with different teams, and it turned out to be an incredible experience, just an incredible experience from a professional perspective. We built friendships with people who are there, and the reason why I left Hulu is because I joined Hulu in 2016 and we had about 11 million subscribers and it wasn't really going anywhere. By the time we left, or I left, that number was over 40 million. And this is not to say that I did it all at all, but the point being, it was a different company. It was a company that was not fully owned and operated by Disney. So the culture, the momentum, what it was solving for was different. And I wanted to get back to those roots of trying to get something smaller and see if you could do it again and kind of build. So when I look back, I think about my experiences at Yahoo and Farmers. And what I didn't realize at the time is that I kind of like these places where you have a wide margin of error there. You're not following someone else's playbook, excuse me, but you get to build and learn. Unfortunately, maybe through your mistakes, but that's the way that you need to learn. So.
Well, it's good. It's a good segue to dance. Thing I was thinking about is like you go from Hulu, you go to Discovery, you essentially, I think the role didn't exist before you went into it. Like how did you approach it? What were some of the things you faced, opportunities, obstacles, and just your approach? Like you go in, it's almost been a year now. How did you go about assuming this?
So I joined Discovery almost exactly a year ago. They had launched a new service, Discovery Plus, 2 months prior, and it was doing really well by all metrics. But as a company, it's a linear company in its heritage that was trying to figure out what streaming looked like. So back to the bringing in a set of experiences, that was my gift, right? We can get to what my dad was as well. To answer your question specifically, it was 3 things. First and foremost was process and team structure. There is so much value in those details of understanding how you look at a metric and how you look at a certain part of the business and driving to a specific process, because when you do it right, it actually sets you free to be creative versus like throwing a million things to the wall. It's like, I'm not really sure which one stuck, so we'll try it all again. So that was number 1. Number 2 was really building a bridge between the linear side of the business and the streaming side of the business. Because look, the linear side of the business is literally what's paying the paychecks right now, and we need that to continue for as long as possible, and it is an extremely important part of the business, and we want to continue to nurture it. But at the same time, the industry is changing, and the reason why we even have Discovery Plus is to follow our consumers. So we have to figure out the balance between how you invest in the future versus how much you protect on what we've built over the last 30 years. And it's not easy, right? Because you talk to the people on the linear side, and there can be a little bit of like the what about us? And the truth is like, what do you mean, what about us? You are what the reason why we are here. There's an extremely important piece there. So building that relationship where it's a mutual respect, I think is very important. And the third part was purely from a marketing perspective, really refining what we felt our brand stood for, and then taking some swings and having fun with it. And I think we were able to do that. So far, so good. Our last reported number was around 20 million subscribers. So we've been able to grow. And it's just been so much fun to be a part of that.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, you and I both joined our companies at a point where we were locked down in the global pandemic. Remote working. Like, I'm always so intrigued by like how leaders approach that. Like, you run a global team. I run like the Americas, very, very different situation. But I love your thinking. What were the learnings? How did you think about bringing the team together and getting people aligned around the vision of where you
It sucked, is the short answer. Look, what I realized is that you have to be very intentional in building those relationships, especially when you're not face to face. And so the way that that looks like is my first intro meeting with everyone, I made it a point, I didn't want to talk about business at all. I just literally wanted to learn more about the people I was going to be working with. And I don't care if it was directs or peers or whomever, I just want to know who you are. Which to me is really important, just as the way that I operate. I tend to operate better with what I consider friends. So that was number one. Number two is in our catch-ups and our meetings and everything, take the time to just ask how people are doing. Like, it's so like Zoom has this weird things like I need to be productive. Like, it's 9:02. We just missed 2 minutes of like 2 pages. I'm like, 2 minutes. Like, if you're in a room in a meeting, you would have a normal conversation and then get into it. Like, what is this about Zoom that all of a sudden it's like almost like a doctor's appointment? It just makes no sense. So that was a very deliberate part of how I approached it. The last part, which was in particular for my teams, was trying to shift the culture from what should I do to here's what I think I should do. And so a lot of it is just trying to find the right questions, which to me is, I have personal OKRs, like kind of objectives, and one of my OKRs for this year is to ask better questions. Because you get to a certain point where sure as heck I'm not getting all the answers, but more importantly, there's just incredible brains around you, so how do you just trigger the right thinking behind it? So that's great. That's great.
Yeah, one of the other things that I'd love to get you to weigh in on as a global CMO, the CMO's roles have expanded over the last several years, if not longer. Yet you're being asked to do more with less, which means that you have to take a different path than you would have had you done 7 years ago. Like, as you assume this role, how did you think about this, and how do I accomplish all these different things that need to get done as you roll out Discovery Plus and effectively prioritize success?
I don't know that it's more with less as much as it's more with different, to be honest with you. I mean, the fact of the matter is there's so many things that have changed over the last 10 years, just from the tech perspective, that make everyone's job maybe a little bit easier. And so it's like, okay, what do I refill that amount of time? So for at least us at Discovery, the way that we've been thinking about it is, there is a million of things that we could do. How do you focus on the 10 or so, where there requires, and I call it an organic inflection point, right? Like, we all sit in meetings and we kind of go over last week's data, and we're all experts at observing. But how do we become experts at inflecting, right? So understanding what those inflection points are and then putting pressure on those inflection points is where I think we can add value. Because everything else just, at some point it becomes routine. You come in, you send an email, you check it on this campaign. But routine doesn't grow the business. Routine at best maintains the business. And especially when you're in an industry where it is changing literally as we speak, you have to continuously look over those inflection points.
Yeah. No, I love that. To play off of that, as you have entered a highly competitive environment, you have streaming boards, all these things that are taking place. Like, how does Discovery
approach that? How do you think about it from differentiating the brand and the offering? How do you think about it from an audience perspective? How do you think about it from just a KPI perspective that may be different than some of the times?
So this has been one of the more fun things that we got to do with Discovery because, look, our content is objectively different than most other streaming services, right? Most other streaming services focus on scripted shows, and Discovery Plus focuses primarily on unscripted and reality type shows. So first thing was, I'm not competing against you. I have a service that I think is different and can fit the need of a specific segment, right? We know that subscribers will have anywhere between 3 and 5, some cases higher number of services. So our job is not necessarily to be the number one or the only. Our job is to be in that top 3. And so that's number one. So then how do we do it? And then that is about really being clear about what we offer and what we don't. So we went through an entire exercise of our brand promise. And the essence of it is that we are people-powered stories. And we consider our brand to be around just full of life, right? Which is amazing, not just because it sounds fun, but because it also tells you what you're not, right? And so I don't need to go and compete with everyone else and everything else because I'm not going to win. But I'm going to compete around the things that I feel I'm confident that we can carve out. And so in the new campaigns that we put out, it's been all about those pieces. And the other thing about our content, which honestly at first was a little bit like, did we talk about this or not? It's like when you go to a party and somebody asks you what you watch, like, I watch The Handmaid's Tale, or I watch the whatever, right? You know, fix it all day long. I'm like, no, you don't say that, right? But people watch a crap load of that stuff because it fills a part of what they need. And so rather than just shy away from it, just embrace it and be like, actually, this is great. It's good for your soul. It's good for your day. It's good for whatever. Watch it, enjoy it, right? So we're having fun with that. We're kind of taking it for a spin, and basically say like, this is something that you should enjoy. Maybe you don't want to talk about it at a dinner party, but it's all good. It's fun content.
How so I'm gonna throw a zinger at you, but I know you can answer this. Like, how do you approach it from an audience perspective? You think about cord cutters and like how has Discovery looked at this from an audience and acquisition? If that makes sense.
So we try to look at it mainly from a psychographic perspective first. So what does this person look like? Is it a male or a female? How old? And by the way, by how old, I don't mean like 35 to 54. I mean like 36, right? What does she do on an average day? Like I would love to, you try to imagine exactly what this person looks like to the best that we can, and then build our eventual media plan around that type of audience. And so then you can double click like, okay, if she is 36, how do I target her in certain media? How do I target her in other media? If she is a professional, what type of day parting do I do? If she is a cord cutter or cord never, how do I reach her, right? But the primary thing is just who are you as a person, right? And obviously I'm oversimplifying because there's not one persona, there's multiple personas. There's the people who come and consume multiple hours per day. And then there's the people who come once a week on a Saturday and just consume 4 hours. So our job is to find out who they are, what they look like, and what is it about our service that kind of keeps them coming back for more. And then you round it out with all the data or limitations of data that you may have around that.
Yeah, and one of the so obviously there's this thing called the Olympics taking place right now. Discovery made a big investment of over $5 billion to own the Olympic rights from, I think it's 2018 to 2024. How do you approach that from an acquisition standpoint in the European market?
Yeah. So the Olympics has been really interesting for us because what people don't fully realize is that while we have the exclusive rights on the streaming side, in many markets in Europe and EMEA, there's just governmental rules that you have to have free to air content. And so it's not as much about like, come watch the Olympics on Discovery Plus, as much as come watch every moment of the Olympics on Discovery Plus, right? So you have to, again, fine tune your message, be authentic, and bring in the right audiences. And by the way, in the Winter Olympics, guess what? The Nordics, all in, right? Spain, not so much, right? But that's okay. race? Whatever. So that's kind of point number one, on making sure that our message is authentic and impactful of going after that audience. But part two is Olympics is, and this actually all Olympics will bring people in. Olympics will not keep people in. And what a lot of platforms are struggling with today, maybe not by the numbers, but if you can look aside, is there's so much focus on customer acquisition. But if you're losing half of them every month, you're treading water at best, right? So Olympics for us is a great way to bring people in. Our job is to make sure that we expose them to the rest of the content that is on the platform so that on February 20th, they're not going to cancel. They're like, oh, I didn't know that I can watch whatever else I can watch here. I'll stick around for a little bit longer. The bigger point is sports and non-sports. You can see that a lot of services today are putting a ton of emphasis on massive releases, and by massive, I mean in content production costs, I mean in marketing costs. But the truth is, that's not a scalable business if you don't keep those subscribers, because you can only amortize those costs against the number of subscribers that you have. So if you bring people in and they watch movie X or series B, and then they leave, economically, you're not going to scale that business. That's where we feel really good. Our content, and deliberately, we market ourselves more as a platform than a series of hits, because we want you to come in to enjoy the whole buffet, right? Even if, yes, we'll bring you in with Fixer Upper or with Love Off the Grid or whatever the new show is. There you go. Thank you. Like those are all great, but if you come in and only watch that, we haven't served you as a consumer. We definitely haven't served us as a business. So
that's great. Along those lines, you rolled out a global campaign, the Streaming Home Hub. And how long have you been there with that? 3 months. 3 months. So that had to be interesting. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, like, you come into it. I'm sure that had been work for a while. You know, how did you look at the objectives behind this, and then, you know, any insights on the success of rolling out that first of what I'm sure is many campaigns like that.
Yeah. So it was actually really fun. When I got there, like the first campaign that Discovery Plus had, I don't remember the exact tagline, but it was like something along the line of like everything you love in one place. I'm like, but is it really? Right? And also, like there's 3 words that keep going back in my head is it relevant, is it unique, and is it impactful? Everything you love in one place is none of those, right? Absolutely none of those. It means nothing in terms of like what you get from us versus what you get from someone else. So that was point number 1. And we saw it in our brand metrics. So like there was no differentiation from a marketing perspective. So we challenged ourselves internally with a creative team to say, look, what is it that we want to stand for? So before we got to the creative, like, oh shit, we need to go through a whole brand positioning exercise. All right, let's go do that. We came back with like, okay, people power stories, and we're full of life. Awesome. And we're great in these type of contexts. Are we getting kicked off?
No, just like
Okay, because I only have about 45 more minutes. I've got 5 minutes. So part 2 is then that manifested in the streaming home model, because that gave us permission to own documentaries, true crime, like the categories that we actually feel we're really good at. Campaign number 1 came in, it did its job, it didn't do as great a job. So then we went back and did campaign number 2, or creative versioning number 2, and we just got some of the data yesterday. I'm like, all right, this is starting to move the needle. So it's a journey, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. And one of the things I wanted, you can hold on to, because I could ask you a bunch of questions. That's probably not very different, but are there questions that have come?
Hi. So my name's Ashley. I work at Edelman in media strategy, and I've actually just moved to London. So I've seen some of your sweet offenses on Discovery Plus over in the UK. They've been really, really smart. And one of the things I've noticed is that really leaning in on shows like 90 Day Fiancé with spin-offs and talk shows based around it, and you kind of leaned in on that. You kind of touched on that, but how intentional was that decision to not kind of try and elevate necessarily and push everybody towards something else, but to kind of lean in on what your brand was known for? It reminds me a little bit of how print has kind of moved to digital, like the magazines. And so the printing is like, what's happening to us? Where's the glamour? Why are we all online now? But what you said about trying to stay true to that, to what print was, to what, television is. Was that a real part of the process for you?
For once, the answer is actually yes. But sometimes I lie. But yes, it was very deliberate. Very, very deliberate. I have to say one of the more fun things that we were able to do is that clarity of who we are and who we're not is probably one of the most liberating things that you can have as a marketer. So yeah. Thank you.
We got room for two more. Anyone else? Not, I feel like you guys may have covered a lot of good ground, so the sign of good presenters when the audience is satiated.
That's all. So we get to a race, right?
Totally, the cars are
I don't
waiting.
know, the Italian in you, I'm not that.
You guys are so good, yeah, thank you so much.
Like Chris.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
I really Chris, up next, there's no question that Chipotle is among one of the most innovative brands across a variety of categories. This product is outstanding in their marketing, as they are lockstep in their product. We'd like to welcome to the stage CMO Chris Brandt and Paul Sessions. Audacity's CMO to talk about Chipotle's brand journey. Sorry, you scared me when you gave me the autograph. Brand journey present this focus on sustainability and how they are diving into the metaverse and of course sports. So without any further ado, welcome to the stage, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. So, before we get started, hold up. I just want to be very clear here that this is despite the fact about Bruin. Chris is among the very, very, very best marketers on the planet, and it's just so awesome to have you here. They're calling it fans and brands, and if you think about brands that connect with their fans on just a really, really special level, there's probably very few brands that can compete with Chipotle. Just awesome. So what I thought we could do is open up, and Chris, tell us the story. Tell us a little bit about Chipotle, and then we'll get into the rest of it, because it is just such a special brand.
Yeah, so I started in Chipotle in 2018, and I was always a big fan of Chipotle from before, and even as a consumer. And so maybe I'll just back up and give you a little bit of my history. So I worked at, I went to business school at UCLA, went to undergrad at UC San Diego, so that's why I don't like anybody from USC. But no, it's great. But and then when I got out of business school, I went to General Mills for a while, and then I worked at Coke in a brand called Walla, and then I left there and went to go work and ultimately became the CMO of Taco Bell. And so I worked there for 5 years, and then I left for 2 years and went to go to Bloomin' Brands. And then Brian Nichols, who was the CEO of Taco Bell when I was there, he left and took over the CEO job of Chipotle. He asked me to come and be the CMO of Chipotle. So I've been the CMO of Chipotle since 2018. And I think when we got to Chipotle in 2018, the brand had just lost a lot of confidence. They had a lot of food safety issues in 2015 and 2016. So when we got there, and they solved all of those food safety things. I think, and one of the things is Chipotle, all of our food is made fresh every day. Chipotle is a real restaurant. It's a big difference than most other places in our category, which are just reheating things and then putting them out there. But Chipotle, the inside of Chipotle looks more like a farmer's market in the morning than any other restaurant I've ever been in. And I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I mean, back when my beard was, actually brown. So, but I think that, they had just lost a lot of confidence, but at its core, Chipotle is craveable food that you feel good about eating. And you think how rare that is in your life. Most things that taste really good don't feel that great about eating. Most things you feel good about eating don't taste that great. So when I got to Chipotle, I didn't know a lot of the food integrity things and a lot of sustainability. I knew that they did it, but I couldn't articulate what it was. And so it was more special than I even imagined what they were doing. I found this out that it looks more like a farmer's market in the morning because I had to do store trading there like my first day or two. And it was incredible. And just seeing that. So, but what we had was, and I think the scope of change that we did was a complete 180 from what they did before. The
marketing group was very decentralized. They didn't do a lot of mainstream media. They had a lot of people who were nice people, but they weren't professionals in their job. Like the person who was running media had never really run media before. The person doing social media, he was the second restaurant manager in the system and had been there a long time. Again, a nice guy, but not exactly, hip to the kids and what's going on in Gen Z in terms of media. So we had a lot of work to do, and we moved our headquarters, and so that really enabled us to take some great people that we brought with us from Denver, where they were headquartered before, but also to really get people who were great people, number one, and then number two, really professionals in their field. And then the other part was that I really had never experienced before was how strong the brand's mission was. And not every big brand is blessed with a great mission. And Taco Bell was started to make money, like during the 50s and during the drive-through craze. We created Live Más, and that's okay. But at Chipotle, we had a founder there, Steve Ells. It was a founder-inspired mission of cultivating a better world and doing sustainable food and those kind of things. And that really permeated the organization in a way that I had never seen before. I mean, I remember there was a gal I would talk to. She was 20 years old. She had been at Chipotle for a year. She was one of the top operators already in the system. The reason I was talking to her because she had won some award. And I just asked her, I said, well, how did you find Chipotle? And she said to me, she goes, oh, I was only going to work at one of three places when I made the job. I was going to work at Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, or Chipotle, because those are the only places that align with my values. And I looked at her, and I must have had like a questioning look on my face, because I remember back when I was 19, and I'm pretty sure for an extra $1 an hour, I would have rolled cigarettes and be asbestos. So I was amazed, and so that was amazing that this brand purpose permeates from the headquarters, but all the way out into it. We're also unique that we own every single one of our restaurants. We don't have any franchisees, don't have a holding company. It's just us. And we're blessed with some really talented people. I think Brian Nichols is probably the most talented. Don't tell him this. So this is not correct. He's probably the most talented person I've ever worked with. But working with him, our CTO, our COO, our CFO, Jack is incredible. He probably held the thing together during all the troubles. But we had to restore confidence. We changed the marketing up. We changed a lot of the people up. We changed our approach up. I mean, a lot of the digital and social was very pun-based. It was just very superficial. We looked for more insights. We looked for more people, how to use Chipotle. One of the things we just really implemented was, as we got into it, we discovered how many athletes eat at Chipotle, and because the food is so clean. And at Chipotle, no matter what lifestyle you eat, whether it's keto, Whole30, paleo, whether you're trying to cut, whether you're trying to gain, you can do it really easily at Chipotle. And so we had so many athletes, we created real food for real athletes. And the idea is, I want Chipotle to be the training table for high school, college athletes and beyond, for everybody who's an athlete like that. And so we've been lucky because there's so many organic stories of guys who just go to Chipotle, whether it's Chase Young and Justin Fields. And we did a piece with Trey Lance and Jerry Rice. Kyler Murray comes in twice a week. I mean, it's really a cool kind of thing. And all these organic stories we created, if you go online, you can search Team Chipotle. We kicked it off really with the Summer Olympics. We got a lot of Summer Olympians who grew up with Chipotle. Same for winter. We have guys on the U.S. soccer team. U.S. soccer team's a great story. Like Christian Pulisic and Weston McKennie are guys that we signed for not a whole lot of money. But they have their core group of players on the U.S. soccer team who are elite players and playing for big clubs for the first time in America's history, and they're super young guys, and they call themselves the boys. The first place the boys gather and eat is at Chipotle when they come back, even before we sponsor them. So it's a really nice synergy, and everything's very organic in terms of the feel and what we have. We have a great team that does social and digital. So I think our goal at the beginning was be more visible, more relevant, and more loved. And that's what we tried to do. And our strategy really is drive difference. The difference is real food. That's where For Real came from. The Chipotle really never had a tagline before. And the beauty of For Real was that it was new, but it harkened back to the tradition the company had before. And the other part that was important about the tagline was, because we own all of our own restaurants, You know, we have 80, 100,000 people. They needed a rally cry. We needed to show this something that was different. And so we changed up the media plan. We're much more centralized. Now we're, you know, all over sports. We want to be all over cultural moments as become more relevant. So we want to be, you know, in the NFL. We just signed a deal with the NHL. We want to be across all those major sporting events as an advertiser, not necessarily as a big sponsor. But that's been the philosophy that we've had, and that's how we got started. And you know, it's really worked. We just had our fourth quarter and 2021 results. The other thing I'll say is, and this is where you ask one question, you just stick in the water, and I just keep going. But you know, we started in 2018. So at the end of 2018, we did 4.9 billion in sales. At the end of 2021, we did $7.5 billion in sales. And I think we were less than 10% of our business was digital. We had a great app, so that the IT group and technology created a great app, but nobody knew it existed. And in 2018 and 2019, we grew a lot in digital. I think we ended 2019 at 20% of our business was digital. Like in December now, we're like 45%. So, and the cool thing about Chipotle and the digital make line is kind of our superpower, because we have that front make line where everybody comes through, but we also have a separate make line in the back just for digital orders. And that can be staffed by fewer people. And then all the digital orders that come in don't interfere with the front line, because Chipotle is a throughput machine. The heritage that nobody can move people through the line like Chipotle can. And Chipotle was very innovative. You know, back, it started in 1993. And I'll tell a little bit of the story of that. So some of this going out of sequence maybe, but Steve L started the business, and Steve was a chef by training. And he actually started Chipotle because he wanted to open a high-end restaurant. High-end restaurants generally don't make a lot of money. So he opened the Chipotle as a way to finance that high-end restaurant. Well, it just took off like crazy. And Steve started with, he didn't know a bunch about sustainability and food integrity. He just knew what was good food, and it was fresh food. And that's what he wanted for his restaurant. And the stories we've heard from suppliers about, he just make sure you know, there was one great story of, we were doing carnitas, and you know, you're buying a pork shoulder, and they're like, you know, what a lot of places do is, you know, they'll inject more fat in it, they'll put more water in there, you know, and to make it bigger. And he's like, just promise me you'll never do that to anything that we have on this one. And those were really great principles that the brand could and lives on to this day. And I think it was interesting when Brian and I came in. So we had a bit of a QSR background, and the first question people were asking us was, "Are you guys going to cheapen the food?" And we're like, "Hell no! I mean, this is our competitive edge. We're going to double down." And so I remember one of the first meetings we had as the executive team, we revamped the supply chain. We had a supply chain guy come in. He goes, "You know, we buy almost all of the organic cilantro that's out there, and it beats about 25 or 30% of what we can have." And they said, "We can't make a claim around it. We can't do it." He goes, "You know, it would save us however many millions of dollars if we didn't buy organic cilantro." And we're like, "Okay, well, we're not doing that. How do we get more organic cilantro?" So we started working with farmers to transition fields, and it takes about 3 years to transition a field from regular to organic. But we started working because, like, no, we're not interested in saving money that way. We're interested in how do we get more organic cilantro so that you know, we can have more supply. So I think that was a good litmus test. I think for the organization to see what the leadership, what are they going to do? Are they going to put their money where their mouth is? And that's what we did. So we've had a great run, but we're just getting started. I mean, we have 3,000 restaurants today. We think we can have 7,000 in America. And then we have about 25 in Europe. They're really starting to cash flow. Certainly COVID slowed them down a little bit, but we think we can be big in Europe. In Canada, we have about 25 again. They're really starting to take off. You'll see us have hundreds of restaurants there. So, you know, we've made a lot of progress. We think we have the best food. I tell my team, look, this is the way people should eat. Real is better. It's better for you as a person. It's better for people in general. It's better for the planet. So we're the good guys. We're supposed to win. So we're better.
Awesome. All right, well, thanks very much.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a lot there. There's so much there, and sustainability is at the core. And I won't do it now, because we'll be here till tomorrow with the answer. But the big story, and just like, you know, what you saw with the pork part, it's just awesome. So The other thing I've noticed in interacting with your brand so much is, the CMO is supposed to be the ultimate cheerleader for the brand. But you feel this with every employee, with every agency that you work with. You feel it with your customers. So it's just amazing. I want to talk innovation. I want to talk sports. But before, you hit on a lot of things. You talked about supply chain. So where we are now with these inflation numbers coming out, a tough, clogged supply chain. How are you managing that as a business, and what does that mean over the next few months for business?
Yeah, look, it's tough. We're not immune from the pressures everybody else has had. I think what our supply chain group has done a great job. And but we ran out of lids, so we were out of lids for the bowls for a while. So we had to find a solution. We've changed. We used to have just-in-time inventory like everybody else. Well, just-in-time now means out of inventory. So we hold packaging like 6 months. We're buying 6 months worth of inventory for that. We've had to take some price. It's been very well publicized. We had to take some price because the inputs are going up. And actually, we were just with a bunch of suppliers across the industry, not necessarily just Chipotle suppliers, but they're talking about taking another 10%. We had our tortilla supplier has taken about 25% increase in price since like last September. So we're kind of like, whoa. I mean, and the beauty is, and we used to talk about this back even in 2019, where the company typically didn't take a lot of price in the past. And we kind of almost, it should have been a balance sheet entry that says our values. Even after taking this price, and the average chicken burrito across the country is around $8. And so it still is a really good value. I don't know if you've been to a QSR place lately, but buying a combo meal and stuff is north of $10. I mean, it's things have gotten expensive, right? For everybody feels that. So we're not immune, but we've established a lot of great relationships with a lot of different suppliers. I mean, the biggest one that affects us is beef. Is just like every day it's like the Dow Jones. It's up, it's down, it's all over the place. But our commitment to food with integrity makes things a lot harder for us too. I mean, we have to get a lot of beef from Australia because there isn't enough pasture-raised, grass-fed beef that Chipotle uses to source it domestically. You mentioned the pigs. We don't buy any conventionally raised pork. If you go to a conventional pork where they use gestation crates and that pig just sits in that crate for its whole life, I don't know if you were starting that today that you could do it. I mean, it seems very inhumane. And I'm a huge carnivore, but that seems a little rough. And so we don't buy any conventionally raised pork. All of our pork is the pigs are free to roam. We think it makes the product better. We know the pigs are happy. We feel better about that. We have some of the toughest animal welfare standards in the industry. So that makes it harder to source. So there was one instance with Chipotle where they couldn't get enough conventionally raised pork, so they were just out. So we just didn't have it. We're trying to avoid those things, but it's real. It's a real problem, and you'll see, I think, more. But we're trying not to get ahead of the price, but we're trying to react pretty quickly because we don't obviously want to get too far behind. But we don't want to take it. But it's one of those realities. But we still think we're a really good value. We still think we've got a lot of room to play if we had to. But it's never fun. That's not how we want to grow. It's through price. We want to grow through more people coming in for sure.
Awesome. That's like the value and quality over anything else.
Well, and value is, it's not necessarily just price. Value is what you can get for what you pay. Yeah, not just the absolute price point. Absolute price point can be important, but our value is what you get.
Absolutely. And back to the sustainability. Last year, Chipotle was in the Super Bowl with "Could a Burrito Change the World?" And it's an epic spot. It hammers home the values of the brand really, really well. This year you're not in it, but you're all over sports. I mean, you have these organic ambassadors of the brand day in and day out. So how are you approaching sports this year? Why did you make the decision not to be in the game? And what does the year look like?
Yeah, look, as you guys know, doing a Super Bowl is a big deal. And even last year, we didn't really set out to be in the Super Bowl. What we noticed in 2020 as we were approaching 2021 was consumers really want to know what your values are. And so we wanted to tell all those stories to people. We wanted to, a friend of mine asked me one time, he goes, well, look, if two people are talking to Whole Foods about Chipotle, what do you want them to say? And I thought that was a great catalyst for how do we tell people whether it's animal welfare, whether it's food with integrity, the organic cilantro story, whether it's how we treat our employees. I'm like, I want you to tell the story that's relevant to you. And so, but we knew that consumers in 2020 would value wasted. Values have always been important, but man, it really got to be important in 2020. So we did a brief for some of our existing agencies as well as some outside, and we said, hey, give us a story, give us a story in a spot that tells that food with integrity story. And our agency Venables came back with a great piece of work called Can a Burrito Change the World? The answer is one burrito can't, but the way we make it just might. I looked at it and I thought, oh man, this was like September of 20. That's what they did great Super Bowls. And there's a lot. A Super Bowl is a whole launch in and of itself. There's a lot around it. We don't have a $300 or $400 million media plan like other brands that I worked on. And so, but we put it in. We put chips in. I think it was really well received. But the most important thing for us making that spot though was it really made our employees feel proud of it. And so I think that when you have that kind of, it says that we're back. We're at the biggest game. Boy, never been to the Super Bowl before. Here we're going with a food with integrity message, not about a new product or something like that. So it was a real good, and we felt like if we made a spot that the employees liked, it would be just fine. And so turned out really good. I think maybe we'll be in next year. I think it just depends. This year we kind of had to make a choice. Are we going to be in the Super Bowl or do we want to be advertising the Olympics? We chose that we're advertising the Olympics. But there's a lot of debate over Super Bowl's a good spend, whatever it is. I still think it's a really good spend. It's the only place where the commercials are the story almost as much as the game. And if you have the right spot, we could spend a whole hour talking about that. Well, if you have the right spot, and I feel like we sort of felt like we had the right spot, and it worked out. We'll have to, you got to start now. We're going to be in the next time to get the right thing, and maybe it'll be the right time. You got to kind of gauge what people are ready and receptive to.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And your point about employees and like where we are with finding talent, I can't imagine that the values are just not a huge driver of talent into the organization, and a way to retain it too.
We've been lucky so far. We haven't, but so there's two pieces. There's like our headquarters group and our, and those teams, and then there's everybody out in the field. There was a lot of pressure on us. We literally went from a situation last year where we were kind of fully staffed in the beginning of March, and then by middle of April, all of a sudden we had 25% of our restaurants were right on the verge of being critically understaffed. So we were closing, sometimes the make line was closed, sometimes people were closed the front line. We upped the average wage, we did our benefits, we started marketing a bit more. We're kind of back now to where we need to be from an employment standpoint, but it has been rough, and part of the price increases had to happen because we had to pay people more. And so that put a lot of pressure on us. It certainly suppressed some of our growth. We probably lost 300 to 400 basis points of comp sales in the fourth quarter because we're closed in some places. From a headquarters standpoint, we've been a little fortunate. One of the things we set out to do when we came is, look, we're going to pay people a certain competitive salary, but we want to be in the top 10 or 20% of all companies that have long-term comp standpoint, so that people can benefit as the company grows. Our stock has grown 4 or 5 times over the last few years, so that tends to keep people around. So we'll see. I mean, we have a lot of vesting that happens over the next few months, but I think that we built a great team that has good chemistry. I've interviewed every single person on my team, and by the time they get to me, we know they do the job. They're pretty good, but I interview them really for fit, and I call it the conference room test. So if I'm interviewing somebody, I have to imagine, look, if it's 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, we have to go in a conference room. So am I going to be happy to see that person? Or am I going to be sad? And here's a pro tip: don't hire the sad ones.
What's the question? What's the one question that you ask that you can make good?
I don't think it's one. I ask, but I just, one question I always ask them is, hey, everybody's you know, some things to work on, whatever. But if I ask the people on your team, if I ask them about you, what would they say? Good and bad. And what are the things they'd say you have to work on? And I think that, you know, it's not necessarily a questions people haven't prepared for, but it gets them to think. I also, I'm looking for people who are really creative and people who are really agile, and they've embraced change, right? I believe honor tradition, but embrace change. But I look for people who are creative. I want people to generate a lot of ideas. I ask people, tell me the best ideas you've had in your career. Tell me why you went from place to place. Because ideas differentiate you, ideas separate you from other people, and ideas win. And I want a small, lean team that will take ideas and will put them in the market. And I tell people, look, the retail business is fast. You know, I spent 8 years in CPG at General Mills. The retail business is very fast. It's not a place where you're, you know, on a CPG brand, you might do 1 or 2 spots a year. You know, we're doing a lot. And, you know, Taco Bell, we probably did 25 spots a year. And so you have to embrace this kind of hair on fire. We have to respond. And it's not for everybody. It's not a value judgment. It's just, if you're a person who really likes to study a problem and have a predictable schedule and those things, then this retail is not. But if you like your hair on fire, you really like things to learn, and you got to know yourself. I also tell them you got to know yourself, because if you think you like that and you really don't in your heart, you're not gonna like it, you know, and everything. And so, but if you like those things, man, it'll be the best job you've ever had, because you get to do stuff, you get to put it in the marketplace, you get to see what happens, and you know, we have to respond to it. Sometimes because we can respond, we might do it too much, but I want those people with a lot of ideas and a lot of passion. That'll help us.
You know, your budgets, like you said, they're not, you know, at the level of some of your competitors, and they don't need to be, but you make some really sharp bets, and one of them was in the metaverse, and that's been a thread throughout these last couple of days. The Roblox, that was pretty awesome. And again, that's the digital brand icon flyer.
Well,
Let's
so,
talk about that.
yeah, I'll maybe I'll.
Are you giving us the hook here?
Yeah, again, friendly not full hook.
Okay.
So it's a nice way to say it, but
great.
Yeah. But I think so. One of the things we like. So another thing, because I like ideas, I like to be first. So we like to be the first to try different things. So like NFTs came up, we had a great program, we thought ready to go. Then somebody's not really a competitor, but they did it. We're like, no, now we can't do it. And my number one rule of marketing that my marketing team will play back to me is don't be late. And so I'm like, if we're going to do something, do it the right way. And the Roblox thing came up, and remember they pitched me the idea. So we like to be first. So we launched our loyalty program with Venmo back in 2019. Venmo's brands. They were one other brand, Uber, before us. We got them to change their mechanism to actually send money to people, other than people exchanging money. We did an execution at the National Spelling Bee in 2019, where we asked kids at the spelling. What brand shows up at the spelling, right? But we asked kids to spell.
What's our brand to spell?
We asked kids. Well, the only ingredient that's hard to spell is Chipotle, right? But we asked kids to spell. That was a layup. We asked kids to spell one of our ingredients. We only have 53 ingredients. We publish it right on our website. We don't have any artificial ingredients, no preservatives. So it's ingredients like jalapeno, corn, you know, avocado. And we asked them to spell a competitor ingredient like dimethyl polysiloxane, right? And so it was such a charming execution. It didn't cost us a lot of money. We did it. We ended up running it in theaters because it was so charming. It was such a nice way to contrast this with other people. The other big change we made when we started was Chipotle was spending a lot of time worrying about it and calling what other people don't do. And what does your mom always tell you? Don't worry about everybody else, worry about yourself. So we said, we're not doing that anymore. There's enough criticism in the world, there's enough negativity. We're just going to worry about ourselves. So we went to I remember our social team was pitching me this idea of Roblox, and they're going, oh my gosh, we're going to build our own world here. We're going to have a whole Chipotle in there. And I'm like, oh my God, this has such potential to be really late. Brands start building their own worlds and everything. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I said, well, don't be late. They're like, they said, that's in our head every single day. And she had a lot of personal passion for it. We worked with a development company, we worked with Roblox. we created a burrito, and Halloween is a big day for Chipotle. We created the first time you could actually interact with the brand on Roblox and win something else. There were virtual things that you could do, but instead of just Robux, which is the currency there, you could actually win a free burrito.
Wasn't it the biggest day?
It was the day we launched, Roblox broke. And it broke, not for an hour, it broke for 2.5 days. And at first it was like, ha ha ha, Chipotle broke Roblox. And then it was, what the hell? We did not do it. We did not do it. It was unrelated to us, but we got that day because of that happened. And even Roblox was kind enough to say it wasn't Chipotle that took us down. You know, we had a problem. But you know, it wasn't funny anymore at that time. We did 4.5 billion impressions. It was our #1 digital day of all time. Was Halloween last year. So again, it's not everything works that way, but try stuff. Do it in a way that feels very endemic. That's the other. We tailor all of our creative to whether it's Snapchat, Instagram, TV, or Roblox, or Fortnite. Everything is tailored for that place because you don't want to be lame. As soon as you show up lame, if you're going to be a culture relevant brand, you show up poorly in one of those, you just can't understand.
Totally. All right, 2 more questions. And we'll...
From you or from the audience?
Oh, you want audience questions?
Yes,
too?
audience
Maybe
All
not
right, go ahead.
questions.
Who's got one?
Lee, big Chipotle fan. I love what you were talking about when you came on, how, Chipotle was dealing with some challenges around food safety. I work at Influential, which is an influencer marketing company. I'm curious your thoughts on when you think about partnering with athletes or influencers or creators, how do you kind of balance brand safety and sentiment while also, Chipotle is such an innovative brand, while letting, these creators speak and share their authentic personality? How do you kind of balance that?
Great question. #1 rule of influencers are you already have to be a Chipotle fan. And so we're looking for your mention of Chipotle, how you mention Chipotle, all of those things. #1 question to ask somebody who's their Chipotle fan or not, what's your order? If they say chicken burrito, they're not a Chipotle fan. If they say white rice, black beans, chicken, blah, 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 and go down the line, then they're a Chipotle fan. And so we're looking for people who already, we created a creator class on TikTok just to help us create content in the right way for TikTok. And we had a contest for it. We had people that we wanted to line up, but we had a contest on TikTok for the 15th creator. We had 14. And the submissions we had, look, I love Chipotle. And I live Chipotle every day, but I felt bad that I didn't care about Chipotle as much as some.
Well, you said you talked about it being a first date place.
Yeah, Chipotle is a place a lot of times you go on your first date. So we kind of leveraged that with Bumble, and we said, hey, but the creators, I mean, one guy painted and decorated his entire room with Chipotle. He was talented. I mean, TikTok is all, it's about how talented people are. So we try to leverage those things, but the #1 rule of influencers are you have already, I have zero interest in paying somebody to extol Chipotle who already isn't a diehard fan. So we find a guy like Kyler Murray's a great example. Good dude. He was coming in Chipotle twice a week in our Arizona location, one of them. And we asked him, hey, and you want a celebrity card? He said, no, I just want to be a regular consumer. Well, the social team found out Kyler Murray really likes chess. So we made him a custom chess set, Chipotle feet. And we just sent it to him. And he loved it. Next thing you know, he's like, yeah, I'll do something. So I think that those kind of things that they do are really clever, but we're honestly looking for big fans. We just, we actually signed a small deal with Julie and Zach Ertz. So Zach was a tight end for Eagles, I think, San Francisco. Anyway, he moved, he went to Arizona. And so, but Julie was on the U.S. national team, a great player on the U.S. women's national team in soccer. And so we signed up, there were so many pictures. Another thing we found was there were so many pictures of athletes would hop off a jet with a Louis Vuitton bag in one hand and a Chipotle bag. And so we're like, hey, that's how we like to show up organically. That's pretty awesome.
All right, well, there's probably more questions in the room. We do have to stay on time because people do want to have some lunch, some Chipotle or otherwise, and you guys. So
we deliver, so if you want
yes.
to deliver. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. Before we start our next session, I'm going to do what I just said before. There are so many seats up front. I swear I don't spend writing things, any of those things. I'm sick. Okay, so from one perfect brand to another, we're excited to welcome the power of North America, innovative and brand. We're joined today by Sophia, head of marketing, and Sir by Mark, VP of Greek yogurt, functional nutrition. What about the approach to developing 360 marketing strategies that drive brand performance, growth, while creating engaging consumer experiences. And they're going to be moderated this session by Peter B.S. Bond, partner strategy and development at Fetch, and co-host of the popular CPG and retail podcast, The CPG Guys. Are we missing our? Oh, sorry. I was like, shoot, let's go. Thanks so much. Oh, and I think there's still 2 months. You're going to be mine as well. I don't know if that's that or. Switch, give them there you go. Hi, everyone.
Hopefully it sound people say, oh, kind of okay, that's great. So the metaverse, that's the future. All the time I thought it's plastics. Gen Z, you're not going to understand. So thank you, as mentioned, I'm Peter B.S. Bond. I'm VP of Partner Strategy and Development at MillerCoors, App Store top 5 shopping mobile app. The app today, you can't pay for that kind of media, so that's good. So I'm really excited to be here with my interviewees in this conversation today, particularly being here in what is arguably the mecca for sports activity in the world right now. Of course, I'm talking about the Avocados Dodger Stadium. Some of you might actually be Dodger fans, that's my life. But so today we have 2 guests, and they are from Danone. Danone, if you're not familiar with them, you should be, because a lot of the brands are familiar. They are a self-described multi-local food and beverage company. Essential dairy, products, water, and specialty nutrition. So I'm going to pass it off to first of all, I guess, since Linda's got the microphone, I'll ask you to describe what your role is in the organization.
Hi, I'm Linda Buffet. I am the head of marketing for Danone North America, which means that I lead a team responsible for all of our media, brand design, creative, and shopper marketing across all of our brands.
Hi, my name is Sue Martin. I'm the VP of yogurt and functional nutrition for Danone. I have a portfolio of brands that include Too Good, Oikos, Life's and Molly. I have taken on responsibility over my portfolio of brands, and I'm responsible for brand strategy as well as business performance.
All right. So this is great, because what we have here is we have someone who has responsibility for marketing on a portfolio basis, and we have someone who's responsible and owner of the P&L for a specific portfolio of brands in the functional area. So I think this will play well in understanding how they collaborate to deliver a unique and impactful customer experience. So my first question is to Linda. When you think about the Super Bowl, how do you consider investing in a platform that big, that broad, in terms of both building partners, enabling a strategy, and ultimately reaching a target audience for consumers?
Great question. So whenever we're evaluating a partner, property, whether it's Super Bowl, the Olympics, we always start from a strategic standpoint. So you probably don't know, Danone is actually one of the largest B Corps in the world, which basically means that we're using business as a force for good. In our portfolio here in North America of over 20 brands that are really focused on delivering against our mission of bringing health through food to as many people as possible. So when we're looking for partners, we want to make sure that there's synergy there, that they align with our brand values and our brand purpose. Each of the brands in our portfolio does have a distinct brand purpose statement. And so we really start from that standpoint and really choose partners that are going to fit with that strategic brand purpose and brand positioning. And so for a property like Super Bowl, that makes sense for a brand like Avocados, which is a maverick brand with a purpose of challenging the status quo from a health standpoint. So it's really where we start. And then we have to think about our brand objectives. For us here, it's all about driving awareness and engagement with our brand and really trying to reach that target audience. And so we want to make sure that the property or the partner we're choosing is reaching that audience. Now, obviously, almost everyone watches the Super Bowl. So yes, our yogurt consumers are watching it too. But we want to make sure that if we choose to partner in this, with the Super Bowl, that we're going to reach them in a really relevant, authentic way. That matters extremely to us to be able to measure that relevance with our target consumer. We put KPIs in place to measure the success and making sure that we're measuring every piece of our investment in a strategic partner or property. And we have data that proves that our investment in the Super Bowl works. Our folks from Ace Metrics, and I think somebody here is in the room right there, thank you, shared some amazing data with us earlier this week that 51% of consumers that saw our Super Bowl spot demonstrated increased interest in Avocados, which proves that it's working. And the spot actually resonated more with NFL fans than with the general population, which shows the relevance piece of it. So that's kind of how we think about choosing a strategic partner and measuring success. But in reality, it's not always that strategic or simple. And actually, our road to Super Bowl was a little bit bumpy. We kind of stumbled upon it by accident. Do you want to tell that story?
Yeah, sure. No, thanks, Linda. The truth is that as strategic as we try to be, sometimes you sort of fall into things by accident. And that was the case 3 years ago when we did our first Super Bowl ad with Avocados 000. And the way it came about, and I love telling this story because sometimes you stumble into your strategy a little bit by accident. It was my second week on the job with Danone, and I was meeting our new agency for Avocados, the wonderful Lightning Orchard. And we were having drinks in Brooklyn, under the Brooklyn Bridge. And we kind of walked away having this really aha meeting of the minds conversation and landed on sort of 3 principles of how we wanted to treat this brand going forward. The first was we wanted to stop playing with the cliches of traditional yogurt marketing. We were bored of them. We were bored of seeing, I was bored of seeing women depicted in traditional yogurt marketing ads, just eating yogurt, usually with a salad on the side. So no more of that. The second principle we outlined is that we want to challenge the perceptions of healthy eating. We're a healthy eating company. Our portfolio and our mission as one of the largest B Corp in the world is health through food. But that doesn't have to be overly earnest or holier than thou in terms of posturing. So how do we execute and make healthy eating fun by challenging the perceptions of what American consumers think healthy eating is about? And then the third thing we decided to do is to really embrace the brand's DNA and legacy as a maverick brand. The brand had done Super Bowl ads in the past with John Stamos, for any of you who are familiar with that. And there was like a playfulness and a slight naughtiness in the tonality that we thought we could reclaim and own in a much bigger way to challenge those perceptions of healthy eating. And that landed us with an ad called Yo Glutes for Super Bowl in 2020, also called the Bubble Butt ad to the song Bubble Butt. And it was a total hit. We ended up, stumbling into this at the last minute. We ended up being on a lot of top Super Bowl ads in 2020 lists. And then our sales spiked about 9% week over week in the weeks that we turned on media around that spot. So it really proved out that this platform was something that could be incredibly powerful for a brand with a product benefit of high protein, where we wanted to ladder up to strength and connect that to the NFL on game day. And I think we just raised the bar on ourselves by being a lot more strategic and intentional in how we built out the full application.
Brilliant. So that's a really good understanding of how you decided the brand could connect with the platform. So bringing it back up into the enterprise level, how do you build a 360 surround that really takes it from screen to shelf and a true omni-channel approach to deliver activation?
Yeah, I think 360 activation is absolutely critical to ensure you're maximizing your investment in a property like this, right? Partnerships, Super Bowl investments, they're not cheap. And we do have limited marketing budgets, making sure that we're developing that total screen to shelf activation is critically important. And for us, we're in lockstep with the brand team on this every step of the way. And it all starts with a brief. I truly believe that great creative execution starts with a tight brief, and a tight brief starts with a good consumer insight. And And so that's really where we focused here. We knew that we already had a great brand campaign for Oikos with Stronger Makes Everything Better. We wanted to continue that, but really use the Super Bowl as a breakthrough moment to really communicate the difference between some of the products in the portfolio. And so we worked really closely with our agency, Lightning Orchard, and our insights team to really hone in on a consumer insight, a real human truth that would enable us to unlock great creative. And they came up with a provocation around how strong do you want to be, building on this key compelling insight. And once we locked that big idea, it was just a matter of working with our integrated agency team to bring it to life across all touch points. From a media standpoint, we knew a traditional media buy didn't make sense for the Super Bowl for us. So we focused on developing an optimal paid plan that included a national digital buy through live stream, local TV buys. We used content partners to really reach an audience beyond the traditional sports enthusiast and work to develop some bespoke content that we know they really want to watch. And then we partner closely with our PR team on an earned plan. We kicked off this campaign this year on Good Morning America and have been generating some incredible buzz ever since. And then to really bring it down from that screen to shelf level, our shopper marketing team works to figure out how we bring this to life at retail and through e-com. So this year we're activating in over 12,000 retailers nationally and through e-com, digital couponing, retail media, etc. So it's a true holistic screen to shelf activation with every piece of it laddering back up to that big idea of how strong do you want to be.
So then, Sophie, let's talk about the focus of the actual messaging, and let's dig into the Oikos Strong campaign. What you have done this year to adjust the overall strategy.
So just building on what Linda shared, our kind of evergreen campaign that we had launched last year is called Stronger Makes Everything Better. So we knew we wanted to maintain our brand equity around strength as kind of a benefit that you brought up from the high protein content. But we wanted to evolve it into this campaign, how strong do you want to be? Because we introduced a new product launch last year called Avocados Pro with 20 grams of protein. And that was really designed to be a recruitment product range for a younger consumer looking for those higher grams of protein. But we had this legacy scaled business of Oikos 000. And so the question was, how do we position and communicate the differences in these two ranges? One, a legacy core range, Oikos 000, which we had done the bubble wet ad with. And then how do we also speak to and create awareness around our new higher protein offering of Avocados Pro? So that was sort of the business challenges. We want the efficiency with limited dollars of one spot that can speak to two ranges as we build Oikos and evolve it into a true Greek yogurt master brand. And the creative mechanism that Lightning Orchard, our agency, came up with was, I think, quite brilliant because it was anchored, as Linda said, on this very relatable, true human insight, right? And you know it when it's true, and you usually know it when it's fake. But the insight was that every kid wants to be stronger than their parent, and every parent wants to maintain their strength. And so how do you design a campaign around that relatable human insight? Well, we brought it to life with the creative mechanism of a father-son duo, in this case played by Dion Primetime Sanders and his son, Shador Sanders, competing in over-the-top feats of strength. And Dion is sort of standing for Oikos 000 as the parent who wants to maintain his strength, and Shador is standing for Oikos Pro as the child who wants to eat higher protein content product to gain strength and beat his dad in the competition. And there's a really nice surprise ending featuring Dion's mom, who ultimately emerges as the strongest of them all. So I think we'll actually love to show the spot because it probably illustrates better than I can describe how that strategy and insight really came to life.
Oikos 000 protein to help maintain dad strength. Oikos Pro protein to try to get stronger than dad. Stronger. I'm getting dad strength. I just know it. I need to have dad strength when I'm dad. Strength? How do you think I gave birth to you and your big head? How strong do you want to be?
I think I stole the spot.
That was terrific. So earlier today, I heard another person talking about how they started their planning, even the Super Bowl before the Super Bowl they were planning to engage with. So when brands start to think about investing in such an enormous investment, a platform like the Super Bowl, they typically start 8 to 10 months, even more, as we heard, in advance. You guys have been able to kind of change the paradigm here. Can you give us an idea of how abbreviated you've been able to do that? What enabled you to do that? And ultimately, why you think that actually produces a more relevant customer experience?
Sure, 8 to 10 months is a pipe dream. I don't think we ever plan anything that far in advance. I think it was probably October that we decided that we were doing this year's Super Bowl. So everything came together soup to nuts in just about 3 months. And I think, you know, we're successful in doing that really because of 2 things: really strong partnership and a really deep understanding of our brands and consumers. From a partnership standpoint, I mean, Serby and I are joined at the hip. We do everything and we're lockstep every step of the way. And we also have a great partnership with Lightning Orchard. That is a partnership that's built on trust and collaboration and really enables us to move fast when we need to. So I think we briefed them on this campaign in October, and we were able to land a creative idea in just a matter of weeks. And I think that really comes down to the fact that they truly are along for this journey with us. They understand the brand just as deeply as we do. We understand our consumer. We understand what matters to our consumer. And so we're very quickly able to partner with them to land a compelling creative idea. And from there, we're off to the races. We had to go select talent and find somebody, again, that fits with our brand purpose. It's also available to shoot within a very tight window. We shot the campaign January 11th, trafficked the spot 2 weeks later, and here we are. So I guess, and to answer your question on, you know, why that makes sense for us beyond just the partnership and deep understanding, I think moving fast also helps us be relevant. We can really stay on top of a changing consumer landscape, a changing sports landscape, right? You know, Dion and Shador are really well-known, beloved icons in the sports world, but there's increased relevance over the past few months based on some of the other things they're doing. And so that really helped us tap into that and drive increased momentum for this spot in a short period of time. So we like kind of working flying by the seat of our pants. It works for us.
So then back to Serby. For this to work, you have to be incredibly collaborative in this very abbreviated time frame. How does that happen? And specifically, how do you think culture and trust play into that effective collaboration?
I love that question. I'm a big fan of what I call psychological safety. And I think great creative comes from having a culture of safety. And that means a lot of things. It means trust, right? From the 2 of us, so our teams, you know, see it, we don't say it, we do it, we behave that way. And when we're in lockstep, it minimizes swirl, it creates an environment of trust and safety to take creative risks. I believe that the creative work we can pull off in such short order is directly correlated to the amount of trust and that culture of safety that we built for the team. And so, you know, I think the testament to that is doing a butt ad, you know, a bubble butt ad. Like, as you know, I walked in the door and it was like, I didn't know if I was going to get fired or not. Honestly, every day I would go home and I'd be like, am I going to get fired for doing this? But there was a belief from the leadership on high in creative risk taking and a culture of safety that, you know what, if you believe in this, I trust you. And we're just going to go do this. And it may feel like we're winging it at times, but we make mistakes, and that's okay. Permission to fail, permission to learn, which means we're going to get it wrong sometimes. But and when that happens, which it does occasionally, not for Super Bowl, not yet. There's no finger pointing. There's no finger pointing because we've all held hands all along the way. And I think you have to intentionally create that kind of culture of trust, of safety, and you have to behave that way as leaders because people pick up on it really fast if it's lip service. So I intentionally try to make sure that we're in lockstep, and often we're texting on the side of creative reviews with the whole team so that we don't create this world. There's no turf wars here. And that way we can just focus on the great work. And that extends to our agency. I mean, I just want to echo the partnership with Lightning Orchard. They're exceptional. They listen to us. There's no ego around preciousness of creative direction and ownership. We all feel a joint sense of accountability around even the creative. So when I was on set last month, filming here, you know, if I had notes, our agency creative director listened. They were valid, and I felt heard, and I think it results in better work. Sometimes we disagree, but that's okay. So I think that culture of safety is really important to deliver this kind of creative.
Yeah, and I'll just build on that because, I mean, obviously I've worked in a number of different organizations and I think this relationship and this culture is very different than those that I've worked with before. There's just implicit trust and to Sophie's point, we show up, we don't say it. We live this way every day and it does extend to our agents. So when they initially presented this amazing insight around dad and son strength, we raised a point of view around, well, what about women? You know, half of our consumers are women. So what about them? Is this relevant to them? And that's when they came back and worked with them on the idea to integrate Connie into the spot. As Sophie mentioned, we think she steals the show, right? She's the mom and she's the ultimate strength in that family. And they were just very open and very collaborative to working with us through that feedback, which ultimately resulted in better creative. So it's been a really wonderful working relationship.
Thank you for giving us a window into how you built this collaborative environment to deliver tremendous output in such a short period of time. It's a great example of that. The only last thing I'll just ask you is, do you want to put yourself on the record for who you're rooting for on the game this week?
I'm rooting for Oikos.
Okay, good answer. All right, with that, I'll thank you all for joining us. I think lunch is the only thing next.
I did. We got married in Palm Springs, like literally right before it came down. So it was a small wedding. We only had like 75 people, but yeah, it was great. Thank you. Good to see you. That's everything I do,
Ready? Okay. Hello? Hello? Yep. How are you, sir? Okay, man. Hey. So, first of all, hello, hey, how are you? Are you good? Come on. Some people wearing masks, some not. My name is Bob Dow. I know so many of you in the room, so I'll do rapid fire just so you guys have a little bit of my background. I built 2 global digital agencies for my first 10 years of my career. Then I left the agency side because I thought that clients were too dumb to buy good work. So I became a dumb client. I was chief digital officer of PepsiCo for 5 years and then chief media and commerce officer of Mondelez. And then I decided that I was going to quit and I was going to invest in messaging technology. I was going to become rich. And on my journey, I met a guy named Rich. Rich Luke Dennis, who owns Sundial, which is the largest natural beauty business. I invested in about 12 businesses, one of them that. And then I also took on the chief growth officer role. I took that from 200 to 300, we sold it immediately 12 months later for a little under $1 billion. And then some of you might know my time at Triller, which is about to go public. And so right before pandemic, I did that. They were 100 million, much bigger now. I'll talk about some other things later. But the most important thing of this is, first of all, it's good to see everybody here. Those who might not know, but I was at the very first ever brand innovator meetup. It was like 10 people and it was at a bar. I think I might have picked up the tab because I was at Pepsi at the time, but I think that felt right. I then proceeded to sponsor innovators. I then forced them to go to South by, kicking and screaming. Now, one of the marquee events. I suggested they do something at Super Bowl. Lo and behold, what do we do here today? So I'm excited to say that I feel like an honorary member of the Brand Innovators family. But I think what's the most important thing that Brand Innovators does, and look, I was on the board of Ad Week, I'm the chairman of the board of Ad Week, that many of the other platforms don't do, is they really give a chance for young, up-and-coming marketers to have a platform to share their thoughts and their opinions, and they highlight them. They were the first to do the 30 under 30, and they really give those up-and-coming marketers a real opportunity to meet people in the industry and ultimately grow their career, and that's what training organizations should do. So a big round of applause to the Brand Innovators guys. Because I know they didn't expect me to speak this long, is that please continue to encourage the people on your team to attend Brand Innovators. It's important for us to continue to have young marketing talent come through and learn from experts like those that are going to be on the panel today, ladies and gentlemen. So today our next panel is sports betting and fantasy football. And so first of all, it's amazing to see what the betting world has done and how the growth has taken off. But more importantly, they're some of the best marketers in the world. I don't know if you guys know that, but in terms of just like demand generation, I've never seen people who are better. So I'm gonna allow Tyler to introduce everybody. Is that okay? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Hi. You're gonna just use this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. There's only 2 mics. It's gonna be good.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys all for, I don't know which one we're talking, having us today. What an introduction. Definitely fearful of following that. I will not be introing my history because it pales in comparison. But I am the president of Basis Technologies, really focused on creating automation and digital advertising. And excited about that. Also trying to go public, so hopefully that goes well as well. But I'm here to talk about sports betting. And really about some of the history of FanDuel. So please welcome Brian Mark. I would love to intro you, and you just heard a very eloquent intro. I will actually start off with that and say, I'd love to hear your history, how you ended up at FanDuel, and just take it off.
Yeah, I just started at FanDuel back in July, so actually fairly new, brand new to the sports betting space. Came from Hulu, led all media and subscriber acquisition for Hulu for the last 3 years. Background mainly in performance marketing.
So yeah, fresh to the space, so excited to be part of it.
Thank you, Brian. Hi, everyone. My name is Mario D'Agostino, and I work with Brian Fanwell as VP of Customer Marketing and Marketing Technology. Been with Fanwell and Flutter, which is the company that actually owns Fanwell from the UK, for about a decade. So, time in the sports gaming work. Had the opportunity to work on a bunch of different roles in marketing and growth, marketing technology, and customer retention. Thank you. So yeah, we're having a lot of fun. We launched Prospecting in 2018. New Jersey was our first state. Now we are the #1 app in the US, which is exciting. Our biggest event is coming up in a couple of days. So excited. And yeah, as you can hear from my accent, I'm Italian born and raised. Moved thanks to Fanwell in 2017 to California, so supporting the Rams.
Guess we don't have to ask that question. Speaking of, kind of gearing up for this weekend, but also, the amount of competition, right? You launched in 2018, you guys were on the forefront, leader. You're now seeing a lot of the companies getting in, even the main casinos. How are you looking at competition? How are you looking at staying ahead?
The competition's fierce. You see a ton of money flooding into the market. Caesars has come in with a big splash over the last couple of months. It's ultra competitive out there. I think one of the biggest advantages that FanDuel has is what we call the flywheel. We've had a fantasy sports business for a long time now. So we have that base, we're able to cross-sell over. We also have a casino business. We have a horse racing business with TVG that many people are aware of. So there's a way to keep people into the ecosystem and actually get more out of our customers and provide more services to them than many of our competitors. So we look at that as our main competitive advantage. I think one of the biggest things in the market now that's going to be a challenge is how do you break through. People are putting big headline offers out there, tons of different commercials. You see the spots with Jamie Foxx and now you have Holly Berry and Caesar spots, and like there's just the creatives being elevated, the amount of media markets being elevated. All the offers are crazy aggressive. There's a lot of customer bonusing going on. It is just a complete and utter land grab. So being diligent about maximizing our flywheel and trying to find ways to creatively break through is going to be critical for us to maintain our number one market share.
I will also add that, of course, being part of Flutter brings a lot of talents and experience from all over the world. So we have people from Australia, from the UK, and Ireland. So it's impressive that the amount of talents that we have in the marketing team. We are also leveraging some centralized function like the risk and trading team. So we have a team working for 24 hours on our odds, which is probably one of the biggest competitive advantage that we have versus DraftKings or BetMGM. So I think we're lucky that we're part of a very big group. And as you probably know, Flutter also owns PokerStars and Skybet, Foxbet, IDPower, Betfair. So we have pretty big shoulders, and we're using our talents and our resourcing to win the competition here.
As you guys are looking at attracting the customers in your flywheel, is there a certain dollar amount that you guys look at a lifetime value of getting the consumer over? Because you guys are very aggressive in some of your promotions and some of the gambling, consumers can actually drive lines, right? Which I think is unique.
Yeah, completely. If you think about it, it's a very immature business as well. We have the state of New Jersey is the oldest state, and it's only 3 years old. So to try and predict out a 3-year or 5-year lifetime value is actually really difficult when most of your customers aren't even 3 years old. But it's something we obviously care a lot about and think a lot about. We do have lifetime value models. We're optimizing our marketing investments to get an ROI based on what that's telling us what the predicted value is going to be over time. But again, that's only as reliable as the data that we have, and there's not a ton of historical. So certainly a challenge and a big risk to understanding what true lifetime value is. Like I said earlier about the flywheel, our biggest thing is getting people into other products, keeping engagement high, and obviously lifetime value should increase over time.
I think also going back to the flywheel effect, we have a pretty large database of existing customers. So we have more than 50 million customers. So customers we have already acquired through the FanDuel database via TVG, daily fantasy sports and casino. So it's really important to figure out how we can convert those customers into sports betting customers and really increase their lifetime value because they're working on a marketing product. So I think that's probably the main focus for the team, and probably it's another reason why we are winning the market at the moment.
Yeah, and on the retention side, how are you maintaining, creating those efficiencies? Is it mainly promotion based? Is it through advertising, content integrate? What's been your best channel?
I've been working on retention marketing for a long time, and I really believe that having the best app in the market, so the best product, really make more than 50% of my job, of our job. So first off, I think we have the best app, the best product in the market, and this is probably able to retain the majority of our biggest player. On top of this, we try to use existing models for retaining our top players. So we try to segment our customer base when it comes to lifetime value and sports preferences. And we really focus on that 20% of the customer base that is generating more than 80% of the revenue for the business. So this makes our life a little bit easier because we need to focus on best customers by providing them the best experience possible. So I think it's a combination of using the right technology. I think we're a pretty cool marketing technology stack, using real-time marketing, and I think we have a team of analytics that is pretty brilliant and it's helping us with a lot of insights.
And what are you seeing from a channel mix that is working on track? From a media perspective of utilizing such a massive database of first-party data, whatever with privacy right now, what are you seeing work and drive your media?
Yeah, I being a media person at heart, I love and hate this question. Only because to me, it's the average consumer doesn't differentiate between I saw something on TV versus paid social versus on YouTube. It's like an impression's an impression. The context around in which they're consuming your advertising might be a little bit different, which is how we try to measure the impact of different placements. But you'll see we're in the category as a whole, we're very heavy on TV, especially within live sports, leading up to the games, even right after games. If you're in local markets where sports betting is legal, you're probably getting inundated with ads from the category. So there is definitely a very heavy investment in TV. One thing that's also really important is we have a partnership with Pat McAfee, as probably everybody knows, but the influencer space and talent and people talking about the product, and even just talking about sports in general is heavily influences sports betting behavior. So you may have seen some of the deal that we did with Pat McAfee and how expensive it was. But there's a reason for that because it's actually shaping the betting behaviors of the market. And that's, if I had to point to one particular channel, I think the influencer space is probably driving most of our business and the most interesting is the most opportunity.
Taking this not in a totally different direction, but responsible gaming, is a big thing, right? It's something you guys have to focus on. I'm sure with your media, making sure you're advertising a certain segment, and then how do you, protect against people who get addicted or it becomes a problem? Is there ways to do that?
Yeah, well, there's definitely ways to do it, and it's something that we talk about just about every single day. One thing that we really want to do as a company is be additive to the sports experience. Most people would say that if they're betting on a game, that they actually get more enjoyment out of watching the game. So it's doing wonders not only for people, but for the leagues, the NFL, the NBA. It's actually a really good thing for them because it's getting all their customer fan bases more engaged. But with that comes a huge responsibility to make sure that we have the right controls in place to identify when somebody has gotten out of control, put limits on how much they bet. Mario, I'll let you talk to about the specific controls that we have in place. But it's something that we literally talk about just about every single day, of how to make sure we're doing the right things and we're compliant. Obviously,
heavily regulated business. All the new states that have passed it are very, very interested in the stance that we're taking in terms of responsible gaming and making sure we have the right controls in place. So it's table stakes for us in a way that we make sure that this business continues for a very long time in the future, and it's actually an additive to sports and not a detractor.
Brian said all the right things. It's a table stakes for us. And, we really believe that if we want to win and be the best app and the best brand, we really need to win also when it comes to responsible gaming. Brian mentioned a number of tools that we have in place for our customers. So our customer can actually take a break and say, okay, I need a break for the next month or whatever. So I don't want to receive any communication. I don't want to waste the fact. So we have in place all these tools that are built into our product in order to prevent these type of things. But we are also trying to elevate this to something even more important. We have a lot of data, which is really the power of our company. And we are building AI and models, prevention models that will flag customers that actually are having issues or problems with our product. So we can proactively reach out to those customers and say, okay, you actually need a break. We're going to put you on a break for the next period of time, which I think is pretty smart. And also, I think coming from Europe, where sports betting has been, online sports betting has been there for a long time, we know how big of a risk this can be for FanDuel. So we really want to be proactive. We really want to work with the leagues, with our competitors, and really start with something that can really benefit the entire industry. So yeah, a lot of work still to do because it's still early phases for the sports betting industry here in the US. But I think we have in mind maybe all the right things to do.
I know everyone in here is responsible. Actually, I do find enjoyment. I do find enjoyment in putting. I put $150 in the account, and I lose it every year. So now I put $5 in the game. I'm like, yes. You're like, how much? $5. But it's funny. And so I live in Texas, so I don't think it's legal. So I was going to. But if I were legal, on what I was going to ask you guys, it's promotion week. I'm sure you got leading up to the Super Bowl. Really good time to attract customers. Maybe some of the audience. Do you guys have any really special offers going right now that we could take advantage of? Or what's your best promotion you think right now that we can get free money?
Our big headline offer for the Super Bowl is we're offering 56-1 odds on any team to win the Super Bowl. So if that's not a good enough reason to come in, it's basically free money. But the Super Bowl is our biggest activation time of the year. We have more customers than Super Bowl during any other period. But what's really interesting is you bring in a lot of kind of what we call sideline spectators, people that may not be typical daily gamblers, but want to put a little bit of money on the game. So it's a great opportunity to introduce new people to sports betting, and then figure out a way, it's Mario's job, of how to get them involved in all of our other products, but also continue to play on the platform. So it's a huge day for us, and brings in an audience that we typically wouldn't capture otherwise.
That's great. Yeah, and speaking of that, after Super Bowl, how do you get people engaged? Because you got NBA, it's March Madness. Is that,
I mean, look, sports doesn't stop. March Madness comes right on the heels of this. We're already preparing for that. We're already starting conversations for what the next NFL season is going to look like. So it is just, it's nonstop. There's a little bit of a lull probably over the summer, but we'll have March Madness. NBA continues. Hopefully the MLB doesn't strike, and that'll continue as well. But yeah, I mean, this is a crazy business. It doesn't seem to ever stop. It's always on.
Gotcha. And then, Brian, I guess on that, you've had a lot of experience in your intro, Hulu and others. What have you gained from there that's really helped you with FanDuel?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, I had the benefit of working for one of the fastest growing companies, I think, in the country over the last 3 years in Hulu. It was an incredible experience. We had a ton of scale, could do rapid testing. But at the end of the day, it was all about customer acquisition, new customer growth, and retaining existing customers, right? All we cared about was retaining people that came in, continually getting them to engage in much more content, and then acquiring as many new people as we possibly could. It's literally the same formula here at FanDuel. We're trying to acquire as many people as we possibly can, keep them on the platform, keep them playing. So all the same things that we did from a media, customer lifecycle marketing perspective, strategic growth perspective, there's a lot of it that's rip and replace, which really helped me kind of hit the ground running when I walked in the door at FanDuel. The biggest difference, I think, is just streaming. TV is a very, although streaming itself is a bit immature, but TV content consumption is a very mature business, whereas FanDuel and sports betting is 3 years old when it comes to the sports betting piece of it, only 6 years old when it comes to fantasy. So not a ton of historical data, very different regulations, very different behavior in states. We're only in 15 states right now for sports betting. So not quite the scale that we had at Hulu, but really optimizing and solving for the same things.
That's great. All right, I'm always fascinated, meeting people that have seen other countries, came from there, and obviously you were with FanDuel and the brand for a long time. Like, what's been your biggest difference from, focused on Europe or the European markets versus US?
Yeah, another great question. I think probably the biggest challenge we have in Europe when it comes to marketing and media investments is that the market is highly regulated. So it's almost impossible to find a solution, an offer, a tagline that would work for all the countries in Europe. And that's the reason why we need to work on so many different solutions by regions and countries. Another barrier is also the language. Of course, people that speak Italian like me, and then there are Spanish, there's French, the Greek community. So you need to find and create different versions of your campaign. So I think there are a lot of restrictions, especially when it comes to privacy, which you will probably keep in the States at some point in the future. Those marketing technology platforms are really working on that. On the other side, I think in the US, you really have a big deal because you have a addressable audience that is really eager. You can use the same creative at a national level. So the fragmentation of the market is probably a cons. And here you can really see the power of the media creatives and the investment, hitting the market when it comes to this tentpole moment where life is flexible.
And then on a retention side, getting people to retain in Europe, obviously they're not big NFL. What's the strategy over there?
No, I think that, of course, customers are completely different. Could be that it's still early phases for the US market, but the Americans are betting way more than Europeans. Kind of in line with the Australians, because the Australians also have a big reputation when it comes to betting. Of course, there is the bet mix, which is completely different. I think FanDuel has also introduced into the sports betting market a new product that is called same game parlay. So you can really parlay into the same bet, props bet. So you can say, okay, this bet is gonna do a touchdown plus this other thing is gonna score X yards. So you can combine everything in the same bet around the same game, which is something new that we brought and introduced into this market and really helped us a lot in helping customers to build their story about the game. Because you probably know, okay, Rams are gonna win, and this player is gonna do this player is gonna do that, and you can make your bets based on your feeling and your gut, which is basically what's betting players want.
Yeah, no, that's great. Speaking of bets, I'm sure people love here. Do you guys have any inside track on who's going to win based on betting or consumption?
I have actually not, of course. I think we are betting on we prefer the Rams because a lot of people are betting on the underdog. So I think for us, the Rams winning is probably a good result. So the Rams one more reason to say go Rams. And then, yeah, I think, look, we know that we want to make our customer happy. We are here for the long run. So for us, it's important to give a positive experience to customers. If they're gonna win big on Sunday, we're gonna celebrate with them because we want to be the brand they wanna bet with, for a long time.
Yeah, if we had an inside track, I would be sitting here right now. Y'all know that somewhere. But Mario's right. Like we prefer that the favorite's going to win. There's usually a lot of money on the underdog. So come Monday morning, we could be in a really, really bad spot or a really, really good spot. It'll be an interesting day for us. It's definitely the most wagered day of the entire year. Which puts a lot of exposure and a lot of risk on the organization. Just to be quite honest, if there's a couple of things that hit, we could be in a really bad spot. That's the business that we're in, and yeah, that's what it is. We try to do our best.
And I heard that the Simpsons predicted 34-31 for the Rams in one of the episodes. So for some reason, we have seen a lot of customers betting on 34-31 for the Rams.
So that comes true. That is there's gonna be a lot of conspiracy theory on that. I guess they're the future. No, thank you guys so much. I think we have a few minutes left. So I would love to open up for questions.
You said something that kind of, I just got off the phone with my son and I'm in the measurement business. And I was wondering if you've ever done any surveys about how much betting on a game enhances watching the game, the experience with the person who's doing what you have as well as the game. And if there's any background on that.
Yeah, so we haven't done any of our own internal surveys to understand that. Nielsen did a big survey in 2021 that really helped understand, and it was all kind of self-reported, obviously surveys where people say that they're more likely to watch a sporting event if they have money on the game, and that it makes the event itself much more exciting. There's a number of different. There's another one that came out of a company called Protege, I believe, that did in 2019. So there's a ton of data that's showing this is true. We're also seeing that, this football season, viewership, wagering on this NFL playoffs, was the highest ever, and probably the most exciting football I've ever seen. I think ratings are showing the effect of two of them combined. So we don't have a ton of our own internal insights on it, but there's been a lot of research that shows it's elevating the game.
I'm a little bit obsessed about data, so I can share this with you. Exactly. Yes.
I work for Consumer, so we have a lot of.
Yeah. Also, this AGA, so the American Gaming Association, on Saturday, 31.4 million American adults will place a bet on the Super Bowl. They project $7.6 billion in annual, and this 31.4 million represent 18% of the Super Bowl viewers. So 1 out of 5 of the viewers will also place a bet.
Never pushed out data. Push out questions on a survey.
We could, but we haven't done it.
So I have a question. When you guys enter a market, like so Texas, for example, how do you select which teams you're partnering with? So it's not just one thing you have to lead, obviously, but then in a market like Texas, you've got multiple options across pretty much everything. So how do you guys determine where is the best place for you to be?
In Texas, there's really only one option, right? No, it's very much around. There's obviously a big financial component of it, of who we think we can get a really good deal with. But one of the most valuable pieces of it is the right to use the names and IP in our advertising and within our product. So that's very important. If it's a very relevant team that we can get to a good financial terms place with, that's very relevant in the market. There's a ton of social media chatter around. All of that's factored into what we believe is the most value. So we have deals right now with the Colts and with the Broncos, with the Jets even, which Probably doesn't. But no, there's a number of different factors that go into it, but it's usually what we believe we can get out of it by using the name. And I think
How do you were talking about customer lifestyle marketing and reinvention. How do you guys keep somebody so engaged in something that's so hard to do?
How do you keep people engaged when so many people are terrible at betting?
Yeah.
Like myself.
Yeah, me too.
That's a because
Kids ask me if that's the opposite.
no, look, there is a formula. I should do this now. There is a formula where we try to give customer back a percentage of their losses. So we say, okay, if you lose $10, let's try to reinvest $2. I'm saying around the numbers in order to keep you active in the upcoming weeks. So we try to understand your value, so the LTV, lifetime value. So we also try to estimate how long are you going to engage with our product, and this will give us an idea of the level of investment we can put into our retention engine.
Great.
Sorry, I was just going to add on to that. And then the types of bets that people are making are also, not as risky or don't have as much of a financial burden on them if they lose, right? So like same game parlays, for example, you can place a $5 bet with an opportunity to win $500,000. So it's not a big hit every time if they're not winning. And like Mario said, then we're always returning a bit of our earnings back to the customer to make sure they're not feeling the pain of a loss every time.
How do you see the role of the athlete market? See some kind of Fox and BBC, is there a sensitivity of using athletes from that? The second question is, what have your experience been working with the copyright holders, creating a second experience where wagering overlays part of the real life?
So a couple questions there. You bring up second screen experience, which is honestly so interesting to us because this is like one of the only businesses in the world I can think of that you can actually really have a true second screen experience where you're watching something and engaging with it at the same time. So there's a lot of thought that we're putting in behind, which kind of goes to the other part of your question around integrations and integrating live odds into the games, which makes it more enjoyable, but then how do you distill that back down to the phone and have them take action? Copyright, we have deals with CBS and some of the big media rights companies to do integrations. You'll see them across. Caesars has some, DraftKings has some as well with ESPN. But we see that as a big valuable component of kind of raising brand awareness, but also integrating our product into the media. And there's always a lot of speculation of, with sports betting coming in, do we actually become competitive for media rights sometime down the future or down the road? That's which is something we talk about often. So when Thursday Night Football is up for renewal, I know Amazon has a contract now. So it's something that we would be interested in, and then can we integrate sports in even a deeper or sports betting in an even deeper way? We're still a ways out from that. We got a lot to learn, a lot to focus on just in sports betting in general. Something that's very top of mind for us.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. And
Thank you guys. Sir. So as we're getting set for the next panel really quickly, we're going to run into it. So I think sorry. First of all, great panel. Thank you guys. And talking about the second screen experience, unfortunately, wasn't with you guys, but another one. When we did the Tyson fight, integration was huge. I mean, so huge opportunity, but to the point we got to figure out what the real integration is. So great. So this next panel, I'm very excited about. Just don't let my wife know. that this panel is happening. So Formula One, some of you guys know this or might not know this. I haven't been on the board of Philip Morris International, longer story, we can talk later. One of the big sponsors of F1, of course, and so we've been going for the last 2 years. But my wife is Finnish, and I don't know if you know a lot about Finland, probably not. Only 5 million people do, so don't worry. But they don't have a lot of sports, but one of the sports that they're really good in happens to be Formula One. And so, you know, my wife, right, so she loves it. So, and the work that Red Bull has done really, I don't even know when you guys got into the sport, but definitely not one of the long-standing, or long-standing now, but early, newer entrants into it. So it's exciting to see what you guys have done. So I'm going to just have Holly and Ariel come up. And you guys, why don't you guys just use, you want to just use this handheld? Or you want to put one lamp on? I can keep talking if you want to do it. All right. Well, let's give a huge round of applause. Buddy. Come on down.
Cool. Well, happy to be here. So I've been working with Formula One since 2018, but really only the last year with the Red Bull Racing Team, which is now called the Oracle Red Bull Racing Team. And so I'm really privileged to have Ollie here, who's the CMO of the team. And maybe just before we start, how many people here follow or watch Formula One? Okay, probably bigger than it was a year or even bigger than before. So we have a little bit of a video to get started, just for those of you guys who are a little less familiar with the sport. So we could run the video.
Project, this is really, really difficult. We want everything yesterday. That's just the nature of our business. And it really is a case of finding the right partner and then also being very realistic in terms of what you're trying to achieve over what time frame. All the meetings with Oracle is you weren't initially pushing the tech house. All the meetings started with what are you trying to achieve? What do you want to get out of it? What's your objective?
On a day-to-day basis, the team are completely in those. I think certainly will be critical and instrumental to the successes that we're already seeing as a team, but also the longer term.
Responses went live, that was super quick. We've got other areas of the business which are about to go live as well. And it's amazing when you talk to people and say, you did it already, you only announced the partnership a few months ago. It's less of a case of thinking about it as a sort of partner, customer, supplier relationship. It's almost like we are on team. We have people embedded in my team helping us get up to speed.
The passion every single day is infectious, so that the teams together are really supportive of each other.
Great. Okay. Everyone's up to speed on Formula One. So maybe, just to start out with, Ollie, just sort of walk people through, like, what is the role of the CMO at Formula One team, and what does that involve being responsible for?
First of all, thank you very much to Ariel and the whole of the Oracle Corporation for the support they've given us through the last year, and also the fact that we're now Oracle Red Bull Racing, I think, shows the support they're giving us and what they're giving us going forward. So I'm the CMO of the team, so that I guess involves sort of two things, really. I guess a lot of you, all of you probably are in marketing in some way, shape, or form. So I do all the standard stuff, which is branding, everything you see, hear, feel from the team. But I guess the other major component of my job is that I'm the chief funding officer, I guess, of the team as well. So the money we get from Formula One for where we finish in the championship, it's my job to pay all the bills. So the more money I can raise the team through sponsorship or new revenue streams, the more we can spend on making the target faster. Give me whatever.
So no salespeople to complain about. They work for you. It's a whole different world. And when we think about brand, I think one of the interesting things with Ollie's world is there's the brand of Red Bull company, and then there's the brand of the Formula One team. So I'd love to hear how this sort of Red Bull racing brand has evolved. Is it the same? Is it different? How you guys think about that?
So for those of you who don't know, we are a wholly owned subsidiary of Red Bull. So, but we're also very, very separate to Red Bull. So I'm sure all of you know what Red Bull is. It's an energy drink. It was the original energy drink. They defined the category of energy drinks. Red Bull is very much about, they didn't go into sports to sponsor. So anyone who follows anything Red Bull does, we supply 900 athletes. We're involved in many different sports around the world. But very rarely would Red Bull turn up at a sport and just put a logo on a car, put a logo on an athlete, put a logo on a sport. Their view is very much they want to apply the Red Bull ethos, which is their Mavericks. They define what sports are. They define what their brand is. They're not going to be defined by other people's brands. So our owner is a very big Formula One fan, and for 10 years before 2005, we sponsored a team, and it just frustrated them. They had no say over who the driver was. They had no say over how much investment was going into the team. They were just writing a check. So in 2005, Red Bull bought what was then the Jaguar team off then personal owned Jaguar, which was Ford. And the whole view was we're going to take a fledgling team and we're going to make them world champions. And I would say at the beginning, people just laughed at us. They're like, what is Red Bull doing amongst Ferrari and amongst Mercedes and amongst BMW at the time? They're just an energy drink. And we were kind of the jokers. We threw parties, we were coming last, but actually we were building something. So for those of you who've been watching Drive to Survive, you'll see that my boss, Christian Horner, was actually given the job as CEO of the team at 31 years of age. This is a pretty big undertaking, really. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. Put a 31-year-old in charge and tell him build a winning Formula One team. So he was very much about living the brand, like be Mavericks, take risks. We have this saying in my team, which is go for the gap. A famous racing driver, Ayrton Senna, once said, when you stop going for the gap, you're no longer a racing driver. So we're always looking for that place to be different to our competitors. But yeah, for us, it was all about Maverick spirit, and then behind the scenes, putting all the right resources in place. So Red Bull has been brilliant, whether you see it with us or whether you see it with RB Leipzig or New York Red Bulls, but they're all about putting the right structure in place, getting the right people in place, supporting them, and then building for something. And then 2005 into the sport. By 2009, we were a regular winner. By 2010, we were a double world champion. And we continued to be double world champions for the next 4 years. And we've been the second most successful team in the sport in the last 2 decades. So that's the Red Bull way.
It's working. Congratulations on Series Drivers Championship. Quite exciting. And a lot of people, like, sponsorship in sports has become pretty commonplace. It takes different, sort of does different things in different sports. And I'd love to hear how you guys think about what you want to do with your sponsorship program besides just getting money in the door. How you think about what's important, and sort of also sort of leading to why you guys are working with us.
Sure. So yeah, money is always a factor for sure. But actually for us, there's a reason we never call it sponsorship. We generally call it partnership, and we do genuinely work with people who will be adding something to the team. I mean, Formula One is massively, massively complex. Whatever level of fan you are in the room here, you would never understand unless you've been to a race and worked with a team how much data we churn, how many multiple millions of variables we're looking at for any one race weekend. And we're looking to work with the best-in-class partners because one, we need to save money. It's really super expensive to do that. And two, we need the technology. And maybe we'll ask another question about this later, but Oracle being on our side is a huge, huge factor, we believe, in how we'll get back to winning races in the future, winning world championships in the future, because we need their technology, and their technology will really make a huge difference. It has made a huge difference already. So we worked with Oracle last season, and we've been running Oracle cloud infrastructure to simulate strategy and look at where we should get. And there were multiple races last year that, because of the speed of Oracle's cloud technology, we were able to make decisions which made us win races.
And from our perspective, I mean, I've always been intrigued with Formula One as sort of a really good showcase for technology products, because it's got this great combination. It's got this global reach, and then also it has some of the most complicated technology use cases that, if you can succeed there, it's very impressive to technology buyers around the world in, just a sport. And, at the same time, as Ollie was saying, this other interesting dynamic of they both want to do more in
save money at the same time, which is the same constraint, a lot of us have in our businesses. So it's just gives us a lot of pretty interesting ways to work together. The other sort of big marketing dynamic I think we've seen in the sport is that it's just become a lot bigger in the US recently. Maybe talk about how that sort of changed from your perspective and how you guys are looking at your interaction with the US market.
Sure. So F1's had a bit of we've been in and out of the US for years, actually. I think the first US Grand Prix was in 1930, and we've raced in multiple locations. We had a race in Vegas, which was really a giant car park, Caesar's Palace.
It's not.
No, it's not a good thing. No, that was probably one of the reasons it wasn't working. We went to Indianapolis for a number of years. Also didn't really work out. And then since 2012, we've had the US Grand Prix at the Circuit of Americas in Texas. And actually, that's been really, really good. So
400,000 people.
Yeah, 400,000 people attended the US Grand Prix, which that's like 4 Super Bowls. And it's pretty phenomenal. And we're just seeing growing interest in the US all the time. I mean, there's a number of things which have fueled that. But certainly for us at Red Bull, we're seeing that we are by some margin the most popular F1 team in the US. For many years now, we've actually been doing activity in the US. We've taken something called our show car program. So we take an old car and we bring it to people that can't necessarily get to an F1 race. So we've done donuts on a helipad in Miami. We've raced along South Beach. We've been through the Nevada desert. We've been through New York. We've been with the first race car to race down the strip in Las Vegas. So we're constantly trying to find ways of bringing F1 to a US audience that might necessarily know what F1 is. But certainly, we're really glad to see the US growing. I think maybe some of you will on this, but there'll be 2 US Grand Prix this year. There'll be one in Miami in May, and we've got Austin later in the year. So hopefully we continue to see that building. And then I guess similarly, on top of that, we have I guess a lot of you have probably seen the Netflix Drive to Survive series, but that's done a huge amount to help bring a new audience into F1. Maybe didn't consider what F1 was before, but have seen some of the drama and some of the fun that goes on behind the scenes.
And what I think is amazing about that is F1 pays Netflix. I'm just it's pretty, it's the best marketing I've ever seen. We're in the off season now. A lot of things that a lot of teams in sports think about is how do you stay engaged with the fans during the off season? How do you provide something interesting, for them to interact with you? So what's your guys' perspective on it?
So it's one of the good or bad things is thanks to COVID, we had 22 races last year in 22 different countries, but we actually didn't finish the season until 2 weeks before Christmas. So the off season has been pretty short. So we haven't had to do a huge amount, but we just launched our new car yesterday. But we have our Oracle CX products. We have a growing fan base. We're trying to constantly understand and learn more about our audience, but we keep them engaged in various different ways. So we're lucky we have the world of Red Bull. We part of Finland actually, and there's an ice driving. That was interesting. We find ways of engaging through competitions and behind the scenes content. We generally see our fan base is constantly interested in what's going on, not just at the racetrack, but actually what's happening behind the scenes. How does the car get to the racetrack? And so whatever we can do there, whether it's competitions or content, using our Oracle products to make sure the right people are seeing the right things is really important.
And one of the things we worked on together is this loyalty program that the team calls the Paddock, really to give a premium experience for fans to engage and earn special things you couldn't normally get. We have a little video to show on that. You could play that. So, like, tell us a little bit more about what the strategy is here with this, and why you created it. From it, obviously didn't exist before, and what reaction.
Sure. So I think what we didn't want to do is just create a paywall. We didn't want to say, you can come to our website, but all the good stuff is behind the logins. So what we're trying to do is find a way to actually encourage people to give us more information. We're very aware that people are super conscious about what they're doing with data. We have to be really responsible about what we do with your data. So we're trying to find a way of creating an incentive for you to want to give us more information willingly. So we created this area called the paddock, and what it does is you interact as normal as a fan. There's content in there, behind the scenes stuff, there's special content. And every time you watch something, we're rewarding you with a currency. It's not a currency you have to pay for. It's just a currency that we're giving you in return for the time that you've spent engaging with what we're putting out there. And that currency builds up, and you can redeem that currency for whether it's discounts on merch, or if you're getting enough of it, you get invites to meet and greets with drivers, you get discounts of other things we're doing, you get access to exclusive content. And the idea, really launched it this year, and it's been hugely successful. We've got 90 million fans around the world. We don't have 90 million fans yet signed up, but certainly.
Double yesterday.
Yeah, it did double yesterday, just in one day when we did our launch. But the idea in the future is we can start to learn about pockets. So as we start to learn about a pocket of fans that are in Los Angeles, maybe we form a Los Angeles fan club, or we work with local Red Bull to have special bars where you can come and watch the Grand Prix, and maybe an ex-driver turns up. But we're really trying to find ways of rewarding fans without costing them money. We're just rewarding you for the fact that you're interacting with us.
Yeah, this whole area of loyalty programs is something we're seeing a lot of customers with a product called Twist. It helps people build these programs. And I think the interesting part of this is for a lot of sports, or almost all the sports organizations and a lot of consumer products companies, you don't have this direct connection with the customers because there's some intermediary in between. In this case, the different racetrack venues, selling tickets, TV broadcasts, that this is allowing them to be able to actually have that relationship with the customer that they didn't have before. I think it's really just becoming sort of a normal routine. So we have a couple minutes left, maybe to take a few questions.
Michael, are you thinking about getting into the NASCAR space? I'm curious for you guys, since you have such a clean integration with the race team, where in your customer funnel?
Sorry,
so where does a sponsorship like this sit within your kind of customer funnel? Since you guys are doing primarily B2B marketing.
Well, it's two parts of it. We look at it as brand awareness, getting more people to know about Oracle's capabilities in cloud computing infrastructure and in marketing products. But then also, we find it to be very useful for sort of later in the funnel, if you think about having customers that are evaluating our products, coming to events and hearing the team talk about their technology products. Like at this last Austin race, we had the team talk about using Monte Carlo simulations, this race strategy that Ollie was talking about. And we had some people that we brought, big Wall Street banks that are doing Monte Carlo simulation, not to figure out when the pit stop, but to figure out if one of the traders can lose $8 billion. So it's, I find that the sports kind of use cases are more interesting and compelling than here's another company, another industry. So it's like kind of like early, and then towards the end, it tends to be pretty useful. Any other questions? So we're a B2B technology business. We make our money selling to large companies, also startup technology companies. So I would say this is one of these situations where for 90% of the people watching our logo on the car, or any of our sports integrations, like we have advanced analytics and Premier League broadcasts globally, 90% of the people, we're not trying to market to. Now, we got to make sure that they have a good experience and don't have a negative perception of work because of what we're doing, but it's about getting people that are technology leaders or developers to see examples of how our technology is doing something impactful.
Ollie, since launching the paddock, is there a particular insight or two that, that's been surprising about your fan base that you guys have learned?
On the spot. Do you know what? I think what we found is how engaged our fans are, because I mean, Formula One is super complex, right? So we never realized how much people want to know what the guy does who changes the front wheel. You know, how does he train to lift a tire? How do you? So I don't know if people know this, but we have the record for pit stops. We can change 4 tires on, 4 tires off in under 2 seconds. And people wonder how do you do that? It's like the ultimate sort of metaphor for teamwork, really. So what we're finding is people have an insatiable appetite for more information. And people want to see the data. I mean, in the last talk, there was from FanDuel, there was my second screens. So one of the things that we're really learning is there's a huge desire for a second screen experience in Formula One. They want to watch the race, but they want to know what's happening. Like, what is tire degradation? What is, you know, like what is the damage doing? What does dirty air mean? Like, there's a whole glossary of terms. People are like, I don't know what that means. So we're trying to find a way of simplifying the sport. Sport has got really complicated. I want to kind of make it easy for people to come in, easy to understand, and easy to kind of interact with what's going on.
Good question. Ollie, just curious, it sounds like Formula One fans are diehard fans. So you're increase engagement with them. What are you doing to attract new customers, particularly in the US? Is there any particular, you know, profile, right, that fits your target customer?
Yeah, actually, I've already didn't explain it very well. So the paddock is definitely attracting more fan that wants to learn more and becoming more diehard. But actually, I said the Red Bull fan base is the opposite. We are like the entry gate into the sport. We are pretty much the only team that has an almost 50-50 gender neutral sort of following. I think the fact that a lot of our fans in US shows are actually not diehard. They're coming in because they can relate to the brand Red Bull. Everyone here can afford to buy a can of Red Bull. Not everyone here can afford to buy a Ferrari. So we're quite an easy way into the sport. But we're always looking for new ways. Like I said before, like we have our show car program. We take it to places in the US where there isn't a race to bring awareness of what we do. We were the first team to launch an esports team. So esports to me is a brilliant way of getting F1 into bedrooms and trying to find the next great driver of the future. They can't all be sons of ex-promoters or sons of millionaires. It's got to be people with raw talent that are not being discovered. So we're trying to do whatever we can really to try and unearth new talent and engage with the wider audience as possible. Actually make F1 really relatable to people.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, you guys haven't watched the Netflix special. I think it's a pretty huge phenomenon what they did. And for those, some people might have been in Austin, but I was in Austin, and to answer a little bit of that question, the U.S. consumer is far from a diehard. They've really turned F1 into a sport that, you know, a casual consumer can actually enjoy. And I was going to ask if Red Bull had to pay the Paddock Club to use the name, but I guess not. Okay, really quickly, we're going to make a quick transition. Is the other panel Justin, Adam? Are they here? Am I missing?
Justin and Adam?
Yep, okay, I'm gonna keep talking. I thought they were in here, weren't they? Okay, we'll go, oh, there we go, okay. All right, so, yes, okay. But the other thing I think that was interesting about the Formula One show was that, you know, and people will say this otherwise, but I really firmly believe that there is a world where truly branded content, as long as it's good, will be able to have a dramatic impact on selling products. We did a thing where we jumped out of the sky with no parachute, no wingsuit on, similar kind of stuff that Red Bull did, but for Stride Gum, and everybody told me that, oh no, you can't say Stride Gum, and that's all we did. We said Stride Gum. When we came out of every commercial, we go, oh, did we mention Stride Gum? Present Stride. Huge impact on the brand. In fact, we got paid money for that 2 hours worth of content. Is there, nope, you guys are just gonna use a handheld. You go back and forth, unless you want, do you want the? No, okay. Okay, all right, so why don't you guys come up, and then I'll let Adam and Justin introduce themselves. Former alumni of Pepsi. I appreciate having you on the panel. So it's good to see you. And Adam's a good friend too. There you go.
Great to see everyone. Former alumni of Pepsi, current supporter of Pepsi, hell of a beverage. Great to see everybody, and thanks Bonnie for the intro. We made it with the capacity issues. Great to be back with Brand Innovators, and nothing better than a full house. So it's great to see everyone. Justin, hello. It's good to be here. We're here. That's right. So you know what? Let's start with you, right? So we're thrilled to be back, right, as a community and in person, and obviously with the backdrop of the Super Bowl. So why don't we start with the obvious? Tell us about you, tell us about your team, and tell us about sort of the role and remit of the group at Pepsi.
And I think actually we're in the same pocket squares in that picture. Is that fair or not? I do have more than one.
When it works, it works. You know?
No, thank you. Great to be here. No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah.
And the shoe game is strong. I want to point that out. I'm a fan.
One day of clean whites until tomorrow.
Well, good to see everybody. Thank you for having us up here. So Justin Tillman, head of sports marketing at Pepsi. We have we're out here, busy week for us. We're at the stadium last night. If you haven't heard about Pepsi halftime show, it's going to be amazing. Some special guests appearance, maybe it's going to be great. So we basically, and Melissa Duham on my team is here in blue. So I need Melissa to come down here. She's a rock star. And basically, Melissa and I, our team, anything that Pepsi does in sports, it either starts, goes through, or ends with our team. So most of the stuff tends to be brand Pepsi or brand Pepsi do, but we do have LinkedIn, Starbucks, Avocados, like water, so it's an awesome job. It's really, we work at the intersection of the big, great brands that we have, like Pepsi, what we do, and the intersection of our sports partners and properties and platforms. So things like the NFL, obviously, halftime show, all of our league team and athlete partners, over 100 of them. We have the privilege of working with some of the best partners in the business, and really with the goal of making sure our brands can connect with the millions and millions of passionate sports fans.
Yeah, love it. Can everyone hear me? If Justin hangs on to the mic, I can yell. Yeah, coming back. Awesome. Yeah, you can. So why don't we start with you a little bit? So I'd be remiss if we didn't go a little bit down the personal track here.
All right.
An unbelievably decorated athlete, won multiple national championships yourself as a gymnast from the University of Michigan. Give it up a little bit. Being in sports marketing, an unbelievably decorated athlete, how did that influence, or has it influenced your career? And equally important, how you see an activation, or you see the experience inside of an arena or a specific event?
No, I think the biggest thing from maybe a few things, but just being an athlete, like a recovering athlete, right? Kind of like, always wanted to do that. It's just hard when you retire, any athlete, whether you're pro or amateur, whatever. Like, you have to realize you're stopped. You have to stop competing. So it kind of defines you. So I think the biggest thing, it turned me on to the fact that there's careers in sports, right? Being an athlete, you kind of have a glimpse a little bit, like, okay, the people running these events or some of the marketing behind it. So that was really what turned me on to like this idea of, when you retire, you can actually have a job in sports, so to speak. And so that's probably the springboard, trying to stay in sports somehow from an athlete to a career. That was probably the biggest thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, sports is one of those great connectors, right? Especially coming out of the last 2 years. I mean, the thrill of seeing a full arena and the roar of the crowd. I mean, there's something magnetic about it, right? And so I think that ability, I think there's something you see as an athlete, you're like, there's something here about sort of the value of human connection as well. Right?
Well, one of the things, and it underpins a lot of what we do at Pepsi, which is if you look at all the fan or even consumer passion points out there, right? Any brand, whether it's sports, music, entertainment, movies, fashion, like all these things are called consumer passion points, and brands choose to use or leverage any number of these or multiple of them. For me, and why I love sports the best out of everything, like I always tell our music team, like, oh, sports is better than music, right? And you have that debate of which is a more powerful connector. But for me, it's like my taste in fashion, I hope, have changed since I was 10 years old, right? Probably will in another 10 years. I don't know if I'll be wearing this blazer next season, right?
We'll see all the pocket squares.
Yeah, we'll see if I can extend the pocket square. It's classic. And your taste in music changed. Maybe you don't always have a favorite song or two, but trends in music can change. In sports, if you're a born Yankees fan, or if you're passed down even from your mother and father, it's likely that you stay a Yankees fan your entire life, even if you move away from New York or wherever you are. So I love that lifelong connection. Your engagement with that sport or with that team changes over time. Whether you're a kid going to your first game, going to games with your friends in college, or right now introducing your son or daughter to the sport, which I've had the pleasure of doing with football, baseball, with my kids. Your engagement with the sport changes, but your love for that team remains.
Yeah.
So I love that aspect, that permanency of fan.
Yeah, no, I love it. And it's also interesting, especially here domestically, we are rich with live sport and professional sport, right? Major leagues, from football to basketball to baseball to hockey to soccer, continued growth area. You think about in other parts of the world, right? Northern England, where a football team is the lifeblood of that town and that connectivity, right? At every scale, it's exactly what you just talked about, this clear, tangible connection, right? So let's run that into Pepsi, right? Let's run that into sort of the Pepsi strategic approach to sports, right? And we talked about this a little bit, right? There's sort of a strategic aspect and kind of a more philosophical touch to it. So why don't we start with sort of the strategic side?
Yeah, well, Melissa and I like to say in our building, when the inevitable question gets asked, like, oh, what's the sports strategy here? What are we doing? You know, we say, listen, there's no sports strategy. There's no like, here's the singular sports strategy for how we're going to operate, how we're going to think about things. I like to counter that phrase with, well, we don't have a sports strategy. We have brand strategies and brand objectives that really our team and our mission is to help achieve those brand objectives through the power of sports. And so, listen, it's different with a Nike or even a Gatorade, which is one of our brands. If sports doesn't exist, the brand doesn't exist. With Pepsi or Mountain Dew, listen, if sports goes away tomorrow, the brands still are massive brands. But we think the power of sports is really unique in terms of the connect, our brands to millions of fans. So it's not the only thing we do, but it's a very powerful and big thing we do with sports. So we say we don't have sports strategies, we have brand strategies and objectives. We're really responsible for working hand in hand with our brand partners to help achieve those and be the power of sports. Yeah. So there's millions of fans out there with great sports partnerships. Let's be sure if your brand objective is to grow share or drive sales in a particular market or deepen engagement, we can help do that through sports. But it's not the only thing we're going to do. Yeah, it's one of the.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, we'll come back to sort of measurement because I know there's some really interesting work that's come out of Pepsi Labs and some business partners there. But let's stick on sort of that concept of sort of audience and brand. Right? Talk about sort of a massive portfolio of brands inside of Pepsi to the point. Broncos went away, the brands would still exist, right? So how do you think about the relationship of different brands and different associations, whether it's football or basketball or music, right? So what's the thought process around like, okay, Mountain Dew versus Pepsi versus another brand in the portfolio?
Listen, we try, because it is a portfolio approach, we try to, as much as we can, carve out distinct ownable lanes for each brand. So for instance, we try to, and 90% of the time, there are elements of moments of overlap, but we try to cover out the lanes. So okay, Pepsi is going to own, call it traditional stick and ball sports. So football, baseball, hockey, soccer. Pepsi is going to own that. That generally aligns the scale there, aligns with the scale of brand Pepsi, and generally aligns with what we're trying to do with Pepsi at least, which is to create moments of unapologetic joy in sports. That's kind of the mission. That if you're doing it right, you activate with that in those sports. With Mountain Dew, it's a little bit different. It's kind of helping instigate culture, as a catalyst a little bit. So you think about the heritage of the Mountain Dew brand, action sports. The Red Bull guy broke it earlier. It's action sports. It was NASCAR racing. It's the heritage of the brand. Now it's basketball. We branched out and we're trying to establish a position in the NBA and basketball. So we try to give these brands different lanes that are ownable and unique to the positioning of the brands, the activation that comes on. So we're trying not to, kind of pollinate too much.
Yeah. Do you feel, and first of all, mid-sentence I wrote down, unapologetic joy and fandom, which we should all coin in our everyday lives, in our working lives. Like, if there's a singular soundbite, by the way, unapologetic joy and fandom.
That is what Pepsi is all about.
That's incredible. So at this point, you've been with the brand for a long, long time, and Melissa as well, 9 years, right? Like, so there's some clear sort of, tenure inside the brand. Do you feel at this point you have a really good sense for the types of sports affiliations or activations that sort of meet the brand of the brand, right? The character of a Mountain Dew, the character of a Pepsi.
Oh, such a good question. It's almost like a championship team. If you ask Tom Brady, like, does it ever get old winning championships? And the answer is obviously no. But because it's so hard to do that and things change year to year, if you have the same guys on the team or women on the team for 1 year to year, it's the dynamics change, injuries happen, everything changes. So I would say that we feel like we have the right framework, and we know that sports is a very powerful tool to connect consumers. How we do that, brand objectives change, brand positionings change over time, things evolve, partners change. If you lose certain partners, new sports and genres, esports wasn't a thing 10 years ago. Now it's a massive thing. So it's always it's a constant evolution. So we're always trying to keep our finger on the pulse of what's this brand about, what we want it to be about going future.
Yeah.
Where should we continue to play our chips? Is it, there's, I think, things that are hopefully always going to work, like the NFL and the NBA, you can build around that.
Yeah.
But you're always trying to find that next piece. So esports, great example of the last probably 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
Really didn't exist 5 years ago for us, and we built out a portion of our team, a lot of dollars, many great partnerships.
Yeah.
To add that into what now we do with a lot of other brands. So
Yeah.
it's a constant evolution of surveying the landscape, knowing your brands and how they're changing.
Yeah.
To constantly tweak how you answer the question. Am I most efficiently and effectively connecting our brands to fans, consumers through sports?
Yeah.
That change.
Yeah. We actually talked about that as, let's save it for just after this, but that concept of the new generation of fans, right? We talked about sort of generationally the relationship to live sports has changed. Whether or not the last 2 years were an accelerant or a decrease the way it's impacted other media channels, but you are seeing younger generations who just maybe have lesser tie. I want to talk about technology and new brands and new generation, but first let's get into sort of the philosophical underpinning of some of the strategic totems you outlined. You and I talked about this relationship of ownership and influence, right? So when you start thinking about activations, right, and really sort of bringing a brand to life in and around a sports affiliated brand, talk about that sort of that track there.
Yeah, I think so. We have this phrase. I don't know if coin it or if I think it's ours. But
we can coin it.
Melissa and I talk about this concept or this philosophy of ownership and influence in sports. I think you can apply it to a lot of things. Ownership and influence. Ownership is you have to start with the basic fit. Like you have to do things that are right for the brand. You have an opportunity or an authentic, reason to own something or to do something. Is your brand a fit with something? And influence is once you think, yes, we can own this space, we can operate in the space authentically. It makes sense for our fans and our consumers. We want to see the table when it comes to partnerships, and the group just sign a check and say, we'll see you on game day. Like, we want to be in the kitchen, roll up the sleeves, see how the sausage is made, sit at the table, co-create this thing with you every step of the way. And it's messy. It's messy sometimes, but we find that our brand teams and our team really want to get the best results, most custom results. Like many people, you're not buying some package off the shelf. You want to get in there and say, hey, this is what our brand is about. This is what your brand is about. IP your property.
Yeah.
And let's find those intersections where things make sense to are additive together.
Yeah.
One of the best examples is literally this week, the Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show, thinking about ownership. Nothing against them, but the previous halftime show sponsor before we took over years ago was Bridgestone Tire. I'm not sure there's a direct connection between Bridgestone and music and the biggest moment of pop culture every year in their halftime show. I would like to argue that Pepsi, a brand that is rooted in music, has deep DNA history with pop culture. When you think about all the music and celebrity talent and stars, it's a pop culture brand. It's a very timely brand. That feels like it has ownership and the right to play at the center, literally the center, the logo or the center, not by accident, of that big moment in sports. So you start with ownership and influence. And as some of our brand team members will be up here talking later to test, we absolutely have these students, Rock Nation, Pepsi, NFL, determining how this whole massive thing called the halftime show comes to life. While we're not dictating to Dre what he's going to sing, it's all about co-creating that marketing platform. It really is 12 months of planning for a 12-minute show. And hopefully,
I'm saying you didn't offer lyrical suggestions.
Not me personally. No, I don't think I'm qualified. You're very qualified to offer any lyrical suggestions.
Fair enough. We talked also, and I think it's the right thread here around fair value, which is right for a consumer. At the end of the day, the best brand engagement or integration is when a consumer walks away feeling like something special happened, or I took something of value from that. Not just in the sports marketing channel as a vehicle, but across the marketing spectrum. I think we always want to talk about a two-way street with our customers, right? Because we listen to our customers, we constantly are surveying our customers on what they want out of our products, do the exact same thing. How do you sort of ensure that the fan has a voice, or that there's some validation that like we were thinking about our fans and our customers when we put this into place?
It's listen, at the fundamental level, we sell snacks and beverages, or our brands with Pepsi and our Frito counterparts as well. And we do think we have an authentic, ownable right to play in that moment of consumption of the fan experience. Whether you probably have our products on the table on Sunday if you have a Super Bowl party. Buying chips, water, soda, beer. we have that too. Whether you're in a stadium, you're eating and drinking our products, but maybe you're in a tailgate in a parking lot outside of a stadium. So we start there, and that's where we provide, like, from a product standpoint, the value proposition. And then from a brand standpoint, we build on that. We said we're going to partner with the New York Giants, we're partner with the Jets, the halftime show, the NFL. What can we as Pepsi, for example, what can we as a fun brand? Yes, we're providing something, a mode of product consumption. But can we give them access and get to the halftime show? Can we give fans a different look at the halftime show? They wouldn't have gotten a little. Can we peel back the onion just one layer and give them an insight into how the show comes to life, the planning process? Can we, which we've done, create a documentary after the fact to really give a deep dive look at how the show comes to life. So you start with the product necessity and then you build with the partnerships, you build the marketing around that. It's just, that's where we find your best work. It's a halftime show with the Mountain Dew NBA 3-point contest, which is happening next week. Cleveland, so long from here to Cleveland to the week. That's similar thing, trying to find ways to insert our brands in relative ways that give fans more excitement or
Yeah, sure. So then let's touch one more step into sort of creativity, and then let's go to technology. So there's some great things you're doing. I'm curious about. You made a comment earlier. At some point, a sports activation hits your team, right? You're involved somewhere along the way. You're driving, or you're picking up a concept. The concept of creativity. How do you and teams sort of inspire creativity? Right, the halftime show is the halftime show, right? And some unbelievable stories there. Some great partners. How do you guys think about creativity? How do you think about sort of your appetite to push the envelope?
I will be honest, I'm not the most creative person in the world, but I think we have the benefit of Pepsi and having a lot of really smart and really creative people both in and out of house. So our brand team is amazing. We, like Melissa and I joke all the time, like I feel like we are more, it's certainly part of our brand. Sometimes I feel like our team, honestly, so like sometimes we feel like we're part of the brand team more than the brand team feels like they're part. Like we are locked at the hip of them, so we have to know our brands just as well as the brand team, and we have to understand the sports landscape and our partners. So it's creative ideas that come from anywhere. I think we have the benefit of having a lot of good creative partners and creative people. And we just, at the end of the day, we have our halftime show, for example, the 3-point contest. We've had it now for several years. We understand what the platform is and we like to think where we want to take it. That's right for the brand. And we start with the process of like, well, what would we like to do? A great example is we've always said for years, we have this idea of let's bring them, what's the right second screen experience for the halftime show? We've never nailed it, I think, until this year. I was talking to somebody outside. I do think we've tried different things. There's filters and there's different digital engagements we've done. We've never given a true second screen experience. So this year with our app, great job of launching this thing. I think this is going to be a really interesting unlock to give people a completely unique new look at the show while it's happening. And that's hopefully going to be like finally 9 or 10 years, like to check our box. Like that's the second screen experience.
That's great. That was one of the things that we wanted to touch on, right? Like the watch TV, sit at home, your phone is with you, right? Inside of a venue, more and more, like we're spending time on the device. I was fortunate, I'm sure there was others here in the room, went to NASCAR last week at the Coliseum. It's a little loud, can't really talk to anybody. So very loud. There's a lot of left turns, and you're watching your phone half the time, right? You're like, okay, what an unbelievable opportunity for someone to come in and sort of bring these two experiences together. Because I'm obviously sitting and watching like this, right? So it's like, how do you do that? So it sounds like this is definitely, it's a big focus this year.
It is. It's funny. I remember 5 years ago, there was this, when more and more people were watching live sports events like this instead of head up watching the game, it was like almost a negative thing. Like, oh, how can we get people to re-engage on field? And now, gambling and in-game betting, micro, like, as a marketer, I'm almost like, man, I want them. I want them to watch the action. As well. This might be a place to at least watch after game or engage with the action in a different way. So
absolutely.
It's I do remember specifically thinking, man, I gotta help. As a marketer, we want people's eyes up, not down. I think you want one mix.
Absolutely. We're coming up on time. I want to touch one more topic, and then we'll quickly run to the crowd questions. But obviously, technology, right? So, Pepsi Labs and building some really outstanding partnerships, almost like an incubator in house. Talk about some of the work you've been doing with Pepsi Labs. I know there's some great partners that come out of it.
Yeah, great example who I just saw leaving the other one, and so talk about that, but like Pepsi, it's so matrix and so collaborative, like that. You don't walk down the hall by yourself, right? That's how collaborative you have to be. So we work very closely with not only the brand team, but we built out entire sections of our organization. And their sole job is to work across the organization, whether it's a brand or sports or a music or media team, and look externally, almost survey the startup landscape, technology or media or content. Whoever's doing cool stuff out there, and their job is to find those startups, understand what they're doing to our business, sports or sales or whatever, any part of our business supply chain. Bring that technology to turn things, make value out of it. So part of the Pepsi Lab, now is something called AI, data startup, sports data startup technology, and work with them. Their proposition was basically like pitched it. They came in, they pitched it, and said, we can help you determine the retail value of your sports sponsorships, and pencils drop, and like, holy crap. Yeah. That's like the holy grail. Like, nobody can really do that. You have some estimations or maybe guesses about how it's done. When they went through technology, we thought really they had something differentiated than what was out there. So we did this test and learn process. We did like a 1.0 test with one team. We said, okay, here's the data on team X. Like, run your model, tell us what you think it is. Yeah. Interesting, came back not too far off from what we think it is. So okay, let's tweak a few of the inputs and some of the data sources and run it again on 2 more teams. Came back fairly accurate. Sure. We ran it, now we're running it on all our teams. And it's actually, it's not nothing so I don't think in terms of ROI. Yeah. But we've now plugged this into our other 6 or 7 data points that we look at per property. Yeah. And this is going to be one of the cornerstones of it's the clearest look at how much more Pepsi do I sell in New York area because I have the Yankees partnership, or how much more Pepsi do I sell in LA because I have the Rams partnership. And you break that down, it's a really powerful tool. To say, okay, I can really attribute some hard value to this and how much I spend on it. Yeah. In some cases, maybe I'm willing to spend less because I know that I'm not losing much product. Yep. There are also those instances where like, man, this is a steal, and this is a great deal because this partnership is generating a ton of retail value for us. Yep. So if we had to, we might be willing to spend more. So it's a really good barometer for spend and how our activation is doing.
Fantastic. So the final question will be sort of what's on the horizon? What are you looking at as you team say? Knowing we're going to come up against time, you get 10 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Oh, okay. All right. Well then, crowd. Let's quickly go to the crowd and give you a beat to think about what's on the horizon. Quick cut to the crowds. All right.
Both acquired bodies last year. How's that strategy?
I would say we always, any good brand company is keeping an eye on their competitor. We've kept an eye on them and we've been battling it out market share wise for years and years. So in a way, I would say not much has changed. I mean, it's still a very strong brand that they have been developing. They probably have some more distribution abilities there, so you want to keep an eye on that. But in a way, it doesn't change what we or Gatorade is doing much. It's just maybe some more backing and some more distribution, but they're a formidable brand, and we're always keeping an eye on them from a Gatorade standpoint, and we're continuing to focus on our brand and building that to make sure they don't get into market share. Great question.
I just wanted to say, good to see you in person, man.
With the mask off.
Good job. Like one of the best days yesterday, man, you were tough competition.
I didn't plan this, by the way. This is not a plan. This is not a plan. But I haven't seen you in the flesh in a long time.
Good to see you, man.
Love that. See, we're innovators. Getting us back together. Any other questions from the crowd? All right. The horizon. What is it that you and team are thinking about now, right? Like I said, talked about it. We're back in stadiums. We're feeling that sort of fandom again, that unapologetic joy. NFTs, the metaverse, second screens, right? There's a whole world out there. What is it that you and team are thinking about next, or what is the thing that's getting you excited about your business in particular?
All that stuff.
All that.
So I'll tell you,
Can you explain NFTs to me while we're here?
absolutely. I think I understand that I want to do them.
Sure.
Like there's money and brand engagement to be had, but I think we're all probably testing and learning quickly. I know we're doing some stuff in the space. A lot of brands either have or are. I think it's a test and learn. That one specifically, it's interesting. We're trying to find the right way in from not just a Pepsi brand, but like how can we? Because you think there's value in Pepsi and Mountain Dew owning certain NFT IP call and putting that out there in the right ways. But then we're also trying, like Melissa and I are trying to think about how can we leverage our partnerships. We have such awesome brand partners, whether it's the NFL or whether it's our team partners, our athlete partners.
Yeah.
Other interesting things that we can do that that a Pepsi plus a partner, all of a sudden that's even a more valuable NFT or more engaging NFT. So really cool space. I mean, NFT, meta, crypto, like all that stuff, gambling, you know, we think about some of the things we're doing with we've done last year with FanDuel. We have Super Trade Day. So leveraging our NBA 3-point partnership and have this betting mechanism, one fantasy mechanism. All that stuff is stuff we want to do more of because that's where fans are going. That's where what they're doing. And so it's not following, but it's just making sure we're consistently putting our brands in the places that fans are engaging. So whether it's crypto, whether it's the metaverse, that's something like brands have done stuff. It'll be a constant. We hope that we can test and learn, fail quickly, learn and then amplify and do pivot and do better the next time around. So all that we have a ton of renewal as we always do. It's happened. It's a nice job to really manage our portfolio, make sure we're spending efficiently, make sure we have the right partnerships. We're activating those partnerships. You know, I think our biggest criticism of ourselves and our team is we have awesome partnerships that we probably don't activate as much or as well as we should. So we're always pushing ourselves to activate better. I use this analogy of like, hey, I was going to say it since we're here. You can have an awesome Porsche in the driveway, but it does you no good unless you put gas on it and take it out on the road, right? You have to activate these great partnerships. You can't just sign a deal and let it sit there or think it's going to do itself. You have to have a strategy and a team in place to activate the hell out of it to actually get to that.
Well, look, kudos to you and the team. I'll have to second it, right? Like you talk a lot about authenticity and a place where Pepsi deserves or has earned the right to be there. I think there are a few brands you can call out that lives up to that, and y'all done a phenomenal job. So congrats. Everyone's stoked to throw for the halftime show. Give it up for Justin.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you. I think that was always the interesting thing about Pepsi is that it was never about adjusting based on Coke. It was always about paving their own way. I remember, when we made the journey to switch to
Superstar that way. Really helped build the WWE brand. She's the chief brand officer. So responsible for everything marketing and creative and brand in general. And I think one of the things I want to make sure we touch on is just the female empowerment that was a big part of the brand in the last decade and what you've done there. And very much a philanthropist as well. Does some really incredible philanthropy. Was a writer. I don't know if you still write for the shows, but you were a writer for a while and you're one of the very first female executives in that way. So we're really happy to be here with you today. I'm just going to give like a little bit of information on Firefly because I'm passionate about my brand as well. But Firefly is, you all have seen them actually. It's the internet connected screens on top of taxis and ride shares across the country and also inside and all around them with their experiential. So entertainment is a very big category for us though, because people are trying to promote their shows. So I'm happy to be here and happy to get a chance to talk with you and maybe we'll be able to do a little work together.
Sounds good. That's what this is all about, right? And all of us doing business together.
So I think we had a video, which I think could be a good setup if we still have that ready. Let's give that a play.
WWE. I'm such a huge WWE fan. The best time there. I've never been like it. Celebrating all. Millions and millions of fans all over the planet. Sports channel on YouTube. Do this. Ready? Damian Priest, win at WrestleMania. I would love to see you go one-on-one with like a heavyweight. Yes! There's a maniac. It's loud in those spaces. The same thing. Whenever you jump up and board, you can feel it all through your body. It was a lot of fun. It was super exciting. I'm in awe of the incredible showmanship and athleticism. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. It's the place to be. This is the brightest shot there is.
It's been so many, what's incredible, the brand's been relevant for so many years, but how many people here watched it as a kid, right? Okay, so I had the Hulk Hogan action figure, so forget Barbie. That was and Evel Knievel as well.
Oh, very good.
But,
my father promoted the Snake River Jump.
Oh,
yeah, little known fact. It wasn't a success.
As long as he made it through it.
Yeah, I don't think it actually ever happened. They were all there.
All right. So
sometimes when things go wrong.
Yeah. and that happens, of course. So, although it never looks like it does here. So I do remember, I will just add one more thing as my childhood memory. I do remember when I first found out it was scripted. And instead of being disappointed, I was so relieved. And then I just watched it even more. So just to know, but obviously it's incredible athleticism. And really, it's really great to see it in that way. So that was a great setup, but I do think it'd be nice for you just to get a little more color on WWE.
Sure. Well, for those of you who watched when you were a kid and maybe haven't seen in a long time, WWE has truly evolved. We are, still a live action adventure soap opera, but we are also a media company across all different platforms. We're a media, consumer products, and a live events company. So we have, in a non-pandemic world, over 500 live events all throughout the world. And then those local events also allow us the opportunity to activate with our partners locally, at local retailers, things like that, bring our stars to those, retailers and do various different activations there. Then we also, consumer products, we're over $1 billion brand globally at retail. And of course, from a media standpoint, we're across all different platforms. So you saw, in that sizzle video, a few different stats. We're the #1 sports brand on TikTok. On YouTube, we're the #1 sports brand, more than if you added up all of the US sports combined. No, so, and we were one of the original properties, on YouTube, one of the original content creators that were actually paid to produce content at that time, since that model has flipped, but yes, so that's one of the reasons I think, but, yeah, we're in it to win it and, having fun along the way.
And you've been part of it your whole life.
I have, since I can remember, but I was a childhood model when I was around 8. You can look them up. The pictures are terrible. They're actually Hulkamania shirt. Let's see, the British Bulldogs, Shawn Michaels. Yeah, I was modeling merch. It was pretty bad. And then in high school, I operated the switchboard. I can still remember people's extensions because that was before automation. And, and then when I graduated college, I came on full time.
Love it. So, speaking of the whole family business, I guess in that way, what I think is great about your about WWE is just the family friendliness of it. Like I know you guys put a lot of effort towards that, of making it something for everybody. So maybe you could share a little bit about, was that always the case? Like I remember as a kid watching with my family, but I don't know if that started or if that was a conscious effort or how that came about.
Well, it really, started off family friendly. And then in the 90s, we needed to compete against Ted Turner, who was going head to head with us and had more finances than we did, quite frankly. And in order to be competitive, we needed to go over the edge a little bit. So we went to TV 14. We became a little edgier. There was Stone Cold Steve Austin who was drinking beer and, sign language. But it's been now, gosh, over maybe even a little over 12 years since we've been back to being TV PG. Again, just being family friendly for our partners to really up the ante and garner blue chip partnerships.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
that's what we've been
work
doing.
with you, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's definitely.
And we're rated TV PG by our partners. So by NBC, by Fox.
Okay, great. I love it. So let's talk a little bit about speaking of kind of bringing everybody in, the diversity and women's movement. And I think one of the things that's awesome is that so many times in sports, women are left behind, and it feels like it is just as prominent in your world. So maybe you could share a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So in 2015, we had started really recruiting and training elite female athletes, the same as the men, and giving them the same amount of match time, the same training that we were giving to the men. And the results spoke for themselves. So at our property called NXT, which is essentially like our AAA property, the audience started chanting women's wrestling and this is wrestling. And when these women were given the opportunity, they were stealing the show every single time. And then what happened at all places, right? I gotta say something. It was a tag team match and it lasted if it lasted 5 minutes. And unfortunately that was the norm. And our audience had had enough. And they started a hashtag called Give Divas a Chance that trended worldwide for 3 days, with the audience specifically demanding longer match time, more athleticism, better storylines, better character development. And we responded in the biggest way we possibly could with Vince McMahon himself, yes, my father, the chairman and CEO, and he said, we hear you, keep watching, hashtag Give Divas a Chance. So then at WrestleMania that year, which was our largest WrestleMania ever at AT&T Stadium in front of over 101,000 people, we rebranded the Divas division to the women's division. We announced that the women would now be called superstars, same as the men, and we unveiled a new championship belt, more akin to the men's, but still very feminine. And since that time, our women have been regularly headlining and main eventing, including WrestleMania. We had our first ever women's main event at WrestleMania 35. Then just last year, we had our first ever all-female African-American main event, which was awesome. And but it's not that we're doing it because they're women or because of their ethnicity. It's because these people are stealing the show, and it is their storyline that people want to see the most.
Yeah.
So, and also in Abu Dhabi, it took us 6 years But we were finally able to have our women perform, and they had to change their costuming, so only their heads and their hands could show. But during the women's match that night, a chant broke out in the audience that said, "This is hope."
Oh, I love that.
It's not a typical WWE chant. And that has evolved now into about 6 different matches in Saudi Arabia where the chant has simply been, "This is awesome," which is exactly as it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is good. So part of really WWE being present to what's happening in the world right now.
Absolutely.
So,
And our fans are part of making that happen.
yeah.
They started it all with that hashtag.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about your fans then.
Okay.
Because that is really, and by the way, in the spirit of this incredible brand, I'm going to give you guys a chance to ask questions at any point. So feel like you can be involved because that's what we do. So I'll pause in a minute and maybe give you guys a second to ask some things. But fans are obviously a huge part of what you guys have been doing over the years. I don't, and I know. So I'd love to hear a little bit about. Did you guys create that? Did it just happen? Did you obviously capitalized on it? And then maybe we can talk a little about the last couple of years and that incredible, impressive pivot that you made. You're really one of the first to be able to have those kind of virtual games.
Sure, absolutely. So our fans have always been a part of our show. They're our secret sauce. And just going back to the women's evolution story, I try every time possible to make sure our fans know that they were the ones responsible, right? Like I thank them. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're so engaged, why they're so involved, not just because of me, but I mean, I want them to know their power, and they do. They know their power. WWE is a lot like performance art. So when you have a match that's happening in the ring, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and you have to be listening to the audience. And if it's quiet, if they don't care, cheering, booing is awesome. When it's not working is when it's silent. And then you have to change direction, while you're actually in the ring, whatever it is you're doing, while you're performing. And you have to be in tune enough with the audience. So we're constantly connected to our audience. And if you come to see a live show, how many of you have been to a live WWE show? All right, we gotta increase those numbers a little bit. There's nothing like it, even if you only go once. It's just super fun. The energy. I mean, you go and you sit down and you can say to the person next to you, random stranger, "So I don't know who that is." They will tell you the backstory of it because they want you to be a part of the family. They want you to be a part of the brand. And I think that that's really important when you think about your customers as fans, and reward that fandom. I think that that's a really important piece. When COVID happened and quarantine happened, we never went off the air. We felt it was our responsibility to continue to produce content, even just to provide some levity. Everyone was so scared. Nobody knew what was happening. And all of the news was just all COVID all the time. And we actually made it a point not to even address the pandemic or COVID. We weren't even allowed to say it on the air. Now, it's awkward because you're watching the show with absolutely no fans when the fans make up the majority of the audio. So it's very bizarre. But we gave it our best, right? And we gave it our all, and we did it for our fans, we did it for our partners. And then when we had hoped we would be returning to live events in the fall when the pandemic really started in March, and that just wasn't happening. So we reached out to the Famous Group, and they brought in this technology where we had nearly 1,000 fans virtually, and we took up residency at the Amway Center in Orlando at the arena. And it really felt like our fans were in the round, that they were live. And we had nearly 1 million people from all over the world. We actually did a special for India for our partner Sony in India, where it was the audience was only from India. And the performers were a mix of Indian talent and other talent. But it's this crazy technology. And now we've leveraged a lot of what we learned. We also experimented with drone technology, AR, all different kinds, pyro, lasers, things we couldn't do when there were humans in the seats just because it wasn't safe. So we brought the safe parts back, and we're really digging deep into AR. That was one of our key takeaways, was how fun it is, how exciting it is, how it really does bring your brand to life in a different way. And at WrestleMania this year, which is again at AT&T Stadium, April 2nd and April 3rd, for anyone interested in going, or watching live on Peacock, we have a partnership with Arcadia where we're going to be unveiling some pretty cool AR technology. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, good. That's going to be exciting to see then. And there's fans back.
Oh, yeah, but we had fans back at WrestleMania last year, but about, not full capacity. But since July 18th, I think it is, if I remember the date correctly, we've been back full capacity at arenas and stadiums, and it's been phenomenal. My husband and I made it a point to go out. We were at the Toyota Center for our first live event back in Houston, and we went outside and said thank you to our fans and got to shake hands. My husband, for those of you who don't know, is a WWE superstar, Triple H, also known as Paul Levesque.
I see a bunch of people now.
It's hard not to know Triple H. Yeah. But so we walk out there, Triple H, it was crazy, but it was so great. Yeah, they don't do that so much, but it was great. And we shook hands and took pictures, and it just felt like home. And that was our whole campaign, that we're coming home to whichever city it was. So
yeah,
and that's, you saw in our tagline on that video, it used to just be then, now, forever. After quarantine, we added that together. And that's a really important piece because it is all about community. It is all about embracing the people you love, embracing what you love, bringing everyone together. And whether that's fans, partners, you name it, it's about being together.
Yeah. Well, and there is such a passion behind all of it too. Just how passionate the fans are, but also just the energy that's happening, during the shows as well and during the matches. Like, do you call them matches or shows?
Well, the individual in-ring action, that's usually those are called matches.
Yes, okay.
And then the whole thing is a show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, you mentioned brands and being brand safe and creating that environment. So let's talk a little about that. I know that part of your responsibility is brand partnerships. You've got like all kinds of responsibilities. I saw.
We all wear many hats at WWE.
So, I love it. So maybe you could talk a little about that. I think that there's a couple of things that struck me when I was reading is that besides just obviously you have some incredible brands you work with, but that you also kind of tie that into giving back with those brands. So maybe some examples there, but just in general, I think it'd be really nice to hear a little bit about.
Sure, absolutely. So one of the things that's very unique to WWE, we understand that brands and partners don't just want spots and dots, right? It's not just about a logo sign. It's not just slapping something up there. It's about creating meaningful engagement. So we're able to actually integrate our brands and partners into our storyline, which is a lot harder for the other sports leagues to do. You're not going to have certain things happen in the middle of the Super Bowl, so it's going to be during the halftime show, right? It's not during gameplay. But with WWE, it's a little bit different. And because we know our audience and we know what they're looking for, we're able to engage them in a different way. So for example, Pizza Hut, we partnered with Pizza Hut for Survivor Series. And we had our superstars, the Street Profits, come out and they had this pizza and they were saying, we're sponsored, and they're looking at the cameras and they're having a great time. And we set everything up down around the ring. And during the match, there was a spot where we went outside and got the pizza and our audience started chanting, "We want pizza," which is like unheard of. And we don't guarantee that to our partners, but when it's done right. Well, and we did another partnership like that with KFC where we brought the Colonel to life. And that's what KFC was looking to do, is bring the Colonel to life in unexpected ways. And the Colonel wrestled, yes, and beat up Mr. Plucker's Chicken because we created a rival brand with like this rival mascot. And the match, spilled out into the ring. This was the first integration that we did. And there was, again, a chant, Colonel Sanders. Like, really?
That's about as good as it gets.
It's about as good as it gets because, the audience knows they're being marketed to. Yeah. They know what's happening. They're not foolish.
You're making it fun and engaging, and people want that. Like, it's okay.
But I think the brands get credit for that, right? Like, they took the extra mile to go out and entertain me in a way that I wanted to be entertained. So another example we have is with P&G, with Old Spice. They were launching their new scent called Night Panther. And, it's sort of irreverent humor. And so we created a WWE superstar called the Night Panther. And it was really this crazy storyline. It primarily played out on digital and social, but it had a whole backstory, this like whole history of lore that the Night Panther was going to take the 24/7 title and all this stuff. And then ultimately it played out. And it was so much fun. And we saw, over 500 million impressions, and we're in conversations to do something new again. And who knows how many different animal characters we can ultimately have in WWE. But so that was another super fun partnership that played out across our premium live events, formerly known as pay-per-views, and also digital and social. And Netflix, we've done some unique things. So Netflix was launching Army of the Dead, and we did a big integration with them with zombies. So that starred WWE Hall of Famer Batista. And it was all about zombies taking over Las Vegas, you know, et cetera. And this is back before we had fans actually in the Thunderdome. So on the virtual screens just throughout the show, we'd have zombies sort of just randomly pop up, sort of like Easter eggs. They would walk through backstage scenes, backstage interviews, just suddenly there's like a zombie sort of walking through. And then we integrated them in the actual match, what's called a lumberjack match, where typically it's superstars surround the ring, but in this case it was zombies that were surrounding the ring. And it's, you know, like, who can do that?
Yeah.
You know, zombies aren't going to run out on the field, like I said, you know, on Sunday. So, and then that led to another big Netflix promotion that we did to launch Red Notice, which also starred Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock, you know, who obviously started in WWE. And it was so much fun. And that we involved our chairman in various, are we getting the cue? Okay.
No. We got
I'm like, oh my gosh. But that, again, huge success, you know, 20 million video views, you know, and actually the social conversation jumped over 68% from our prior Netflix promotion integration. So those are just some examples. Of some of the things
that is branded content at its best. That's really, really great idea. So lucky brands to get to work with you in that way. So
well, and we're the ones who are lucky.
Yeah, and as well. So so I have a bunch more questions. We still have plenty of time, by the way. But I feel like in the spirit of, you know, the fan arena here, maybe you guys have a question that you want to get a chance to ask, and feel free to jump in.
Hi, I'm Michelle from Live One for the partnerships. I love what you're doing in the women's space because I think it's super empowering, and with WrestleMania and some of the other women's properties coming up. How are you looking? I mean, IP is such a big thing for you guys. How are you looking to target those women and the breakdown? Because you're seeing all these different capsule collections on all the different sports, you know, leagues and everything. Maybe there's an opportunity for WWE to really help target the next generation of women.
Absolutely. So, you know, we can always be doing more. I'll just say that. But we, you know, currently our audience is about 40% women. Which not many people know, and it's a lot of families, you know, that are watching. But I think for WWE, it's a lot about representation, you know. So we just had Ronda Rousey just made her big return, surprise return at the Royal Rumble. I don't advise getting in the ring with her. Her very first match was against yours truly, and trust me, she broke my arm. But anyway. She did almost knock me out, but that's a totally different story.
Right?
Very rarely broken bones. Very. But to answer your question, it is all about representation. So then Becky Lynch is a part of a movie we did with Paramount called Rumble. It's casting these women. It's making sure we have merch for these women. It's making sure we're getting it out there in as big a way as possible. But you know, would love to talk more if you have ideas about things we can be doing.
And also Glow No More, I'm very excited about.
I know, well, we weren't a part of Glow.
I know, but
still it was great. And Gina Davis, you can't go wrong with Gina Davis. Thank you.
So I'm gonna let you, but I want to just follow up really quickly. I do think like the relevancy, like being able to stay relevant all these years, obviously you've changed and you've evolved, but like that's a pretty key part. Like I think, I mean, how many years has WWE been around? I mean, I know.
Oh, I would depend on who you ask. So really but a long time, right? So I'm fourth generation in the business in general, the promotion business. But WWE's formally been around since, you know, gosh, about over 35 years. Yeah.
So how do you guys stay relevant? Like, what, you know, is it about paying attention to fans? Is it, I mean, what do you?
Well, I think yes. I mean, so first and foremost, you know, I think we all get in our heads too much about how are we going to reach the consumers, right? You have to be where the consumers are. Bottom line, where are they? And go to them on their platforms, reach them on their platforms how they want to be reached. And then the other big aha moment is ask them, right? What do you want? What do you like? What do you not like? You have to engage and interact, and they will tell you. And I think social media and technology today really allows more of that direct communication. It's one thing for a brand to just push out messaging. It's another for a brand to respond. And then it's yet another for you to take action on the feedback that you've received. And I think that the audience recognizes when you do that. But I also think the storylines need to reflect, what's current in pop culture. And I think celebrities and pop culture integration has been a huge part of our success as well. And just one example of that, again, we had Johnny Knoxville. So we did a promotion with Paramount to promote Jackass. And it was perfect. And Johnny is just awesome to work with. And he started off on one of our shows on SmackDown, where he met up with that low down dirty Sami Zayn, as he calls Sami Zayn. And Johnny has made it a point on every different media appearance that he was on to talk about Sami Zayn and the Royal Rumble and what he was going to do in addition to, promoting Jackass. Over 10 million video views of content of Johnny Knoxville talking about the Royal Rumble. And then even afterwards at the Jackass movie premiere, we continued the story when Sami Zayn showed up on the red carpet and Johnny Knoxville hit him with a cow front.
Yeah, so you're watching it and then you're feeding on it. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's important to keep it going. It really is, when you can.
Yeah, so, yeah, go ahead.
Are you guys still moving forward with your Netflix partnership and the stories in Japan?
Yes, so there's a 4-part docuseries on the life story of Vince McMahon, and I'm equally terrified and excited at the same time.
You know when it's coming out?
I don't know that we've announced when it's coming out formally, but we're hoping it will be, sometime soon.
Yeah. WWE's been got 35 years. Who has been your biggest, I guess, superstar, brand maker? Was it Rock? Was it Hulk? Was it
John Cena, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. And we need Andre the Giant. Yes, I mean, there's just, I honestly, I don't need to say you guys. Yes.
Name the one.
I can't name the one. That's right. Yes. I can name the one. Triple H by all means. So what's so interesting is whoever the biggest stars are tend to draw all over the world, and it's interesting because we do want to have local players. It does make a difference in the market when you have folks who are indigenous to the region, like the Great Khali in India. But the Great Khali was not a bigger star in India than John Cena. John Cena was still the biggest superstar. So it really is in accord with the storylines.
Okay, one last one.
So earlier, you mentioned community engagement. What are some of your company goals for community engagement? What are y'all looking to do in the communities?
So we have 4 different pillars to giving back, and they are empowerment, service, hope, and inclusion. And we work with Special Olympics, for example. We work with Boys and Girls Clubs with an anti-bullying program that we co-developed with the Yale Center of Emotional Intelligence called Be a Star, and STAR stands for Show Tolerance and Respect. We work with the National Civil Rights Museum, we work with the Ad Council, we work with GLAAD, we work with a variety of different partners across the spaces. But giving back is hugely important to WWE and always has been. We've been a partner with Make-A-Wish Foundation nearly since their inception, about 40 years. So it's important. Every superstar that we have will tell you to a person that their most rewarding part of their job is what they get to do in the community when they get to give back. Booker T was just at a school as part of Black History Month, just really giving back to these kids in as many ways as we can. I literally just watched that video this morning. That's why it's hot in my head. But we try to do as much as we can. And again, those local live events allow us to activate locally in the community too. But I would say we want to do more with our partners. And really amplify these programs with our partners, and it's helpful to bring everyone on board, and it's something we try to make a part of every package because that's important to us and it's important to our fans. I'll tell you just one quick story. So we were partnered with Hyundai Hope on Wheels. They have given so much money to pediatric cancer research. And I won't go too deep into the story, but my husband and I launched a fund called Connor's Cure in honor of a little boy named Connor Mahalik who lost his fight that we fell in love with. And pediatric cancer research has always been a huge part of WWE since that time. So we partnered with Hyundai Hope on Wheels, and 2 of their youth ambassadors, who are survivors, came out down to the ring, Elizabeth and Carter, and we gave them championship belts. And the audience jumped to their feet and started chanting, "You deserve it." I mean, I get goosebumps telling this story. And then I heard from Elizabeth's mom the next day. It also happened to be my birthday that day that they were there. It was in Denver. And earlier in the day, she had sung to me happy birthday, amazing voice. And her mom shared that when she was going through treatment, that she lost the use of her voice and one side of her body. So to see her sing and dance were full circle moments. And then she said, when we used to pray for tomorrow, we never imagined our tomorrow would look like it did last night. So that's pretty powerful stuff. And that
gives back, that is like, you know, that's brilliant.
But that really is what we're all about. I mean, if you can have an impact on one person's life like that.
I'd love to talk to you for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great.
Lines up with what we're about, what we're doing. Yeah, it's talking about, that's all.
Awesome. Really great. Well, thank you so much. I think that's it. Oh, we're done.
Not on stage. I mean, I don't know if anybody's been to WrestleMania, but
You have to come.
oh my God. I remember growing up as a kid, like, you know, I would just stay up to watch 11:30 at night to watch wrestling. And then, of course, watch WrestleMania. We're gonna get okay. And Stephanie was nice enough to invite me to a WrestleMania in Tampa. And it was raining, but I've never seen fans like this, man. I was like, oh my, with the belts and the outfits and in the rain and yelling and screaming. There was this one group because Bad Bunny was wrestling, like, Bunny, 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 yelling. I was like, this is insanity. So, but they've been a little crazy, pretty spectacular. I'm very excited again to bring 2 friends to the stage. I think you're going to have a good time with this next fireside chat. Again, just fireside chat. Next time we're gonna work on the schedule of the labeling here. Give them something to talk about. But anyway, okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring here to the stage, Todd Kaplan. Please give him a round of applause.
Thanks, Mom. Always a little nerve wracking to be following up on Stephanie McMahon. Every time I go to a conference. Hey everyone, I'm Deirdre Lester. I'm with Barstool Sports. Probably most of you do know Barstool Sports to some degree. I heard from Brand Innovators folks this week. There was a lot of folks here from athletes to league folks and, you know, saying a lot of great things about our brand. But we're not here to talk about our brand today. We're really here to talk with Todd about everything Pepsi is doing this year with their brand around the halftime show, which I think is a super exciting topic. I was really thrilled to have the opportunity not only to come here and talk to you, but even just to get connected with Todd over the last week or so and hear kind of all the work that went into the planning of this year's halftime show. I think everyone's aware there's just an incredibly epic lineup of talent that are going to be performing at the Super Bowl on Sunday here in LA at SoFi Stadium. And I think, you know, hearing how that got, you know, birthed as an idea, how the talent were selected, and all the work that goes into the planning of the Super Bowl halftime show is just really remarkable, a really remarkable process to learn about. So nice to meet you all. Todd, I also wanted to just, you know, introduce Todd a little bit and let you introduce yourself. Todd's been at Pepsi, I believe, 15 years and worked across the portfolio in many ways, and been part of the Super Bowl halftime show for a number of years. So he's going to going to share some content with us that maybe you've seen because it's been going around and pretty viral since it launched, but really also what led to the whole process and how we got to this weekend.
Cool. Thank you, and happy to be here. And we're just going to share a couple pages, a quick video before we open up the chat. So I don't know if it's clicker, so I guess I just say click. Hey, this is Pepsi is a brand. You know, we've always been about music and culture when we're at our best. Over the last few years, we've really made a focused effort to really reconnect and re-engage the brand with culture. I've been on the brand now for about 3.5 years, and we've had a boatload of fun too doing it. And if you go to the next page, you know, we've been really driving a lot of just different kinds of cultural conversations, whether it's around our innovation, whether it's around really challenger-focused marketing we're doing. You know, and as you think about the halftime show, that is basically the epicenter of culture, at least from our side, where sports and music collide. It's the last great live entertainment event, basically. And when you think of it, I was telling someone we had the halftime show press conference this morning at the kickoff, and we were talking about it. When you think of the halftime show, 100 million people are viewing a concert. And I know numbers without context are sometimes hard to understand, so I just want to dimensionalize that for a second. In music, if an artist wants to, you know, achieve the pinnacle of their craft and say, I played MSG, I sold out Madison Square Garden, right? Capacity at MSG is 20,000. So you're playing to 5,000 sold out Madison Square Gardens at once on one stage for 12 minutes. Don't mess up, right? that's basically the brief. And so as you think about it, what it means for these artists, this is the biggest moment of their career, and these are already career established iconic artists. And so this year when we selected the talent, we just said, you know what, let's put all the chips in and just really just go crazy. We got to go. People are post-pandemic. They want to see a show. We're in LA, SoFi, like bright lights. Let's just make it fire. And so we brought together Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, and I saw the rehearsal. I said, it's going to be ridiculous. So get ready for that. But when we announced it, you know, just so back in the fall, we really changed our whole strategy around halftime, just, you know, from the 12 minutes of the show to basically a 12-month-a-year platform where we talk about it year round, given there's so much unique interest around it, given how we've tried to really reinvent it with Rock Nation and Jay-Z over these last couple of years. But when we announced the show, you know, the thing broke the internet. It got 26 billion earned media impressions, which just for context, there's 7.8 billion people on Earth, which means most people have seen something about the halftime show over 3 times. And again, these artists, they need no introduction, but we think it's the collection and everything they're bringing to the table is great. So the challenge we had was like, well, shit, like what do we do to really promote this? Like, how do we top the announcement, which already just went crazy? And so we wanted to bring fans closer. So there's 2 things I'm going to talk to you about today. You go back for a page, sorry, and I'm trying to keep up and guess here. But the you know, we built a whole, you know, we got like an ecosystem around it. You know, we've taken it to retail. We, you know, last year we did a documentary about the making of the halftime show at the weekend. You know, we've done TV spots and all of it. The 2 things I want to talk to you about today are we created the first ever Super Bowl halftime show movie trailer. Saying that this thing is going to get the top billing, and then we got to get some epic like hype and just pour some gas on this thing. And then this app, which I have some awesome things to share, and every single one of you must download it by the time I leave this room. All right, so The Call is our trailer that we've developed. And so basically the brief was we partnered with F. Gary Gray, who's an acclaimed filmmaker. He's done Straight Outta Compton, Friday, Fast and the Furious, a number of things. We partnered with him directly. We didn't use an agency. We built this creative concept of saying, how would we introduce the forming of all of these? And, you know, Dr. Dre is kind of the mastermind behind all this. What was it like when he called them all in this kind of Avengers Assemble meets Dr. Dre meets Pepsi halftime, right? And so we built this wonderful treatment, and we kind of teased it out, and it was a wonderful process. And it was the first time we actually brought all 5 of the talent together live for the shoot here and built this piece of content that has literally gone bonkers in the last couple of weeks. It's already got, I think, over 12 million views. We're putting media weight behind it or anything that either. And so I'm gonna, without further ado, I'm gonna play The Call. I think that's oh, no, We also had it scored by Adam Blackstone, who's, is a Grammy Award winner. You'll see him in the halftime show. He's in Dre's, band in one of his close friends. So.
It's an awesome roll up the slash. Well, the return of the blueprint, some days and you the blueprint. Everybody wants to work over this. See, you're playing as good as common sense. So, hope you're ready for the next episode.
Hey, so, and this thing was, trended on YouTube, did amazing and all that stuff. We've got a lot of these really great reaction videos. Go ahead and just say one more thing and I'll turn it over for the discussion. An app is another thing that we've done as a first this year. And there's a QR code, you can all download it. But basically the concept is bringing fans closer to the halftime show. So there's behind the scenes content, there's filters and things of that sort. But what we also announced, go to the next page, so I go one more page, is we partnered with Verizon. And now it's going to be a first of a kind viewing experience. When you watch the show on Sunday, assuming many of you will be watching from your home, I don't know where you will all be, wherever you are, you can take out your phone, and when the show is on, you can enter a portal where you will literally be on stage next to the talent as they are performing live with full 360 camera view access throughout the entire show live in real time. We're calling it the Pepsi Halftime Show Ultra Pass. It's powered by Verizon 5G, and it's ridiculous. So please. All right, and that's all I wanted to basically share before we move into the discussion. So there you go.
Pretty awesome. Going to the game. So like less than a quarter of the room, right? So that after the experience. Okay. Yeah, some of us are still waiting on the offer. Well, anyway, it's a small percentage of the room, which is interesting actually, given the caliber of the people in the room and all the marketers involved with the Super Bowl. But I think that I'm personally getting on a plane tomorrow to head home to New York, and I'm really excited that I'll be able to have that experience because after talking with Todd and watching that video multiple times over the last week, I have questioned my own sanity of, why am I not staying? Why am I leaving Los Angeles and not going to be experiencing that? Much more interested to me than the football game. But then I wanted to ask you about the app, start with the app and the experience, and then there's a lot of other things to talk about there. But Barstool Sports, we are a sports book, right? So we have our sports betting app live in many of the states where sports betting is legal. And last year during the Super Bowl, a lot of sports betting apps, including ours, had some issues with our tech, giving a number of people. The guys from FanDuel were here earlier talking about the volume of people that bet on sports during the Super Bowl. You just talked about some number of viewership of the Super Bowl, and I imagine you're going to be promoting this app pretty heavily to get people accessing. So how do you stress test that when there's no scenario you can create that mirrors what the actual day would be like?
Yeah, well, I can say this before the day that I think it will all work perfectly well. But yes, I mean, obviously we take a lot of measures in mind. And yes, we have that moment, like what if it crashes? What if, And so we do a lot of stress testing. We're working with a company called Willow Tree. We developed the app. They've done a lot of big apps for partners like HBO and a lot of these other things that have high traffic. And there is, there's always the risk with anything tech that something goes wrong, a camera goes down. And listen, we figured it's better to kind of do this. And at the very least, if not for that experience, like there still is a ton of content. We're giving out prizes on the app. We're doing a lot of other really great engagement things. And it's also just offers a very new dimension when you think about marketers to Super Bowl. We always go after this metric we call share of voice, which is going to be the most talked about brand on the Super Bowl. And the last couple of years, we've very much been that with the halftime show. More people tweet Pepsi halftime, hashtag Pepsi halftime than hashtag Super Bowl, the last two Super Bowls. And so we really do well with that. But we said, hey, what if we can, most people, there's an insight where when you view the game, you usually have your phone, you're on Twitter, you're looking up some other stuff, you're texting your friend something that happened, talking smack. We said, well, if their phone is there, why don't we put it to use? We can send a push notification during the game and communicate. We can have people immerse themselves in the experience. And so we give away prizes from the show or the third part. We can do all sorts of stuff. So it's really unlocked this brand new dimension that we're excited just to try out this year. Hope it all works.
Well, partnered with Verizon probably smart there. Todd, I know we were talking earlier, Todd, for everyone that doesn't know Todd, is a SoCal native. He's born in Southern California and grew up here, even though he lives like a mile from me in New York and works at Pepsi, which is based in Purchase, New York. And so just watching that video again and knowing that, and thinking about this experience for you personally, I think you could feel the room, like the dynamic. I was laughing when Snoop Dogg comes on, and smiling when Mary J's up there. The scene over the beach where the piano keys appear in the ocean and the sand. It's such a Southern California vibe, the entire thing, from the hip hop, the culture, the artists, and then all of the scenery and backdrop. Like, what was that like for you as someone who comes from here and has such a personal connection to Los Angeles and Southern California?
Yeah, no, it is very personal. And I, these artists are, this is my childhood playlist, a lot of these folks and really know what it means for West Coast hip hop, for West Coast, well, just for hip hop and in general, putting it on a stage like this on the Super Bowl is a really big statement. We're trying to make it Pepsi and it really is, a time for it to have that kind of stage. But I'd say personally, it all is, even just seeing a lot of that when we were shooting it and everything, we have to find the beach, there's a hidden piano in Malibu at a beach somewhere. That's all CGI. But no, it's really, it is very nice to have that kind of West Coast connection to it.
Congrats. And being, knowing that you've been working on a halftime show for several years now, and you guys have been building towards this epic, like you said, push all the chips in this year and just go really big. You had to be thinking about, wow, I can't wait to work on the Los Angeles one, even though the others that came before it were super cool and great also. So congrats to you guys, because even just getting to this point is pretty incredible. I know, for you guys at Pepsi, but you've been on the halftime show now for, I can't remember, 11 years, it's a long time. And it's not necessarily just like put your brand on there and sponsor it, right? It is like seat at the table, being part of everything from the ideation, creation, and production. I think people would love to hear, like, how does that process begin for you? We don't ever have to go fast forward to the next Super Bowl, but I think it probably begins like next Monday, right? So talk about when you start planning this and how long that process is and what the steps in that process are before you get to that announcement.
That's a great question. And it's interesting because, before we came into this platform, it was a bit of what I would call a logo slap type asset, where it was a little bug on the screen and the NFL would just do whatever. And we said, hey, listen, we want to partner and make this, this is no disrespect to the Who or Bruce Springsteen or anybody who, has done one of the previous ones, but it is something in the sense of like, we want to really use this moment to drive culture and have and we've been the last, since I started on the brand a few years ago, we brought in Rock Nation and Jay-Z to be our collaborators with this, with the NFL. And that has been the secret sauce that I think we get going in discussions as early as March, where we're already talking about game planning things, figuring out how to do it. We also, how we do it is very important too. There's a high degree of confidentiality in terms of how and where and when we announce it, leaks, how we build these assets together, and how we're, the NFL even said this morning at our press conference that we're pushing them to make this platform bigger and better as we think about, this app, as we think about this trailer, as we bring this lineup together and just really trying to push where we can do and what we can do with it. Because again, we think this is a really great tool moment.
Amazing. It's great to hear you pushing the NFL to do innovative things. All of the things that you guys have been doing over the last couple of weeks, one of the things that struck me is like these artists obviously put on an amazing show. Maybe you'll sneak us on like what they're going to be performing. I don't know, some songs that are in that video or other songs. And actually, we'd love to hear what are some of your favorite songs from each of these artists. You can either share that with us now or over cocktails later. But yeah, there we go. That's a great idea, actually. I think there's a lot of just like the lead up. I think Mary J was on Good Morning America this week or last. You obviously just mentioned the press conference you're doing. Like, you're not just having a halftime show that people are going to tune in and watch. You're leveraging months and weeks leading up to this event to market your brand and drive this whole moment in culture and entertainment for Pepsi. So what are some of the tactical things that work hard for you to getting the most exposure for Pepsi around this investment? It's obviously a big investment for you.
Yeah, sure. I think it's interesting, and listen, we've done a whole bunch around the Super Bowl, in addition to the halftime show where we have spots for Frito-Lay. When I first started, we did a spot on the Super Bowl with Cardi B and Steve Carell and Pepsi OKL. And so like brands are always fumbling over themselves to compete for who's got the best spot and the ad meter and freaking 30 seconds, right? And a big media investment, and a big production investment, and modern, marketing says do the pre, during, and post, not just during the show to make sure you stretch those dollars out and get the teaser and the buzz. But we said, okay, we have 12 minutes in the middle of the game. And it could be the most exciting 12 minutes of the game if we do it the right way and don't just say, hey, here's who it is or what it is. And just having a logo in the corner is not interesting to us because who hasn't heard of Pepsi? We have very good awareness, right? It's more a matter of how we want to connect the brand to culture and other emotional connections. So we've really made a diligent effort to stretch that window out. And we've taken it now to retail where every one of our cans has a halftime logo and a QR code to download the app. We're promoting this app and doing weekly and daily giveaways and other things like that. And so I think as you think about advice and tactics, I totally get that not every brand or company has the halftime show and we have this asset. But I would say, even if you have a Super Bowl spot, doing a campaign, think about what you're doing pre, during, post. What are the other ways and places where it can live beyond just, you know, the ad trades, you know, and how could you get it into new locations and new ways to engage with consumers? And you know, that's just one thing I would just encourage.
You mentioned Frito-Lay commercials you guys are doing there, and then there's another commercial you guys are airing during the Super Bowl that I just wanted to call out. Because fortunately for me at Barstool Sports, one of the connections we have with Pepsi is we have a mutual partnership with Deion Sanders. And you have a pretty awesome spot that you put out with him and Michael Irvin that we were fortunate enough to help promote through Deion's show on Barstool Sports, which is Prime Picks. And he has a podcast called 21st in Prime, so check that out if you're a fan of Deion's great content. And we have a great, you know, synergy with Pepsi around the partnership you have with Deion. So can you talk a little bit about what that spot is and what it's, you know, the culture-led insight that led to that spot?
Absolutely. And everything we do at Pepsi, we start with a culture first lens. That's everything I tell my team to do every day. And so the idea of recycling is something that's important that we do at PepsiCo. We think about sustainability and all the initiatives we're doing. But when it's just at a corporate level for PepsiCo, you're talking shareholders. It's kind of what I would call annual report speak, if you will. And it's very serious and heavy and all of that. And we said, well, how would Pepsi as a brand that, as you learned earlier from my friend Justin, it's about unapologetic enjoyment. To say, like, how would a brand like Pepsi approach recycling? So we said, hey, well, there's this cultural insight in sports that athletes talk trash to each other. Talking trash is an endemic part of sports. And there's a consumer barrier to recycling around one of the biggest barriers where people don't recycle is they don't know what is recyclable and what is not. So with the cap in, which trash can does it go into? How does this work? And so we said, what if we use this as a platform and we created something called Pepsi Trash Talk? And so we partnered with Deion Sanders and Michael Irvin, two of the biggest trash talkers out there. We put them together and built a really great piece of content. I would encourage you to look it up and find that it's a really great, fun video. And are starting to do that now across all of our local teams with our players and basically using it to drive awareness around recycling education, but doing it in a way that's still true to our brand and still culturally relevant. And we have a footprint here. If anyone's going to the NFL experience, we have a physical footprint where you can, you know, do this kind of thing with Deion and Michael there. It's fun. So I encourage you to check it out if you're in town.
That's awesome. I tried to convince Deion to come here and do some trash talking at Brandon and Ayers. He's not in Los Angeles right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I think, you know, jokes aside, like working with these artists, you know, I think that is a really exciting moment in your life. I would imagine you work with a lot of tip of the spear artists, you know, in the past, Shakira, Jennifer Lopez, The Weeknd, and now this group. What are some of your favorite moments in that experience working with them? Any funny anecdotes or exciting anecdotes that you want to share?
So I have a ton, but they're probably more appropriate for the bar afterwards or something. But I would say listen, I mean, when you work in a brand like Pepsi and you have a lot of access to different celebrities, music, sports, culture, there's a lot of fun things and ways you can push. I would say some of the things that, you know, what we want to do is make sure we're, you know, creating, you know, culture rather than kind of just gleaning from it. And so things like the J-Lo and Shakira halftime show was a very fulfilling moment, seeing that in Miami. Most recently with Doja Cat, we created a music video with her where we had her reimagine a song from Greece for our Pepsi Soda Shop product that came out, which was a modern take on a classic. So we had to do a modern take on a classic. And we've had a lot of just really fun moments. You know, Cardi B, obviously Steve Carell and Lil Jon back to the Super Bowl in Atlanta, and a lot of the fun stuff we were doing there. So there's been a whole bunch, you know, in between. But it's a fun brand, and it's an honor and a privilege to work on a brand with this kind of great history.
I want to give the room a chance to ask any questions of Todd while we have him here. So I'm going to give him back the mic, but if there's a hand up in the back.
Yeah, this might be confidential, I don't know. But
sounds like a good start.
Let's go. Let's go with this. What kind of money does PepsiCo pay for the halftime to the NFL?
Yeah, tell him.
I'll tell you. That is financial. Probably go to the next question.
So first of all, download the app. So,
Yes.
thanks, buddy. But, what is gonna be the first song played? And by which artist?
Also confidential. Wow, this is, you guys are making this easy. This is like, you're making- Unbelievable. All right, yeah.
We're family. I got a question. What's the chemical makeup of PepsiCo? Maybe that's confidential. I'm kidding. Serious question. Justin touched on it a little bit. Can you give us, 60 seconds of insight and sort of like how Justin's work sort of aligns
Yeah.
with yours, like from a practical
Totally,
standpoint?
yeah, so Justin, yeah, totally. That is not confidential, so we have a letter, ladies and gentlemen, we can answer that question. So here's the deal, so you heard Justin talk a lot about this word matrix. So I know a lot of you work at big companies, a lot of you work at small companies. I work at a very big company, which means there's a lot of people to talk to. Alain Bonin knows and used to work there as well. But it's one of these places where you got to bring everybody along, wire. So Justin is our right hand of the sports team, and he has a team that works on the Pepsi side and helps as we get into contract negotiations, which tied to the first question, all the way through to everything else. And so we partner very deeply on a lot of this stuff. We'll build out the strategy, the vision, the creative, a lot of the getting the NFL to approve and how that all connects back. They're great partners. There's a number of things as we think of our media team, our sports team, our our innovation. We work with our R&D team. We don't, as much as you want to know the chemical makeup, I don't know how to make formulas in my kitchen, right? I'm a marketer, but I know the people who do, and we work together with consumer insights to say, hey, what if we made a product that was like this? And so you got to work with a lot of people to get things to happen. And so, the great news of PepsiCo is we have great people across all these different subgroups like Justin. So
We're imagining the partnership comes first and then the marketing plan, not the marketing plan, and then you seek out the partnership. Is that?
it can go either way, to be candid. Something as big as like, hey, the NFL or just a big property like that. Now, in some cases, it's like, hey, we really need an asset that X, Y, and Z's, and what can we look at in the space, and we can kind of go back and forth. So it's a collaborative process. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Michelle Edgar. Put the face to a name. I'd love to hear, you're always on the cutting edge of innovation, and I love what you post about. I'm always following. I'd love to hear what's next. We know how long this took, and Monday it's the next one, but everyone's talking about metaverse and all these hot topics, but from your standpoint, just like manifesting what's next, would love to hear what you have your eye on.
Yeah, I mean, the great news about Valley Friends, we always have something brewing and a new product and a campaign and something going on. But I would say in terms of what's next for marketers, things obviously, metaverse, NFT, insert buzzword here, right, is what's next. What I would say is Justin was alluding to earlier, like we've experimented in space. I've been the one experimenting in that space for PepsiCo. And what I will tell you, back to that big company comment, it is not easy. Our legal team alone, when you think of just how raw this space is, our finance team, like how do you process Ethereum? It is riddled with problems and things that you got to work through. And so I'm the kind of marketer that wants to take one step forward, figure out what it is while we're doing it, keep moving and whatever. And so again, bring everyone with us. So we definitely see NFTs and the metaverse and a lot of that as a big space. Obviously right now though, I know there's a lot of hype and discussion about it, and I've been very vocal about this as well. I do think it is super early also. So while it's all the discussion, all the rage, it's kind of like when VR came out a handful of years ago and everyone's like, oh my God, this is the future. It's like, cool. Who here has a virtual reality set in their home right now? Nobody. Oh, they say, okay. The future is, so this is not 2 years, but it's not the penetration that everyone's like, oh, we're going to go to Ready Player One instantly tomorrow, right? So I think it's one of those, I would encourage you all to experiment, go down the rabbit hole yourselves, because it is a deep, dark place with NFTs and all that. And it's a shitty consumer experience today, to be fair, and that is going to evolve just like Web 1.0 when you have to wait for the web page to load and hear the little dial-up connection and go to Netscape, and that's where we are right now in this space. And so, but I would encourage you to learn, break things, figure out what's what, and educate your organization, because most of you in this room are marketers or sales or in that kind of ecosystem that kind of gets it. As you get further out to finance, supply chain, R&D, legal, like what's an NFT? How does, like, so start the education process early, I would say, knowing where the hockey puck's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My brother.
Yeah.
Well, always a pleasure to have Todd. Funny thing is, he had Cardi B. A guy named Ryan Leslie came to me when I was on Sunday and said, I want to listen to this woman. You should use her. And this was, she's like, I was like, there's no way I can break the leadership like this. And of course, it was on Super Bowl. I also bought a Super Bowl ad. If anybody wants to know that, I did buy a Super Bowl ad. You guys might not remember the lights went out. That's Super Bowl. I don't even remember. Okay, we're gonna let people clear out really quickly. We are going to bring up our next and our last one. So sadly, this is the last time I guess I'm gonna say bye to you two, so you guys will get a chance to hear me one last time. We are going to bring them in with the roar. So I'm gonna invite I guess the hot seat of Claudine and Pete. Come on down! Give a huge round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I'm Claudine Lillian from WWE, and I always say the best way to learn about our brand is to go to a live event. Close second is listening to Stephanie McMahon, our Chief Brand Officer, who most of you just heard speak, so glad I got a chance to do that. And I want to welcome Pete Marino, who is Emerging Brand Officer, President of Emerging Growth at MillerCoors. You've been with MillerCoors since 2012, before it was MillerCoors. And I was hoping just before we get into all the stuff, if you could just share your brief career history.
Sure, thank you. It's nice to be here. I know we're the last thing before probably some drinks, so we'll try to keep it interesting and moving along. I was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. When you're in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, there are two companies that are kind of the magnets, if you will. It's Harley Davidson and MillerCoors Company, and then it's WWE at the time, WWF Wrestling when I was a kid. Milwaukee's got to be one of your top 10 markets. So I grew up wanting to work in marketing and around sports, and so MillerCoors Company was always kind of that one of those lighthouse companies. I went to school at University of Wisconsin-Madison, came out and started a PR career. I then started my own agency, which I sold to a private equity-backed agency in Minneapolis. And MillerCoors was a client of mine. Pepsi was a client of mine, actually. Southwest Airlines, Harley Davidson. Sold that, and then when we were doing the integration, the guy who I was inspired to sell the business to got really sick and died pretty quickly thereafter. And so the context for what I was going into changed a bit. And so my client was MillerCoors, and they offered me a chance to join them inside. And honestly, I was going to go inside and play out my non-compete and start another company. But 10 years later, I'm still there, and I've gone from a communications and government affairs career into a commercial role, running our craft beer business, to now, November of 2019, I took over the emerging growth division. We can talk about that a bit.
So MillerCoors, I keep calling you MillerCoors, I'm so sorry. MillerCoors has a history dating back to 1774, so obviously a long history. I think what would surprise a lot of the people in this room is just the vast array of products that you have beyond the beer aisle. So I was hoping you could share a little insight into those brands.
Sure. Yeah, we've been obviously a beer company for almost the entirety of our business. We started brewing beer in Colorado before Colorado was a state. We've been brewing beer for over 250 years in North America. I believe Molson is North America's oldest brewery. Yuengling out of Pennsylvania is America's oldest brewery. And so we've gone through trials and tribulations in the past, obviously prohibition, and we weren't allowed to sell beer. So we sold things like malted milk and cereal grains and stuff like that. But in November of 2019, we launched our revitalization plan. And so we created the Emerging Growth Division, and we renamed the company from the MillerCoors Brewing Company to the MillerCoors Beverage Company. And I was put into this role, and my remit is to help transform MillerCoors into a beverage company, which is a remit that doesn't come around too often. We've obviously been credited with creating some of the most iconic brands in beer, whether it's Miller Lite, which kind of launched the whole locale segment, to Coors Light, to Coors Banquet, to Molson Canadian. But now we are getting into cannabis beverages. We have a wine and spirit division. We just came out with our first whiskey called 5 Trail that is being sold in 4 markets right now: New York, Georgia, Nevada, and Colorado. We have a non-alc business, and that was kind of where we're getting the most attention right now. We have a partnership with La Colombe, which is obviously a great company out of Philadelphia. We do the ready-to-drink products. They're the #1 above premium ready-to-drink coffee. Starbucks and Dunkin' are the biggest mainstream players in that category. And the brand that we're getting the most attention around is Zilla. And we created an energy drink with Wayne Johnson and his partners, and we launched it last April. And right now we are the fastest growing energy drink, I believe. And last year there were 47 entrants into the energy drink category. And we were the fastest growing new energy drink last year. So that was a rocket ship, and it's been a lot of fun. So we've got our hands in things that I never thought a beer company would be in. And we can talk about the cannabis beverage business in a bit too, because that's the Wild West.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. But first I want to just talk about healthful non-alcoholic brands have really been taking over the mainstream. And just curious if you could share MillerCoors' foray into this vertical with the intro of plant-based and probiotic beverages.
Sure. One of the things we did when we kind of created our non-alc business was we bought into a really interesting company here in LA called LA Libations. Started by 3 guys. They're all ex-Coke guys. They formerly had a relationship with Coke, and they kind of went their separate ways because Coke was not ready for them to get into cannabis drinks. And if you're going to be in non-alc beverage incubation right now and being at the forefront of where non-alc beverages are going, you kind of have to be at least able to explore cannabis. So they had a separation. The timing was quite fortuitous with us. We bought a significant minority stake in them, and we've been really, really connected with them since November of 2019 when we launched this whole thing. With them, we incubate and develop our own brands. So obviously, better for you, health and wellness was a massive trend before the coronavirus, and it's only been considerably amplified coming through and where we are today with the coronavirus. So it is a massive trend already, and it's gotten even bigger. So when we look at our portfolio with LA Libations, there's a bunch of brands that none of you guys have ever heard of yet, unless you're shopping in Sprouts or in Bristol Farms and you just happen to see it. Because we're incubating it in a very tight geography here in Southern California. One of the brands is called Golden Wing, which uses our Coors barley, and it's playing in the dairy alternative space. So it's a barley milk. It's shelf stable. It's going after things like nut milks and oat milk and stuff like that. It's completely plant-based. It's better for you than dairy. We've got a plant-based soda called Mad Vine, which is competing against brands like Olipop and Zevia, which are plant-based sodas. Zevia Zevia, I think, raised money about 6 months ago at about a $500 million valuation. Olipop just raised money at a several $100 million valuation, I think, 2 weeks ago. So we are definitely playing in the plant-based better for you space in terms of an incubation. Where they go from here, we're going to learn more in the next probably 6 to 12 months. We also have a kombucha company. So we bought a brand called Clearly Kombucha. Obviously, probiotics are, healthy gut is something that is very relevant today. The kombucha is doing just okay, but we came out with a product in a can called Bazaar, which is a probiotic seltzer, and that one we think has some interesting energy behind it.
Right, the question everyone's been waiting for, CBD. If we can get into some depth there, and just how do you gain credibility in the space? And you shared a story with the WWE team last week. I'm not sure if you're willing to share it in this platform, but I'd love to share the story if you, about just the milligrams of what the THC levels and what's allowed abroad versus the US.
Yeah, sure. So we do have 2 cannabis beverage businesses. One of them, they're both with a Canadian player called Hexo. I think they're the number 2 or 3 largest cannabis company in Canada. And so in the US, we have CBD non-alc brands only. And so we're 20 milligrams of CBD. We've got 3 SKUs. We're selling it in 17 states. And that's all about really testing and learning. Yes, the CBD category is a nice category. I'm not sure how big it's going to be, but we're testing and learning for if and when THC becomes federally legalized here in the US. It is federally legal in Canada. And so we have a full THC business up in Canada from a beverage standpoint. And it's not oftentimes that you can actually help create a brand new category that never existed before. And THC beverages were never a thing before unless you drank your bong water in college. So we have five. We have 5 brands up in Canada. We've got 4 of the top 5 brands. We're the largest market share player. The market is it's been a little bit slow to develop because basically we commercialized our portfolio in August of 2020. So right smack dab in the middle of the coronavirus, and restrictions in Canada have been a lot more consistently restrictive than they have been across the 50 states in the US. So you've not been able to go into the dispensaries for many months at a time. And so a lot of the consumer education is just now getting going as they're finally starting to come out of more severe restrictions. But in Canada, there's a federal legal limit of 10 milligrams of THC. In Quebec, it's 7.5. So our products go anywhere from 2.5 up to 10 milligrams. Well, in the US, there's no limit in a THC beverage. And I was in Chicago, I was telling Claudine, I was in Chicago in June. We were meeting with one of the local players in Chicago. We were at their dispensary, and I noticed that they had a couple of beverages, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we just got these in. They're not really moving yet." But I said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna buy a couple." So one of them was a 25 milligram product, and one of them was 100 milligrams. So I go home Friday night. Kind of like take little steps to my 2 daughters so don't see me, ask me all these questions. And I didn't feel anything. I would guess I probably just by weight of the can, I guess I would have consumed about 10 milligrams. Felt nothing. And that's not that surprising because I've never heard of this company before, and quality control is really tough in the space. It's very difficult to make a high quality THC beverage. Well, the next weekend, I said, okay, I'm gonna try, I'm gonna go big this time. And so I took a healthy slug, and all of a sudden for 2 hours, honestly, I didn't know if I was hunting or fishing. I'm sitting on the couch, and my head is like spinning around. I got my daughter trying to talk to me, and I'm like, it was not a great experience. And so it taught me a very valuable lesson. We will, I think, take a pretty aggressive approach when the policies are going to be written, that we would be very, very in favor of a 10 milligram limit, because I do think it's the responsible thing to do. And, we can learn from our neighbors up north, which we're doing right now, but it's a fascinating space. And if you think about it, there's a big movement towards low and no alcohol products right now. So there's a lot of no alcohol beers, there's, mocktails, there's alcohol-free spirits, things like Sea Lip. And so a lot of people, particularly in January, they want to do dry January. And one of the things we heard in our focus groups was, if you're a marijuana user, there's still sometimes a stigma attached to it. It's obviously changing a lot in the last couple of years. But sometimes when you're at a party, you want to have a beverage in your hand just to feel like you're acceptable from a social occasion. And so the ability to have a cannabis beverage and for you to, kind of experience something that you experience when you have alcohol is something that I'm really pretty bullish on the future of cannabis beverages. It's just going to take a while because it's brand new learning.
Not to be a buzzkill coming off THC, but can you talk about supply chain issues and how that's affected your brand?
I might need some THC.
I thought you were reversing.
Yeah, if you flew into LA and depending on the route you went, you flew over the ocean and came, on a runway possibly versus coming, over from inland. But you will see a ton of ships waiting to get in that port. And President Biden tried to provide some relief last year about keeping the ports open, 7 days a week, 3 shifts. But it's a mess. It is a real mess. We import some of our beers from Europe. Peroni comes from Italy. Pilsner Urquell comes from the Czech Republic. And everything is taking longer. Inflation is obviously a very real thing. I've never thought that we would have a problem getting paperboard that are the inserts that go into your cases of beer, or getting the liner for crowns. But anything that you think you need to produce something at scale is just very, very tough to get right now. And it's a lot more expensive. And, it's kind of like the butterfly effect. If you remember that movie, like a butterfly flaps its wings in London and all of a sudden you can't get glass bottles for 6 months. So it's crazy what's going on with supply chain. We've got, I don't know, probably a couple hundred people in our procurement team that are working around the clock to try to figure out how we can get everything we need, when we need it, where we need it. You know, we started buying cans from China, from South Korea, from Middle East last year. It's a mess. Now I need to
A few more questions. and we'll get there. You shared in our call how selecting authentic partners that align with your brand values is important to you. Can you share insight on your partnership strategy and what factors do you consider in selecting partners asking for a friend?
Well, in my world, you know, I have partners on the brand side. So Zoa is a partner of ours, La Colombe is a partner of ours, Superbird, which is a canned cocktail, a canned Paloma product, a canned tequila cocktail product that we have as a partner of ours. We've got our joint ventures with Hexo. We have a joint venture with Yingling that we're doing for the state of Texas right now. And so I believe that when you're doing partnerships like that, it's as much about the jockey as it is about the horse. So the horse, the brands, the spaces that they're in, they're very, very important. And when we started to develop our emerging growth strategy and figuring out what are the categories we wanted to be in, well, I think there's something like, there's over 200 energy drinks. I talked to at least seven different energy drink companies, some of them very big, some of them early stage, before we landed on doing the deal with Dwayne Johnson and his founders on Zoa. And so the jockey part of it is the people really matter, because you're going to be in business with these people, you know, every day, and you want to make sure your interests are aligned on the business. You want to make sure that you are comfortable rolling up your sleeves and busting your ass for your partners. And so it is really important for us to have good people as well as good brand opportunities. And then when you're talking about kind of alliance partners or marketing partners, I think the same thing is true. So, I mean, obviously, you know, just to put it in your context, we know the power of the WWE. I mean, you know, Stephanie showed some unbelievable figures. And so if we were to ever do something with WWE, it's like the people matter too. You guys don't want to work with companies that aren't easy and fun to work with and don't get it and don't appreciate all the blood, sweat, and tears you guys are doing to build a platform that brands want to take advantage of. And the same thing goes for us.
So many brands. How do you make them each feel special?
Well, my hair used to look like Bonds before I took this job. You know, I came through the agency side, as I said, and so I think it's a lot of client management. And so I think about each one of our partners as, you know, as our own brand, and making sure that we're very responsive, that we are very clear on what our goals and our plans are. And for any of you who work at agencies or have worked at agencies, it's kind of a similar type of approach. When you're on the agency side, you want your client to appreciate all you're doing, and you want them to feel like they're the only thing that matters. And it's not that different for me and my team.
Before we throw it out to audience questions, Bonan's ready to tell me. I can see the look in his eye.
No, please.
No, we're okay. Can you just share Super Bowl plans for your emerging brands?
Yeah, I mean, the Super Bowl is tough for us to activate because Anheuser-Busch on the beer side, they always pretty much buy out the category. So we've done some things. We've been able to do some regional buys in the past with the O&O stations and some of the other, you know, every station, so every NBC station will have a certain amount of inventory locally that they can sell. And we've done those things in the past. This year, the biggest thing we're doing is Zoa is going to have 2 spots in the pregame, including one, I think, in the pod right before they go to the game kickoff. So we're really, really excited about that. We believe it's the first time an energy drink has advertised around the Super Bowl. The spot was filmed at Dwayne's house about 3.5 weeks ago. And so it's a great opportunity for that brand, because that brand, you know, still needs awareness, and we need to get cans in hands because it's a great tasting product, and this is going to do a great job of driving awareness. And then Dwayne is going to be involved as well in the Super Bowl itself on the field pregame, I believe. He's been teasing some things on that in his social media channels, and so stay tuned for that. But he will always amplify everything that we're doing for Zoa and all those other brands like Terramana just beautifully on the social channel. So that's the biggest thing we're doing. And then we also have some of our distributor and retailer partners here that we're going to be taking to the game and just doing some more, you know, one-on-one entertainment.
Well, privilege and an honor. I'm going to throw it out to the group. Anybody have any questions?
I don't want to go first, but
Oh, you were raising your hand for a question?
yeah, I did. I'm going to ask a quick question. I never get to ask a question. I just get to introduce people, but I love to speak. So, what 2 things? One, the agency comment.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my background. Do you find that when you work with people on the brand side that have come from the agency, it's a different perspective than those that work through brand or?
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, and I'm still salty about this, when we had Sobe Life Water, which was failing, a tiny little company called SodaStream was coming up, and I said, hey, we should buy SodaStream, and I thought I was a moron. So instead, they spent $8 million to make a device, so, okay. But,
I bet the SodaStream owners appreciate that.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, they would have been happy to give it there. So I love that how far you're expanding the portfolio. Where does that, I mean, it's kind of new.
Yeah.
Where does that expansion, does it go, could it go to device? Where does a beverage company expand its world to now?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so
thank you.
You're welcome. We really, this expansion is driven by two forces. Obviously the consumer force. And then the second one, and probably just as important for us, is our route to market with our distributors. There are very few routes to market and distribution systems that give you the channel coverage that our network does. So it's Coke, it's Pepsi, it's Anheuser-Busch, and it's our network and KDP. Those are probably the 5 routes to market that you can get as much full channel coverage and pressure against. So I didn't mention the spirits guys. So there's 3 big spirit distribution companies. There's Southern Glazers, there's RNDC, and there's Breakthrough. And those guys are great in the on-premise, and they're great in liquor stores and grocery stores. They can't get you pressure against the convenience store, at least not yet. So we have a route to market, and a lot of these guys in our own system, we're already expanding beyond here too. And so if we can put it on a truck and we can get it to the market, that was one of the filters that we used to what we were thinking about. Where to from here, from a device standpoint? Yeah, I mean, certainly I know we've been hearing a lot about NFTs, and we're dabbling around that. We've got this Miller Lite bar that we're doing in the metaverse for the Super Bowl, which is one thing I forgot to mention when you asked me that question earlier. So there are some things that we're exploring digitally, but then there are also some other product categories that you could possibly see us getting into in the future, like powders. You know, I was talking to Gary over here earlier. You know, there's a lot of vitamins or better for you products that come in, you know, tubes of powder that you can dump in your beverages, and something that we can easily put on a distributor truck. They can add the incrementality to their stops. That's kind of how we're thinking about it today.
Got 2 questions. I'll ask the important one later in a second. Number 1 question is, you've got all these sports that you guys sell to. I'm interested to know, what is your top sports that you sell to? Is it NASCAR? Is it MLB, NFL, NHL, soccer? That's the first one. Now, you got to come back to me.
I'll come back. I mean, we to your point, sports is a huge part of the beer drinker's life. And so the NFL is still probably the 800-pound gorilla for us. We've got 4 exclusive team relationships. I use exclusive in quotes. The Cowboys, the Green Bay Packers, the Minnesota Vikings, and the Chicago Bears, and we share a bunch of deals around the league as well. But from an engagement standpoint and from prevention of skipping ads standpoint, the NFL is still probably among the top for us. We are very active in baseball. So basketball, we are active in as well, depending on the market for us. But we are not as active, interestingly enough, as we were in NASCAR. We used to have a car in every Cup race. I think we've got a partial schedule now. So NASCAR is not something that we've been spending as much money against in the last couple of years as we were previously. But sports is a huge part of what we do, for sure, and it will be for a long time.
Second part. You can go into the THC and with the gummies.
Yeah.
Using gummies.
Well, I don't think we're going to, but I appreciate the idea.
You have to go. I got a similar story with the gummies.
Well, that is a big problem with gummies. So everybody who has gummies, you know, the quality control for gummies is not great. And so a lot of what
personal.
I can tell you, like Bill Clinton, I haven't inhaled, but I didn't say they'd swallow. So what happens at gummies is people take a gummy,
And 45 minutes, an hour later, they don't feel anything. So they take another gummy and they might take a third gummy. And then all of a sudden they get slammed. And so one of the things that we've done is dialed in from an onset and offset time is predictability. So we go up to Canada and you and I are sitting around and we're having a 5 or 7.5 milligram beverage. You're going to feel that within 9 to 12 minutes, and it's going to start offsetting around 60 minutes. So we're trying to get predictability like you can if you're drinking a Coors Light into a beverage. And so we're going to stick in the beverage lane right now. That's what we know. We've got a world-class facility that we built up in Belleville in Ontario for beverages. And so we think that that is going to be our play.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's give a huge round of applause. Well, here we made it to the end. I know there's 2 hours between now and dinner, is that right? Okay, 2 hours between now and dinner. There are some folks that are going to the Bianco Hybrid Hotel, which is like 2.1 miles. What? What?